नाम विश्वविद्यालय को दिया गया। सामाजिक आवश्यकताओं को ध्यान में रखते हुए बहुत कम पैसों में छात्र केंद्रित शिक्षा प्रदान करना विश्वविद्यालय अपना अहम कर्तव्य मानकर काम करता है। डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर मराठवाड़ा विश्वविद्यालय का परिक्षेत्र मराठवाड़ा के बीड़, जालना, उस्मानाबाद और औरंगाबाद इन 4 जिलों में फैला हुआ है और लगभग 450 महाविद्यालय विश्वविद्यालय से एफिलिएटेड है। विश्वविद्यालय में लगभग 45 शिक्षा प्रविभाग कार्यान्वित है, जो स्कूल ऑफ कंप्यूटेशनल एंड फिजिकल साइंसेस, स्कूल ऑफ लाइफ साइंसेस, स्कूल ऑफ परफॉर्मिंग आर्ट, स्कूल ऑफ प्रोफेशनल स्टडीज, स्कूल ऑफ लैंग्वेजेस एंड स्कूल ऑफ सोशल साइंसेस के अंदर कार्यरत है। विश्वविद्यालय में अनेक विषयों पर अनुसंधान होता है, जैसे कि नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी, मटेरियल साइंस, सीड पैथोलॉजी, इन्वायरमेंटल इशूज, सोशल इशूज, सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियरिंग एंड फार्मास्यूटिकल्स। विश्वविद्यालय का पुस्तकालय, जो नॉलेज रिसोर्स सेंटर से जाना जाता है, वो मराठवाड़ा विभाग में सबसे बड़ा पुस्तकालय है। वहाँ अनेक विषयों के दुर्लभ ग्रंथ उपलब्ध है। पुस्तकालय में डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी है, जो शोध छात्रों को अनुसंधान के लिए बहुत मददगार है। विश्वविद्यालय में फॉरेन स्टूडेंट सेल भी कार्यान्वित है, जो अनेक विदेशी छात्रों को विश्वविद्यालय में प्रवेश लेने हेतु मदद करता है। विश्वविद्यालय में ईरान, इजिप्ट, थाईलैंड, केनिया, सोमालिया ऐसे अनेक राष्ट्रों के छात्र पढ़ते हैं। विश्वविद्यालय के शारीरिक शिक्षा विभाग के तहत स्पोर्ट कॉम्प्लेक्स कार्यरत है, जहां अनेक खेल संबंधी अत्याधुनिक सुविधा खेल छात्रों के लिए उपलब्ध है। विश्वविद्यालय का खुद का इतिहास संग्रहालय है, जहां विविधता की सांस्कृतिक विरासत संरक्षित की जाती है। डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर मराठवाड़ा विश्वविद्यालय 725 एकड़ परिसर में फैला हुआ है। औरंगाबाद गुफाएं, बीवी का मकबरा, सोनेरी महल, पंचक्की और खूबसूरत पहाड़ों से विश्वविद्यालय घिरा हुआ है। वैश्विक धरोहर अजंता एवं एलोरा गुफाएं विश्वविद्यालय से 50 किलोमीटर दूरी पर स्थित है। वर्तमान में प्राध्यापक डॉक्टर प्रमोद येवले जी विश्वविद्यालय के कुलपति रूप में कार्यरत है। प्रशासनिक कार्यों में गति लाने के लिए ऑनलाइन फाइल ट्रैकिंग, कुलपति विद्यार्थी संवाद, ऑन स्क्रीन परीक्षा मूल्यांकन ऐसे अभिनव उपक्रम कुलपति डॉक्टर प्रमोद येवले जी के मार्गदर्शन में कार्यान्वित है। हे ज्ञानीची पवित्रता, ज्ञानीची आथी, ये ब्रीद लेकर डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर मराठवाड़ा विश्वविद्यालय बहुत विनम्रता से निरंतर ज्ञान दान का कार्य कर रहा है। मराठवाड़ा, पश्चिम विदर्भ और उत्तर महाराष्ट्र में उच्च शिक्षा सुविधाओं की भारी कमी पूरी करने के लिए 23 अगस्त 1958 में मराठवाड़ा विश्वविद्यालय की स्थापना की गई। 14 जनवरी 1994 में भारतीय संविधान के मुख्य वास्तुकार डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर जी का शिक्षा क्षेत्र का योगदान देखते हुए उनका नाम विश्वविद्यालय को दिया गया। सामाजिक आवश्यकताओं को ध्यान में रखते हुए बहुत कम पैसों में छात्र केंद्रित शिक्षा प्रदान करना विश्वविद्यालय अपना अहम कर्तव्य मानकर काम करता है। डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर मराठवाड़ा विश्वविद्यालय का परिक्षेत्र मराठवाड़ा के बीड़, जालना, उस्मानाबाद और औरंगाबाद इन 4 जिलों में फैला हुआ है और लगभग 450 महाविद्यालय विश्वविद्यालय से एफिलिएटेड है। विश्वविद्यालय में लगभग 45 शिक्षा प्रविभाग कार्यान्वित है, जो स्कूल ऑफ कंप्यूटेशनल एंड फिजिकल साइंसेस, स्कूल ऑफ लाइफ साइंसेस, स्कूल ऑफ परफॉर्मिंग आर्ट, स्कूल ऑफ प्रोफेशनल स्टडीज, स्कूल ऑफ लैंग्वेजेस एंड स्कूल ऑफ सोशल साइंसेस के अंदर कार्यरत है। विश्वविद्यालय में अनेक विषयों पर अनुसंधान होता है, जैसे कि नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी, मटेरियल साइंस, सीड पैथोलॉजी, इन्वायरमेंटल इशूज, सोशल इशूज, सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियरिंग एंड फार्मास्यूटिकल्स। विश्वविद्यालय का पुस्तकालय, जो नॉलेज रिसोर्स सेंटर से जाना जाता है, वो मराठवाड़ा विभाग में सबसे बड़ा पुस्तकालय है। वहाँ अनेक विषयों के दुर्लभ ग्रंथ उपलब्ध है। पुस्तकालय में डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी है, जो शोध छात्रों को अनुसंधान के लिए बहुत मददगार है। विश्वविद्यालय में फॉरेन स्टूडेंट सेल भी कार्यान्वित है, जो अनेक विदेशी छात्रों को विश्वविद्यालय में प्रवेश लेने हेतु मदद करता है। विश्वविद्यालय में ईरान, इजिप्ट, थाईलैंड, केनिया, सोमालिया ऐसे अनेक राष्ट्रों के छात्र पढ़ते हैं। विश्वविद्यालय के शारीरिक शिक्षा विभाग के तहत स्पोर्ट कॉम्प्लेक्स कार्यरत है, जहां अनेक खेल संबंधी अत्याधुनिक सुविधा खेल छात्रों के लिए उपलब्ध है। विश्वविद्यालय का खुद का इतिहास संग्रहालय है, जहां विविधता की सांस्कृतिक विरासत संरक्षित की जाती है। डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर मराठवाड़ा विश्वविद्यालय 725 एकड़ परिसर में फैला हुआ है। औरंगाबाद गुफाएं, बीवी का मकबरा, सोनेरी महल, पंचक्की और खूबसूरत पहाड़ों से विश्वविद्यालय घिरा हुआ है। वैश्विक धरोहर अजंता एवं एलोरा गुफाएं विश्वविद्यालय से 50 किलोमीटर दूरी पर स्थित है। वर्तमान में प्राध्यापक डॉक्टर प्रमोद येवले जी विश्वविद्यालय के कुलपति रूप में कार्यरत है। प्रशासनिक कार्यों में गति लाने के लिए ऑनलाइन फाइल ट्रैकिंग, कुलपति विद्यार्थी संवाद, ऑन स्क्रीन परीक्षा मूल्यांकन ऐसे अभिनव उपक्रम कुलपति डॉक्टर प्रमोद येवले जी के मार्गदर्शन में कार्यान्वित है। हे ज्ञानीची पवित्रता, ज्ञानीची आथी, ये ब्रीद लेकर डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर मराठवाड़ा विश्वविद्यालय बहुत विनम्रता से निरंतर ज्ञान दान का कार्य कर रहा है। मराठवाड़ा, पश्चिम विदर्भ और उत्तर महाराष्ट्र में उच्च शिक्षा सुविधाओं की भारी कमी पूरी करने के लिए 23 अगस्त 1958 में मराठवाड़ा विश्वविद्यालय की स्थापना की गई। 14 जनवरी 1994 में भारतीय संविधान के मुख्य वास्तुकार डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर जी का शिक्षा क्षेत्र का योगदान देखते हुए उनका नाम विश्वविद्यालय को दिया गया। सामाजिक आवश्यकताओं को ध्यान में रखते हुए बहुत कम पैसों में छात्र केंद्रित शिक्षा प्रदान करना विश्वविद्यालय अपना अहम कर्तव्य मानकर काम करता है। डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर मराठवाड़ा विश्वविद्यालय का परिक्षेत्र मराठवाड़ा के बीड़, जालना, उस्मानाबाद और औरंगाबाद इन 4 जिलों में फैला हुआ है और लगभग 450 महाविद्यालय विश्वविद्यालय से एफिलिएटेड है। विश्वविद्यालय में लगभग 45 शिक्षा प्रविभाग कार्यान्वित है, जो स्कूल ऑफ कंप्यूटेशनल एंड फिजिकल साइंसेस, स्कूल ऑफ लाइफ साइंसेस, स्कूल ऑफ परफॉर्मिंग आर्ट, स्कूल ऑफ प्रोफेशनल स्टडीज, स्कूल ऑफ लैंग्वेजेस एंड स्कूल ऑफ सोशल साइंसेस के अंदर कार्यरत है। विश्वविद्यालय में अनेक विषयों पर अनुसंधान होता है, जैसे कि नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी, मटेरियल साइंस, सीड पैथोलॉजी, इन्वायरमेंटल इशूज, सोशल इशूज, सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियरिंग एंड फार्मास्यूटिकल्स। विश्वविद्यालय का पुस्तकालय, जो नॉलेज रिसोर्स सेंटर से जाना जाता है, वो मराठवाड़ा विभाग में सबसे बड़ा पुस्तकालय है। वहाँ अनेक विषयों के दुर्लभ ग्रंथ उपलब्ध है। पुस्तकालय में डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी है, जो शोध छात्रों को अनुसंधान के लिए बहुत मददगार है। विश्वविद्यालय में फॉरेन स्टूडेंट सेल भी कार्यान्वित है, जो अनेक विदेशी छात्रों को विश्वविद्यालय में प्रवेश लेने हेतु मदद करता है। विश्वविद्यालय में ईरान, इजिप्ट, थाईलैंड, केनिया, सोमालिया ऐसे अनेक राष्ट्रों के छात्र पढ़ते हैं। विश्वविद्यालय के शारीरिक शिक्षा विभाग के तहत स्पोर्ट कॉम्प्लेक्स कार्यरत है, जहां अनेक खेल संबंधी अत्याधुनिक सुविधा खेल छात्रों के लिए उपलब्ध है। विश्वविद्यालय का खुद का इतिहास संग्रहालय है, जहां विविधता की सांस्कृतिक विरासत संरक्षित की जाती है। डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर मराठवाड़ा विश्वविद्यालय 725 एकड़।
A very good morning to everybody. On behalf of AIU, Association of Indian Universities, today we have assembled here for AIU West Zone Vice Chancellor meet. A very good morning to all. I request all the respective honorable Vice Chancellor sirs of different universities to kindly take their seats. A very good morning to all. In a couple of minutes, we will begin the formal inaugural session. A very good morning to everybody. I request all the dignitaries and honorable vice chancellors for the today's West Zone Vice Chancellor meet to kindly take their respective seat. In a couple of seconds, we'll begin the session. I now request Honorable Chief Guest of today's West Zone Vice Chancellor meet, Shri Atul Kothari ji, Atulji Kothari ji, Secretary Shiksha Sanskrit Utthan Nyas, to kindly come on dais. Yeah. I also request Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal ma'am, Secretary General, Association of Indian Universities, to kindly come on dais. I request President AIU and Vice Chancellor Jadavpur University, Kolkata, Professor Suranjan Das sir, to kindly come on dais. And I also request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Pramod Govindrao Yole sir, to kindly come on dais. A very good morning to all. We begin the session with Maharashtra song. We now begin the session with, I request everybody to kindly rise on their respective spaces. We begin with the Maharashtra song.
करताना मावळ्यांच्या पोलादी मनगटाने मिळवून दिलेल्या स्फूर्तीतून शब्द म्हटतात ते हे. जय जय महा
वरदा कृष्ण सोयना भद्रा गोदावरी एकपणाचे भरती पाणी मातीच्या गागरी हिमथडीच्या तटाराने हिमथडीच्या तटाराने यमुनेचे पाणी पादाश्यामा किती नामांची मुनी गणगणनाय लतानीरा जवाब देती जिभा सह्याद्रीचा सिंह गर्जतो सह्याद्रीचा सिंह गर्जतो शिवशंभुराजा तरी तरी तुला नाद गुंतला महाराष्ट्र माझा. काळाची बरी कोरली अभिमानाची लेणी फुलादी मनगटे खेळती खेळ जीव खेळणी दारिद्र्याच्या उन्हात शिजला विढळाच्या देश देश गौरमा सारी चेतना महाराष्ट्र माझा.
Thank you all. Kindly take your respective seats. Today, we all have gathered here for a two-day West Zone Vice Chancellor meet for 2022-2023. The Association of Indian Universities is one of the premier apex higher education institution of the country, established in 1925. It is a research-based policy advice institution of the Government of India in the field of higher education, sports, and culture. Since its inception, it has been playing a vital role in shaping Indian higher education. Most importantly, AIU is vested with the power of according equivalence to degrees, qualifications offered by the universities across the world with those offered in India. AIU has also been mandated by the Department of School of Education, Ministry of Education, Government of India to accord equivalence to the Indian boards for the senior secondary examination, White Gazette notification. AIU is a think tank body with the responsibility of undertaking academic activities such as conducting research studies in higher education, acting as the Bureau of Information on Higher Education, liaising with international bodies and universities of the internalization of Indian higher education, among many others. AIU conducts inter-university sports and cultural events at national and international levels as a national sports promotion organization, NSPO. It promotes sports among member universities and maintains the standards in sports. Being an apex advisory institution, it constitutes an integral part of all major decision-making committees and commissions in the country. As a representative body of Indian universities, it facilitates cooperation and coordination among Indian universities and liaises between the universities and the government, central as well as the state governments, and also national and international bodies of higher education in other countries in matters of common interest. Whereas all the Indian universities benefit from its contribution at present, it has membership of about 931 universities, including 15 overseas universities from other countries with Bhutan, UAE, Kazakhstan, Mauritius, Malaysia, Nepal as associate members. Some of the legends among many who served AIU as its presidents are Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, Dr. Zakir Hussain, Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, Dr. K.L. Shrimali, and Dr. A.L. Mudalia. About AIU and say today, we have assembled here for AIU West Zone Vice Chancellors Meet on Evaluation Reform for Transformative Higher Education, hosted by Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Aurangabad. With these small introduction of Association of Indian Universities, I now request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly do the lightening of the lamp and pay the floral tributes to Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj and Bharat Ratna Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar's portraits. Thank you. Association of Indian Universities, West Zone Vice Chancellor Meet 2022-2023. For 2 days, for today, 21st and 22nd February 2023, primarily focus and the theme for these 2 days university meet is evaluation reforms for transformative higher education. The event is hosted by Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University. Since its establishment on 23rd of August 1958, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad, has been devoutly striving to strengthen, empower, and transform the nation by inculcating scientific, rational, and innovative research perspectives among the students through the academic disciplines like science and technology, humanities and social sciences, liberal arts, mass communication, etc. The university during last 64 years has produced innumerable scientists, professors, sportspersons, creative artists, writers, thinkers, mathematicians, political leaders, actors, business persons, etc., of national and international repute. This university, which proudly bears the name of the architect of the Constitution of India, Dr. Babasaheb, Bharat Ratna Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, has been continuously working to provide quality education to the Indian and foreign students, especially rural and socially and economically underprivileged students. The research by the faculty of the university in the domains of science and technology and humanities and social sciences has obtained national and international recognition. The university in recent times has achieved the prestigious status at national level as one of the prominent educational institutions through its remarkable contribution in various academic disciplines. Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University has more than 46 academic departments on the campus, besides 10 departments on Osmanabad sub-campus and more than 464 affiliated colleges in the districts of Osmanabad, Beed, Jalna, and Aurangabad, imparting education to the population of around 3 lakh students. The university recently has been awarded re-accredited with A grade by the NAC, which in itself is the evidence of quality, excellence, and academic superiority. The NIRF ranking of the university is 83rd in the country with a score of 42.59 in the year 2022. The UGC has recognized CPEPA in rural development to Department of Economics, Sociology, and Political Science. The university has achieved first state-level award for energy conservation in 2017. The university enjoys the status of first university to implement Jal Yukta University. Chemistry, physics, computer science, and chemical technology are DST and FIST funded departments of the campus. The university has ranked 21st by India Today and 37th by the Week among top Indian universities. Among the top Indian universities in 2017. The university has one of the best knowledge resource centers in the country, comprising 3.86 lakh books, 1.5 lakhs e-journals, and 30 lakh e-books. The university has established Santpeeth, a unique center of knowledge and evolved through the ancient spiritual knowledge systems of India, and also established UGC Model Degree College in Ghansavangi to impart skill-based knowledge to the small town area or Mufassil area for the students. The university has been successfully implementing Earn and Learn scheme since 1979 to support economically underprivileged students. The teachers' fraternity of the university is continuously engaged in the pursuit of the production of knowledge, research, and innovation in order to cater the socio-economic and cultural need of the society. With this introduction of both AIU and Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, we now begin the welcome of our distinguished guests on the dais. To welcome President of AIU, Professor Suranjan Das Sir, President of AIU and VC Jadavpur University, Kolkata, I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Pramod G. Sir, to kindly welcome Professor Suranjan Das Sir. The welcome is done by the saplings and with the memento which highlights the very important Ellora cave. I now request Professor Suranjan Das Sir to kindly welcome Bhaiji Atul Kothari ji, Secretary Shiksha Sanskriti Utthan Nyas. I now request our Pro Vice Chancellor, Shri Shyam Sirsat Sir, Dr. Shyam Sirsat Sir, to kindly welcome Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal ji, Secretary General, Association of Indian Universities, with saplings and memento, which highlights our international heritage UNESCO site, Ellora Caves. I now request our Registrar Sir, Dr. Bhagwandi Sakre Sir, to welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir with a sapling. It's a new tradition we are trying to begin to welcome a guest with a sapling, so the memory shouldn't just remain for the occasion, but last in their gardens itself. Nurturing life through the saplings. Thank you all, sir. West Zone Vice Chancellor Meet is hosted by Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad, for which AIU also would like to thank the organizers, for which Mrs. Pankaj Mittal ma'am, Secretary General AIU, would be giving a token of acknowledgement to Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Pramod G. Sir. And Professor Suranjan Das, President AIU and VC Jadavpur University, Kolkata, is going to give an acknowledgement token to Bhaiji Shri Atul Kothari, Secretary Shiksha Sanskriti Utthan Nyas. Thank you all. We now begin this welcome address. For welcome address, we'll be inviting Professor Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir Pramod G. Sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University of Aurangabad, Professor Yole is Vice Chancellor of our university since 2019 with a huge administrative experience. He is also Vice President of Pharmacy Council of India, Chairman All India Council for Technical Education Board, along with, during his last 4 years tenure, he has also raised and honored the chair of being Vice Chancellors of Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Kalidas Sanskrit Vidyapeeth Ramtek Nagpur, and he's also declared as the India's top 20 eminent honorary Vice Chancellor for the year 2021. With such a graceful welcome, I now request Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir to kindly give the welcome address.
Chief guest of today's function, respected Shri Atul Kothari, Honorable Secretary, Shiksha Sanskriti Utthan NAS, Honorable President of AIU, Professor Suranjan Das, Vice President of AIU, Professor J.D. Sharma, Secretary General, Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, other office bearers of Association of Indian Universities, or delegate vice chancellors, invitees, guests, representatives of print and electronic media, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to each one of you. It is my immense pleasure to welcome you all to the inaugural ceremony of the 2 days AIU West Zone Vice Chancellors Meet 2023. At the outset, I am thankful to AIU for giving us an opportunity to hold this meet. I would like to take this opportunity to extend a special welcome to all Vice Chancellors who have traveled from different parts of the country to be with us today. We appreciate your presence and look forward to working with you to create a transformative impact on higher education in India. I must extend our profound gratitude to Honorable Shri Bhaiji Atulji Kothari for kind gracing the opening ceremony of this high-level event. I also remember with gratitude Shri Bhaiji for his kind favor to us in past as well. I am equally thankful to all the sponsors, advertisers, and delegates. Friend, we have all assembled here today in the historic city of Aurangabad in the state of Maharashtra. Amidst this invigorating ambience to sustain momentum and explore ways to develop a common interest in globalization and development of education. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University is happy to hold this mega event, and I am really overwhelmed addressing such a galaxy of academicians as a Vice Chancellor of this historical university. As it is informed, since its establishment on 23rd August 1958, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad, has been devoutly striving to strengthen, empower, and transform the nation by including scientific, rational, innovative research perspective among the students through the academic disciplines like science and technology, humanities and social sciences, liberal arts, mass communication, etc. The university during last 60 years has produced innumerable scientists, professors, sports persons, creative artists, writers, thinkers, mathematicians, political leaders, actors, business persons, etc. of a national and international repute. This university, which proudly bears the name of the architect of the Constitution of India, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, has been continuously working to provide quality education to the Indian and foreign students, especially rural and socially and economically backward students. The research by the faculty of the university in the domain of science and technology and humanities and social sciences has obtained national and international recognition. In recent times, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University has achieved prestigious status at a national level as one of the prominent educational institutions due to its remarkable contribution in various academic disciplines. The university is spread across 725-acre land, boasting a picturesque background of hills embedded with Aurangabad caves in its main campus. It has 46 academic departments of the different disciplines in this campus and a 22-acre sub-campus at Usmanabad, which is around 300 kilometers from this place with 10 academic departments, a marine research station at Ratnagiri on the west coast, a model college at Gansavangi, and recently established Santapet at Paitan district, Aurangabad. More than 464 affiliated colleges in the district of Usmanabad, Bed, Jalna, Aurangabad impart to a population of this theme is utmost importance as it aims to explore ways to reform the evaluation system in order to make it more student-centric and to foster critical thinking, innovation, and creativity. The event will discuss the role of technology in evaluation, new assessment methods, and best practices that universities can adopt. With the demand of rapid changing globalized economy, the higher education sector in India is going through a transformation stage. The current space of accelerated growth in certain sectors, primarily services, places tremendous pressure on the need of human resources to keep up with momentum and the speed change and growth. The challenges of higher education system in the country is to create a skilled resource from its young population and to unleash their potential to take on the baton of change and growth. In turn, the government has a key role to play in providing adequate and high quality education. In India, examinations play a vital role and are a deciding factor in the career choice of students, their ability to pursue the right higher qualifications and determine their knowledge. The global competitive forces and a wave of disruptions in the industry have brought sweeping change in terms of skill requirement and the decision-making capabilities of the workforce, thereby exerting tremendous pressure to perform in the complex situation. However, the assessment of students currently existing in the university system is a matter of concern of all. In the past years, so many committees have been established to improve the examination system, and they have recommended changes to the examination system. However, the same pattern exists in terms of final examination, which is used as a standard or determinant of the fate of millions of students, rendering the suggested changes to have a little or minimal impact. The end of term examination in many cases lasts for 3 hours and is the only tool used to decide the future of career of students. The current examination system tests memory learning skills, while demands from professions require students to not only possess information, but also apply it to every situation, whether routine or complex. This puts pressure on the students to perform the best their abilities. While memory learning may be required, it is not adequate for performing in the challenging environment that currently exists. There is a need to assess application skill or higher order skills like analysis, creation, evaluation, etc. Standardization of assessment has its flaws. As every student differs in their intellect and ability, and as such, a one-size-fits-all approach to the measurement fails to identify the genuine abilities and the potential of students. Friends, as a Vice Chancellors, we understand the importance of having an effective evaluation system in place to assess the performance of our student, faculty, and institution, and to drive continuous improvement. However, our current evaluation system is not keeping pace with the changing times and needs of our students. It is the time for us to embrace new technologies, methodologies, and best practices in evaluation to bring about transformation in higher education sector. At Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, we believe that evaluation process reforms are crucial for transformative higher education that we seek. We are combined to continuous innovation in teaching, learning, research, and evaluation as an integral part of this process. I am confident that this meet will provide a platform for all of us to come together, share our experience and knowledge, and chart the way forward for the evaluation reforms in higher education. I hope this meet will serve as a catalyst for change and inspire us to take action to drive transformative reforms in our institutions. Before I conclude, I would like to inform you that we have made every effort to ensure your comfort during this event by providing the best possible arrangements. However, in the event of any shortcomings, we sincerely apologize in advance for any inconvenience this may cause. Once again, on behalf of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, I extend a warm welcome to all of you, and I wish a productive and enriching experience during the AIU West Zone Vice Chancellor's Meet 22-23. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, sir. We now proceed to the next level and stage of our inaugural session. The next speaker for the inaugural session, West Zone Vice Chancellor Meet for the Evaluation Reforms for Transformative Higher Education, is Secretary General for Association for Indian Universities, Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal. Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General of Association of Indian Universities, is the second woman Secretary General of the association in its 97 years of existence. She has been serving the higher education sector for more than 3 decades at senior positions at the University Grants Commission of India. She is the Chief Commissioner for the Guides of Bharat Scouts and Guides. She is also the Member General and Finance Committee of the Indian Council for Cultural Relations, ICCR, New Delhi. Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal is a Fulbright scholar and has been a topper in MSc and PhD in agricultural statistics from IARI, New Delhi. With a prolific academic career and so much of academic experience, Dr. Mittal has also served as the first regular Vice Chancellor of Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Mahavidyalaya, Haryana, the first rural women university of Northern India for 2 terms. Dr. Mittal is also the recipient of many awards and honors like Fulbright, Nehru Scholarship Grant for Educational Administrators, President of India Award in 2017 for Digital Initiative in Higher Education, Honorary Doctorate, DLET, Honoris Causa from Karnataka State Women's University, Karnataka. She is the first Padam Shri Subhasini Devi Award 2018 for contributions in societal development and community engagement, Kimpro Gold Standard Award for leadership in education for the year 2018, and Srimati Sushma Swaraj Sri Shakti Samman 2020. Dr. Mittal has visited a number of countries like USA, Canada, Mexico, United Kingdom, Japan, Australia, China, South Korea, Spain, Germany, South Africa, Hong Kong, Malaysia, Mauritius, and the Philippines, to name a few. For academic purposes, for presenting papers in international conferences, and for academic exchanges, she visited all these above mentioned and many more of these nations. She has published a number of papers, articles, occasional papers, and reports on issues relating to higher education and women empowerment in national and international journals. With such a prolific profile, we can't wait to hear you, ma'am. We humbly kindly welcome you to give your introductory address.
माननीय अतुल भाई कोठारी जी, जो कि सेक्रेटरी हैं शिक्षा संस्कृति उत्थान न्यास के, Honorable President of AIU, Professor Suranjan Das ji, who is also the Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Dr. Pramod Yavle ji, Honorable Vice President of AIU, Professor G.D. Sharma ji, who is also the Vice Chancellor of USTM University Meghalaya, which will be hosting the National Conference of AIU this year. Respected chairpersons and speakers of various technical sessions. The former presidents of AIU, Professor Sandeep Sancheti is here. Eminent academicians like Professor Marmar Mukhopadhyay is there. Esteemed vice chancellors of various universities who have come from very far off places to attend this conference. Faculty members, deans, heads of the departments who are here for the inaugural session. Media persons, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the AIU West Zone Vice Chancellors Conference, which is being hosted by Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University. Special thanks to Professor Pramod Yavle ji and his entire team for hosting this conference and making these beautiful and very, very comfortable arrangements for all of us. Today is a special day, not only because it is the first day of the West Zone Conference, but also because it is International Mother Day, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मातृभाषा दिवस। और क्योंकि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मातृभाषा दिवस है, तो मुझे लगता है कि मुझे अपना भाषण हिंदी में देना चाहिए। वैसे भी अतुल जी का नारा है कि माँ, मातृभूमि और मातृभाषा का कोई विकल्प नहीं होता, और सचमुच में विकल्प नहीं है। एंड आई ऑल्सो मेक इट ए पॉइंट दैट इफ आई हैव एन ऑडियंस जहाँ पे सब लोग को हिंदी समझ में आती है, तो वहाँ हिंदी में बोलना चाहिए। जहाँ हिंदी समझ में नहीं आती तब मजबूरी है, इंग्लिश में बात करना पड़ता है। पर अगर हिंदी समझ में आती है तो मुझे लगता है नहीं, सॉरी, कोई ऐसा है जिसको हिंदी समझ में नहीं आती है? अगर ऐसा कोई नहीं है तो आई विल स्पीक इन हिंदी। सो ये जो हमारी कॉन्फ्रेंस है वेस्ट जोन की वाइस चांसलर्स कॉन्फ्रेंस, इसका थीम है इवेल्युएशन रिफॉर्म्स फॉर ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव हायर एजुकेशन। ये सब थीम है क्योंकि जो हमने हर साल जो हम कॉन्फ्रेंसेस करते हैं, 6 कॉन्फ्रेंसेस, एक मेन कॉन्फ्रेंस और एक 5 जोनल कॉन्फ्रेंसेस। तो मेन कॉन्फ्रेंस का एक थीम रखते हैं और उसके सब थीम्स रहते हैं 5 जोनल कॉन्फ्रेंसेस में, विच कल्मिनेट इनटू एंड विच गिव इनपुट इनटू द मेन कॉन्फ्रेंस। तो हमारी मेन कॉन्फ्रेंस का थीम था ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव एजुकेशन फॉर आत्मनिर्भर भारत। आत्मनिर्भर भारत को बनाने के लिए एजुकेशन में क्या ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन चाहिए, किस तरह की ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव एजुकेशन चाहिए। तो हमने 5 जोनल कॉन्फ्रेंसेस की थी। एक किया था हमने इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन पे, नॉर्थ जोन पे। एक किया था हमने इस पे करिकुलम क्या होना चाहिए, क्योंकि जब भी हम ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव एजुकेशन की बात करते हैं तो सबसे पहला ये होता है कि करिकुलम में क्या क्या चेंजेस आनी चाहिए, फिर उसके बाद उसको पढ़ाना कैसा चाहिए, पैडागोजी पे। तो एक कॉन्फ्रेंस हमने पैडागोजी पे की। फिर रिसर्च इकोसिस्टम कैसे तैयार किया जाए यूनिवर्सिटीज में, तो एक कॉन्फ्रेंस हमने रिसर्च पे की। और ये जो 5वीं जोनल कॉन्फ्रेंस है, ये हमने असेसमेंट एंड इवैल्यूएशन पे की है कि असेसमेंट एंड इवैल्यूएशन यूनिवर्सिटीज में कैसे किया जाए कि बच्चों को ठीक तरह से उनका आकलन हो, ठीक तरह से उनको हम परख सके कि हाँ सचमुच में उन्होंने जो पढ़ा है उनको समझ में आया है या सिर्फ हम उनकी रटने की कैपेसिटी को इवैल्यूएट कर रहे हैं। दूर करो, क्लोज करो, सॉरी। पर बिफोर आई कम टू द थीम ऑफ द कॉन्फ्रेंस, उससे पहले एक बार थोड़ा सा AIU के बारे में बताना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि AIU में बहुत सारे नए मेंबर्स हमारे ज्वाइन करते रहते हैं एज वाइस चांसलर्स। एंड दूसरी हमारी जिम्मेवारी है कि हमने पिछले साल, बिकॉज वी एन एसोसिएशन, यू ऑल आर मेंबर्स ऑफ AIU, तो हमारी ये जिम्मेवारी है कि आपको बताया कि हमने पिछले साल में क्या क्या अच्छे काम किए। और अभी एक AIU बिजनेस सेशन होगा, उसमें हम आपसे सजेशंस भी लेंगे कि आप क्या चाहते हैं कि हम और क्या करें AIU में, जिससे हायर एजुकेशन का इन जनरल एंड यूनिवर्सिटीज का इन पर्टिकुलर क्या क्या बेनिफिट या क्या क्या हेल्प हो सकती है। तो अभी हमारी AIU इज द वर्ल्ड्स लार्जेस्ट एसोसिएशन ऑफ यूनिवर्सिटीज, क्योंकि कोई भी इवन जो इंटरनेशनल एसोसिएशन ऑफ यूनिवर्सिटीज है, एसोसिएशन ऑफ कॉमनवेल्थ यूनिवर्सिटीज है, जहाँ पे बहुत सारे देशों की यूनिवर्सिटीज मेंबर्स हैं, उनसे भी बड़ी सिर्फ एक हमारी भारत की AIU है, जिसमें 931 मेंबर्स हैं। एंड दिस इज द लार्जेस्ट एंड द सेकंड ओल्डेस्ट एसोसिएशन ऑफ द वर्ल्ड। हमसे पुरानी एसोसिएशन ऑफ कॉमनवेल्थ यूनिवर्सिटीज है, बट उसके बाद हमारी 1925 में वी हैव बीन, मतलब करीब 100 साल होने वाले हमें 2 साल के अंदर अंदर, 98 ईयर्स हो गए। एंड जो हमारे प्रेसिडेंट्स रहे हैं उनमें जो नाम है, जो गिने चुने, मतलब कुछ नाम मैं बोलूंगी, वो है सर्वपल्ली डॉक्टर राधा कृष्णन जी, डॉक्टर श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी, डॉक्टर जाकिर हुसैन, डॉक्टर श्री माली। तो इस तरह के दिग्गज लोग AIU के प्रेसिडेंट रहे हैं। तो दैट टेल्स द स्टैंडिंग ऑफ AIU की हाउ इम्पोर्टेंट द AIU इज। और जो ये हमारी मेंबरशिप है 931, इसमें सभी तरह की यूनिवर्सिटीज है। कई बार लोगों को लगता है कि सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटीज नहीं है या प्राइवेट नहीं है, तो इसमें सब तरह की यूनिवर्सिटीज है। 46 सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटीज हमारी मेंबर्स हैं, 376 स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटीज मेंबर्स हैं, 118 डीम्ड यूनिवर्सिटीज मेंबर हैं, 318 प्राइवेट स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटीज मेंबर्स हैं, और 58 INIs, मतलब IITs, NITs वगैरह, ये 58 है। और एसोसिएट मेंबर्स जो इंटरनेशनल मेंबर्स हैं वो 15 हैं। और काम हम करते हैं, जो करते हैं कि यूथ अफेयर्स, लाइक यूथ फेस्टिवल्स करते हैं पूरे देश में, जिससे कि मैं इस हिसाब से बोलना चाह रही हूँ कि हम जो AIU जुड़ा हुआ है सिर्फ वाइस चांसलर्स के साथ नहीं, बच्चों के साथ, फैकल्टी के साथ, नॉन टीचिंग स्टाफ के साथ और वाइस चांसलर सबके साथ जुड़ा हुआ है। और कैसे कैसे जुड़ा हुआ है उसके बारे में बताना चाहती हूँ। तो बच्चों के साथ जो जुड़ाव की मैं बात करी थी कि हम यूथ फेस्टिवल्स करते हैं जोनल लेवल पे, नेशनल लेवल पे, इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे। पिछले साल से हमने 2 नए आयाम इसमें जोड़े हैं। AIU मूड कोर्ट कॉम्पिटिशन, जो पिछली बार हुआ था नेशनल लॉ यूनिवर्सिटी पटियाला में, और इस पर ही होगा सिस्टर निवेदिता यूनिवर्सिटी कैलकाटा में। और एक हमने जोड़ा है AIU विमेन यूथ पार्लियामेंट। पिछली बार हो नहीं पाया था कोविड की वजह से, तो पहला AIU विमेन यूथ पार्लियामेंट होगा डॉक्टर हरि सिंह गौड़ यूनिवर्सिटी सागर में 14 नवंबर को। तो अगर आपके बच्चे उसमें पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे तो बहुत अच्छा रहेगा कि सारी यूनिवर्सिटीज के बच्चे उस विमेन यूथ पार्लियामेंट में पार्टिसिपेट करें। स्पोर्ट्स में हमारे, अगेन ये तो आपको मालूम होगा मोस्टली कि जोनल, नेशनल, इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे हमारी गेम्स रहती हैं। और खेलो इंडिया यूनिवर्सिटी गेम्स जो पिछले 2 साल से नया शुरू हुआ है, पहला खेलो इंडिया यूनिवर्सिटी गेम्स कीट यूनिवर्सिटी में था, दूसरा जैन यूनिवर्सिटी बेंगलोर में था, और दोनों बार ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने इसको इनॉग्रेट किया था। तीसरा खेलो इंडिया यूनिवर्सिटी गेम्स होगा लखनऊ में। यहाँ भी मेरी आप सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप एक बार देखने जरूर आइए कि खेलो इंडिया यूनिवर्सिटी गेम्स होती कैसे हैं। मतलब आपको खुद को प्राउड फील होगा कि हमारे बच्चे इतना अच्छा खेल रहे हैं और इस ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म पे खेल रहे हैं, ऐसा लगेगा जैसे कि आप किसी ओलंपिक्स के उसमें आ गए। मतलब बहुत ही अच्छे लेवल पे वो गेम्स होती है। तो हम सब लोगों को लेटर भी लिखते हैं, मतलब सारी यूनिवर्सिटीज को चिट्ठी लिखते हैं, सब वाइस चांसलर्स को, कि आप जरूर आइए खेलो इंडिया यूनिवर्सिटी गेम्स देखने। तो आप आइएगा जरूर। इस बार जो टोक्यो ओलंपिक्स हुआ था उसमें 44 ओलंपियंस जो पार्टिसिपेट करने गए थे वो हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी गेम्स के थ्रू ही गए थे, तो इसलिए बहुत अच्छी गेम्स हैं। इक्विवेलेंस ऑफ फॉरेन डिग्रीज विद इंडियन डिग्रीज, ये मैंडेट हमें भारत सरकार ने दिया है कि हम इक्वेट करेंगे कि कोई भी फॉरेन यूनिवर्सिटी होल्डर अगर इंडिया में आता है, उसको किसी सरकारी जॉब के लिए अप्लाई करना है या से यूपीएससी लिखना है, नेट एग्जामिनेशन लिखना है या हायर एजुकेशन के लिए आगे बढ़ना है, तो उसको एक इक्विवेलेंट सर्टिफिकेट दिया जाएगा कि उसकी क्वालिफिकेशन इंडियन क्वालिफिकेशन की इक्विवेलेंट है, और ये पावर दी गई है AIU को। इसके साथ ही अब तो जो इंडियन स्कूल बोर्ड्स है, अगर कुछ यूनिवर्सिटीज ऐसी हैं जहाँ पे जो स्कूल बोर्ड्स चलाती हैं, तो जो इंडियन स्कूल बोर्ड्स हैं उसकी इक्विवेलेंस की पावर भी अभी पिछले साल ही AIU को मिली है। थोड़ी सी रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूंगी आप लोगों से, AIU का एक पोर्टल बनाया है हमने, पूरी AIU की सारी सर्विसेज को कंप्यूटराइज कर रहे हैं, तो AIU पोर्टल में अपनी इंफॉर्मेशन जरूर डालिए। एक AIU हैंडबुक है जो कि मोटे मोटे 3-4 वॉल्यूम्स में आती है, और वो ऐसी बुक है जो कि सारी इंटरनेशनल जो एजेंसीज हैं वो UGC के पास नहीं जाती हैं, वो AIU की हैंडबुक में देखती हैं कि कौन सी यूनिवर्सिटी कितनी अच्छी है और उसके पास क्या क्या फैसिलिटीज हैं। तो AIU के हैंडबुक को भी हमने इस बार कंप्यूटराइज किया है। तो आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि, और ये हैंडबुक 4 साल में एक बार आती है, इस समय बन रही है, मार्च तक इसमें बस इंफॉर्मेशन डाल सकते हैं, उसके बाद अगर आपने नहीं डाली तो फिर आपका नंबर 4 साल बाद आएगा और आपका यूनिवर्सिटी का जो पेज है ना, पेज रहेगा वो ब्लैंक पेज रहेगा। तो इसलिए ये जरूरी है कि आप लोग अपनी अपनी इंफॉर्मेशन AIU पोर्टल में जरूर डालें, जो कि हैंडबुक का पोर्टल है, प्लस सीनियरिटी पोर्टल। वाइस चांसलर्स कई बार अपनी सीनियरिटी नहीं भरते, तो कई बार ऐसा होता है कि हमें GC की मेंबरशिप में सीनियरिटी से रखना पड़ता है, जोन वाइज कौन कौन सीनियर वाइस चांसलर्स है। हमारे प्रेसिडेंट और वाइस प्रेसिडेंट जो है सीनियरिटी से बनते हैं, तो अगर आप अपनी सीनियरिटी नहीं भरेंगे उसमें, सीनियरिटी मींस नंबर ऑफ इयर्स सर्व्ड एज वाइस चांसलर इन एनी यूनिवर्सिटी, तो वो अगर आप नहीं भरेंगे तो हमें थोड़ी सी दिक्कत होगी कि हम कैसे आपको चुने अपनी गवर्निंग काउंसिल की मेंबरशिप के लिए। इसके अलावा जो 2-3 नए काम किए हैं वो किए हैं कि एक इन्हीं करके बनाया है हमने, इंडियन नेटवर्क ऑफ इंटरनेशनल हायर एजुकेशन। ये उन यूनिवर्सिटीज के लिए बनाया है जिनको इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन करना है, मतलब मन है करने का, उनको पता नहीं कि करना कैसे है, किससे मिलें, कैसे कोलैबोरेट करें, किससे बात करें, शुरुआत कैसे करें इंटरनेशनल ऑफिस की, शुरुआत कैसे करें पार्टनरशिप की। तो उसके लिए हमने एक नेटवर्क बनाया, इंडियन नेटवर्क ऑफ इंटरनेशनल हायर एजुकेशन। तो जो भी यूनिवर्सिटीज उसका हिस्सा बनना चाहती हैं वो बनिए, जिससे कि आपको इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन में हमसे अगर कोई हेल्प चाहिए तो हम देंगे। इसी तरह AIU कंसल्टेंसी पोर्टल बनाया है, उसमें आप दोनों तरीके से हेल्प कर सकते हैं। आपकी यूनिवर्सिटी में अगर कोई ऐसे लोग हैं या आप खुद हैं जो कि कंसल्टेंट बनना चाहते हैं, तो उसमें कंसल्टेंट की तरह एनरोल करिए। अगर आप चाहते हैं कि आपकी यूनिवर्सिटी को कोई कंसल्टेंसी चाहिए, लाइक कभी कभी यूनिवर्सिटीज को यूनिवर्सिटी इंडस्ट्री इंटरेक्शन के लिए चाहिए, या NIRF के लिए चाहिए, या NAC के लिए चाहिए, या SDG इम्प्लीमेंट के लिए चाहिए, NEP के इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए चाहिए, तो ये सारी कंसल्टेंसी हम AIU के थ्रू, उस कंसल्टेंसी पोर्टल के थ्रू आपको दे सकते हैं। और तीसरी जो इम्पोर्टेंट चीज जो हमने पिछले साल शुरू की है वो है AADC, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव एंड एकेडमिक डेवलपमेंट सेंटर्स। तो ये 10 सेंटर हमने बनाए हैं पूरे देश में, जिसमें कि टीचर्स को ये ट्रेनिंग दी जाएगी कि टेक्नोलॉजी को कैसे इस्तेमाल करना है टीचिंग लर्निंग के लिए, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर्स को ये ट्रेनिंग दी जाएगी कि कैसे टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करना है गवर्नेंस ऑफ द यूनिवर्सिटीज के लिए। तो ये बहुत अच्छे सेंटर्स हैं, आप अपने टीचर्स को भी भेजिए, और अगर आप ऐसा सेंटर खोलना चाहते हैं तो AIU को भेजिए, रिक्वेस्ट करिए, हम आपकी यूनिवर्सिटी में भी ऐसा सेंटर खोल सकते हैं। तो ये तो था कुछ हमारी AIU के बारे में। कमिंग टू दिस, आज की जो कॉन्फ्रेंस है, आपको मालूम होगा कि हर साल हम इस तरह की कॉन्फ्रेंसेस करते हैं। पिछले साल की कॉन्फ्रेंस थी कि SDGs को कैसे इम्प्लीमेंट करें मेन कॉन्फ्रेंस में उसकी एक बुकलेट लॉन्च की जाएगी। पूरी कॉन्फ्रेंस पिछले साल हमने इस पे की थी कि रियलाइजिंग एसडीजीज थ्रू HEIs, मतलब एसडीजीज 17 के 17, नॉट ओनली SDG 4 which relates to education, but all the 17 SDGs, how can universities contribute in realizing those SDGs? और हमने हर एक SDG के लिए क्या उसका करंट स्टेटस है, क्या उसमें कर सकते हैं, क्या यूनिवर्सिटीज कर सकती हैं, क्या गवर्नमेंट को करना चाहिए, पूरी एक बुकलेट है, मतलब पूरी एक रिपोर्ट टाइप है। वो आपको हम रिलीज करेंगे मेन कॉन्फ्रेंस में, वहां आपको उसकी कॉपी दी भी जाएगी। और इसके अलावा उससे पहले हमने किया था कि इम्प्लीमेंट कैसे किया जाए NEP को। उससे पिछले साल किया था रीइमेजिनिंग इंडियन यूनिवर्सिटीज को, और इस साल का है ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव हायर एजुकेशन फॉर आत्मनिर्भर भारत। जो ये सेशन है कि इवैल्यूएशन रिफॉर्म्स किए जाए, इसमें तीन एस्पेक्ट्स पे हम यहाँ पे चर्चा करेंगे। पहला तो ये कि कंटिन्यूअस असेसमेंट एंड इवैल्यूएशन। आपने ये देखा है कि मोस्टली यूनिवर्सिटीज में 3 घंटे का जो एग्जामिनेशन होता है आफ्टर द सेमेस्टर, दैट इज अ वे टू असेस एंड इवैल्यूएट द स्टूडेंट्स। वो 3 घंटे का एग्जामिनेशन आपने देखा कोविड में कितना मुश्किल था उसको होल्ड करना, ना हम ऑनलाइन कर पा रहे थे ना ऑफलाइन कर पा रहे थे। और इसके अलावा मतलब NEP को अगर आप देखें तो NEP पे लिखा हुआ है कि दिस इज नॉट द बेस्ट वे ऑफ असेसिंग एंड इवैल्यूएटिंग द स्टूडेंट्स, क्योंकि 3 घंटे का जो एग्जामिनेशन है उसमें बच्चे को ठीक तरह से असेस नहीं कर पाते। तो कंटिन्यूअस असेसमेंट एंड इवैल्यूएशन कैसे किया जाए, एंड मल्टीपल वेज से, बी इट प्रोजेक्ट्स, एक्टिविटीज, असाइनमेंट्स, फेस टू फेस इंटरव्यूज, ग्रुप डिस्कशन, आई मीन देयर आर मल्टीपल वेज ऑफ इवैल्यूएटिंग द स्टूडेंट्स। तो कैसे उनको इस्तेमाल किया जाए फॉर कंटिन्यूअस असेसमेंट एंड इवैल्यूएशन, इस पे एक सेशन में चर्चा रहेगी। दूसरा, आफ्टर कोविड देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ एम्फेसिस ऑन टेक्नोलॉजी, कि टेक्नोलॉजी को कैसे इस्तेमाल किया जाए, नॉट ओनली इन टीचिंग बट ऑल्सो ऑन असेसमेंट एंड इवैल्यूएशन। तो कैसे टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करना है, हमने जो पिछली वाली कॉन्फ्रेंस है उसमें ये भी यूज किया था कि टेक्नोलॉजी को कैसे यूज करना है फॉर पर्सनलाइज टीचिंग। अगर क्लास में 100 बच्चे हैं तो हर बच्चे का अगर अलग अलग समझ का लेवल है, तो उसको कैसे AI को यूज करके हर बच्चे को उसकी समझ के हिसाब से नेक्स्ट लेसन जाएगा, इस पर चर्चा की थी। इसी तरह कैसे टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करना है असेसमेंट एंड इवैल्यूएशन के लिए, ये एक चर्चा रहेगी, पूरा एक सेशन रहेगा इसमें। और तीसरा, जब भी हम कोई रिफॉर्म्स लाते हैं हायर एजुकेशन सिस्टम में, वेदर इट इज इन टीचिंग पेडागोजी और असेसमेंट इवैल्यूएशन, तो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट होता है कि टीचर्स की कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग करना, टीचर्स को ट्रेन करना कि वो उस रिफॉर्म को आत्मसात कर सकें, उस रिफॉर्म को यूज कर सकें। तो कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग पे हम उतना ध्यान नहीं देते हैं, तो हमारा एक सेशन रहेगा कि कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग, क्योंकि अभी हमने पीछे जब कोरोना हुआ तो बहुत यूनिवर्सिटीज ने किया ओपन बुक एग्जामिनेशन, और ओपन बुक एग्जामिनेशन का क्वेश्चन पेपर कैसे सेट करना है ये टीचर्स को नहीं आता था। तो उसको कैसे ट्रेन करना है टीचर्स को, नॉट ओनली फॉर ओपन बुक एग्जामिनेशन बट ऑल्सो फॉर यूज ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी और यूज ऑफ कंटिन्यूअस असेसमेंट एंड इवैल्यूएशन टूल्स, जो कि बिल्कुल अलग तरीके के जो हम अभी तक यूज करते रहे हैं उससे। तो इन तीन तरह के मेन सेशंस रहेंगे इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में। और जो कॉन्फ्रेंस की जो डेलिब्रेशंस हैं उसकी जो रिपोर्ट है वी विल शेयर इट विद द UGC, विद द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, सो दैट आने वाले समय में ये पॉलिसी रिफॉर्म्स की तरह सामने आए। तो इन सब का डिटेलिंग मेन कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी होगा कि क्या क्या हमने 5 कॉन्फ्रेंसेस में किया, ये सब डिटेलिंग उसमें भी होगा। सो आई फील कि बहुत अच्छा सेशन रहेगा, हमारे बहुत अच्छे स्पीकर्स हैं आज, एंड आप सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि इसको कॉन्फ्रेंस को सक्सेसफुल बनाइए। ऑल द बेस्ट टू द ऑर्गेनाइजर्स, ऑल द स्पीकर्स, थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक्स फॉर लिसनिंग टू मी सो पेशेंटली, थैंक यू।
धन्यवाद मैम। जैसा कि मैम ने पहले ही कहा, आज हम लोग पूरे वैश्विक स्तर पर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मातृभाषा दिवस मना रहे हैं, और ये हमारे लिए सौभाग्य की बात है कि आज भारतीय विश्वविद्यालय संकुल की इस बैठक में हम मातृभाषा को भी संबोधित करेंगे। इसके लिए आज हमारे पास जैसा आप सभी देख सकते हैं, मंच के दाएं पर एक हस्ताक्षर के लिए एक पैड रखा गया है। आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि जब चाय का समय होगा तो आप सब अपने अपने हस्ताक्षर हिंदी भाषा में या अपनी स्वयं की मातृभाषा में, आज हम सब हमारे लिए बहुत खुशी की बात है कि भारत भर से विभिन्न क्षेत्रों से लोग और माननीय कुलपति महोदय लोग आए हुए हैं। अपनी अपनी मातृभाषा में हम सभी उस रखे हुए पैड पर अपने हस्ताक्षर करेंगे। आप सभी को पुनः एक बार अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मातृभाषा दिवस की बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। इसी इनॉग्रल सेशन को आगे बढ़ाते हुए I now will be requesting a presidential address by Professor Suranjan Das. Being a history faculty myself, Professor Das is one of the giants of history professors, and we have learned so much through his writings and excellent expertise in history. I will be now introducing Professor Das. Professor Suranjan Das, who is President of Association of Indian Universities and Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University, Kolkata, is currently the Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University. He was earlier Professor of History at the University of Calcutta and served the same university as its Vice Chancellor for the period between 2008 and 2015. Professor Das is also Honorary Visiting Professor at the University of Exeter, a graduate of Presidency College, Kolkata. Professor Das has distinguished academic record, securing first position in BA, History Honors, and MA, History of the University, History in the University of Calcutta. Thereafter, he received his DPhil degree from Oxford University, England. He specializes in South Asian history and politics, especially identity politics, socio-cultural transformation, and nation building. He has authored 6 monographs, co-authored 4 books, co-edited 6 volumes, and 2 volumes, and published 34 articles in refereed journals and edited volumes, which are widely cited. He has been associated with research projects funded by such international bodies as the British Council, Wellcome Trust, Leverhulme Research Foundation, and Frederick Stiftung. He was a recipient of the USIS International Visitorship Program. He successfully completed prestigious collaborative projects with 2 British institutions, one with King's College London on mapping domestic drivers of Indian foreign policy, and other with the University of Hull on From Periphery to the Center, federalization of the Indian foreign policy making process. Professor Das was a distinguished fellow of Australia India Institute, University of Melbourne, honorary professor at the Hull University, a visiting professor at the British Academy in 2000, and a visiting scholar, among others at Maison des Arts de la Home, Paris, Marshall Center. Reforms and transformative higher education. I humbly now welcome Professor Das to please deliver his presidential address.
Honorable Shri Atul Kothari ji, esteemed Vice Chancellor of Dr Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Professor Pramod Govinda Yulji, esteemed Dr Pankaj Mittal, under whose leadership the AIU is reaching new heights, esteemed Vice President of AIU, Dr G.D. Sharma, who is playing a crucial role in ensuring the dynamism of AIU and who will be hosting the annual AIU Meet, and we all do look forward to welcoming you there. My esteemed Vice Chancellor colleagues, which include my honorable predecessor at AIU, Professor Sancheti, who had effectively steered the organization and under whose presidency I had the proud privilege to serve as the governing board council member of the AIU. And of course, my esteemed colleagues and compatriots from the host university. Could I first say a very big thank you to the Vice Chancellor of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University for hosting this current West Zone meet. And on my own behalf and on behalf of the AIU, could I express my sincere and deep gratitude to you for the warm hospitality and excellent arrangements that you have accorded to us, and there is no need to worry. Thank you very much indeed. We are also indeed very, very grateful to Atulji for being with us today, and we do look forward to hearing his address, which would, I'm sure, would be extremely exciting and illuminating. Friends, could I start where the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar University ended? And this is with a general assertion. The assertion being, higher education has established itself as a major driver for human progress, both as a creator of knowledge economy and as a generator of socio-economic development. And in the sustenance of academic excellence, the issue of evaluation and assessment of students, as Dr. Mittal, an Honorable Vice Chancellor of this university, has stressed, the assessment of students is of crucial importance. This is particularly so when higher education institutions in India are becoming more diversified, as they experience massive expansion and wider participation, as the teaching learning become interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary, as they cope with more integrated and disruptive technologies, as they address internationalization of higher education, as they confront new modes of governance, and as the presence of private capital in higher education assumes new proportions. As early as 1948, the Radhakrishnan Commission had aptly noted, and I quote, "If we are to suggest one single reform in university education, it should be that of examination," unquote. What was reminded by Dr. Radhakrishnan as early as 1948 is becoming more relevant today than any other time. Certainly, the education commissions from Radhakrishnan Commission to Mudaliar, Kothari and Joshpal commissions, as well as the National Policy on Education of 1986, and significantly, the recent NEP 2020, have proposed examination reforms, and many of them have certainly been adopted. Semester system, choice-based credit system, grading instead of marking, continuous assessment, using technology for assessment have been introduced in one form or other, thus making a fundamental departure from the traditional paper and pen-based examination system. And we have distinguished panels, which includes such veteran experts as Professor Marmar Mukherjee, as Professor Pillai, the former Vice Chairman of UGC, with whom I had the opportunity to work as a member of the UGC, and of course, Professor Sanchati, to discuss today and tomorrow how these processes can be further sharpened. But I'll take a few minutes at my disposal to drive home 2 or 3 fundamentals for the kind consideration of this distinguished house. Now, how do we define assessment? As I see it, assessment is a systematic process of collecting information about the student's progress towards goals. But this process can only be scientifically accomplished if teaching, learning, and assessment can be integrated and become non-dissoluble components. Unfortunately, this is not yet a general reality in India. Learning in India still remains a mechanical process of acquiring skills, and teaching largely tends to be oriented towards examinations. To break this cycle, we need to have curriculum flexibility to take into account student mobility and eradicate examinations as a cause of fear and tensions for students. At the same time, continuous evaluation, I believe, should incorporate both scholastic and non-scholastic aspects of education spread over the total span of instructional time. We need to develop question banks which teachers can use for setting questions and which students can utilize for their own drill and practice. This can ensure what in modern discourse is called participatory approach in evaluation. In other words, the notion of assessment, as I see it, need to be viewed not only as assessment of students, but assessment should play many roles. For example, from a learner's perspective, there can be three main roles of assessment: choose, learn, and qualify. Assessment data enables learners to choose a particular course or program and enable them to identify their own progress and difficulties. From the organizational context, the assessment exercise should provide teachers and administrators new entry points to monitor the learning path of students, track the effective function of subsystems, and introduce accountability in administration. The National Education Policy 2020, which has fortunately put Indian higher education after a gap of 37 long years in a transformative mode, has also introduced new notions in teaching learning process, which have posed challenges to the existing evaluation process. For example, we are now talking of the learning outcome-based education and assessment. And this underlines the significance of curating a clear picture of what is important for students to be able to do and organize the curriculum and assessment to make sure that learning ultimately happens. This learning outcome-based education assessment, which NEP is emphasizing, thus requires first, definition of exit outcomes through participation process of stakeholders. Secondly, it requires redefinition of performance and standards on actual regular student learning levels. Thirdly, it entails constant redesigning of curriculum on the basis of continuous assessment of student abilities of competence. Learning outcome-based education, which the NEP 2020 proposes, is thus a student-centric approach that calls for assessment of a student's performance based on predetermined set of outcomes. Here, a distinction exists between assessment for learning and assessment of learning. Learning outcome-based education accordingly accounts for supporting learning, that is formative assessment, certifying the achievement of individuals, that is summative assessment, and evaluating the quality of educational programs, that is evaluative assessment. And all these are interrelated. Are we prepared for such an evolutionary assessment process? Perhaps not. We need to deliberate on this. And the AIU has provided us with a platform for this. There are some other aspects of the proposed transformative mode of our higher education, which will also have a direct bearing on the modus operandi of assessment. A, we need to unpack the UG course in tune with multiple entry and exit system to ensure mobility from classroom to workroom and vice versa. And at the same time, we have to be a part of the academic bank of credit. Are all of us prepared for this? Perhaps not. We need to urgently address this issue. B, we have to adjust ourselves with the transfer of credits, both at national and international levels. We have to adjust ourselves with the rights of students to pursue dual degree programs, which NEP is advocating. We have to adjust ourselves with such technology-based processes as synchronous learning, blended learning, collaborative learning, and flipped classroom learning. Have all of us been able to tune ourselves, to tune our assessment in consonance with these notions? Perhaps not. We need to deliberate on it. At the same time, when we have initiated the process of decolonization of the knowledge system, and when we are trying to unfold the indigenous knowledge system, teaching learning process in vernacular also needs to be strengthened, a point stressed by none other than the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi. Significantly, as Dr. Mittal reminded us, today is a Matribhasha Divas, which was a turning point in the history of
वीडियो चालू कर दो आइए हटा दो इधर ठीक है आगे से म्यूट हो गई, आवाज तो बंद ही रहने दो, है ना? आवाज बंद ही रहने
उनको लेके जाना मैडम को।
वो आपके साथ जो मैं तो डाइनिंग में जाके आ रही हूँ।
आवाज आना बंद हो गई है।
अच्छा, आगे से दिक्कत है इसलिए खुद बोल रहे हैं। ये भी होस्ट वही है।
स्पीच की आवाज आना बंद हो गई है।
सब बोल रहे हैं।
We restructure our assessment process in this context of the chat GPT. The people in the West are already trying to meet this challenge, and we have to tune ourselves to this. I hope the platform that the AIU has provided will address this issue. Distinguished friends, may I? Evaluation of students should be, and I quote from a leading expert in the field. The quote runs as follows: making our expectations explicit and public, setting appropriate criteria and expectations for learning quality, systematically gathering, analyzing, and interpreting evidence to determine how well performance matches those expectations and standards, and using the resulting information to document, explain, and improve performance, unquote. Let this quote be the driving force of this meet. I'm sure that this meet will be fruitful and provocative. Thank you very much indeed.
थैंक्स लॉट सर, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। सर ने परीक्षण और मूल्यमापन के बहुत ही नायाब तरीके से हमें ये समझाने की कोशिश की कि ये विद्यापीठीय संकुल और कुलपतियों की मीट में इस पूरे विषय को लेकर और भी अधिक चर्चा आने वाले टेक्निकल सेशंस में होगी। अब हम अध्यक्षीय भाषण के लिए प्रमुख अतिथि भाई जी श्री अतुल कोठारी जी को निमंत्रित करेंगे। अतुल कोठारी जी सचिव हैं शिक्षा संस्कृति उत्थान न्यास के। उनका कुछ संक्षिप्त
जब आपको लगे बोलना हो तो यहाँ से आप बोलिए, ठीक?
भारत की सबसे आज के संदर्भ में भारतीय शिक्षण पद्धति के सबसे जाने माने व्यक्तित्व हैं, पर उनके संक्षिप्त परिचय के बारे में थोड़ा सा। शिक्षा संस्कृति उत्थान न्यास नई दिल्ली के वे राष्ट्रीय सचिव हैं। शिक्षा के विभिन्न विषयों के विशेषज्ञ के रूप में देश के विभिन्न विश्वविद्यालयों एवं शैक्षिक संस्थाओं से उनके संबंध हैं। भारतीय भाषा मंच एवं भारतीय भाषा अभियान के संरक्षक के रूप में आज उन्हें पूरा भारत जानता है। शिक्षा स्वास्थ्य न्यास एवं दक्षिणा फाउंडेशन के वह संस्थापक हैं। पूर्व दायित्व के रूप में वे पंजाब तकनीकी विश्वविद्यालय के वैल्यू एजुकेशन बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडीज के सदस्य रह चुके हैं। चरित्र निर्माण एवं व्यक्तित्व के समग्र विकास पाठ्यक्रम समिति के वे सदस्य थे। इसके अलावा हिमाचल प्रदेश स्कूल बोर्ड के भी वो सदस्य रह चुके हैं। उन्होंने कई लेखन संपादन व प्रकाशन किए हैं, जिसमें कुछ निम्नलिखित हैं। भारतीय शिक्षा राष्ट्रीय संकल्पना, शिक्षा में नए विकल्प का प्रारूप, शिक्षा की स्वायत्तता का संपादन, उच्च शिक्षा भारतीय दृष्टि, शिक्षा विकल्प एवं आयाम, अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी शिक्षा संवाद, राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020, भारतीय संस्कृति का पुनरुत्थान, शिक्षा में भारतीयता एवं विमर्श, स्वामी विवेकानंद के चिंतन का वर्तमान उच्च शिक्षा में समावेश, भारतीय शिक्षाविदों के चिंतन का वर्तमान उच्च शिक्षा में समावेश, हायर एजुकेशन, भारतीय पर्सपेक्टिव एंड अल्टरनेटिव पर्सपेक्टिव ऑन एजुकेशन। इसके अलावा शिक्षा उत्थान द्विमासिक पत्रिका के वे संपादक हैं। शिक्षा से संबंधित 110 से अधिक शोध पत्र एवं आलेख विभिन्न पत्र पत्रिकाओं एवं समाचार पत्रों में उनके द्वारा प्रकाशित किए जा चुके हैं। उपलब्धियों सम्मान के परिप्रेक्ष्य में देखें तो उन्हें 2015 में अमेरिका के प्रवास के दौरान विश्व धर्म सम्मेलन में उन्होंने संबोधन किया। 2015 में भोपाल में आयोजित विश्व हिंदी सम्मेलन में आयोजित समिति के वे सदस्य थे। 2016 में मॉरिशस में विश्व हिंदी की सचिवालय के स्थापना दिवस कार्यक्रम में वे प्रमुख अतिथि थे। वर्ष 2020 में छत्रपति शाहू जी महाराज विश्वविद्यालय कानपुर द्वारा प्रारंभित आत्मनिर्भर कानपुर अभियान के वे राष्ट्रीय सलाहकार हैं। राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 के क्रियान्वयन हेतु डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर ओपन यूनिवर्सिटी अहमदाबाद, गुरु घासीदास विश्वविद्यालय बिलासपुर, केंद्रीय संस्कृत विद्यालय जनकपुरी, दिल्ली के टास्क फोर्स के वे मानद सलाहकार भी हैं। राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 से संबंधित 200 से अधिक संगोष्ठियों में वे मार्गदर्शन कर चुके हैं। वर्ष 2021 मानव रचना इंटरनेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ रिसर्च एंड स्टडीज के 17वें दीक्षांत समारोह में विद्या वाचस्पति डॉक्टरेट की मानद उपाधि से उन्हें सम्मानित किया गया। वर्ष 2023 में विश्व हिंदी सम्मेलन के निमित्त फिजी प्रवास में भी वे रहे। शिक्षा मंत्रालय भारत सरकार के केंद्रीय हिंदी संस्थान की अखिल भारतीय हिंदी सेवी सम्मान योजना के अंतर्गत पंडित मदन मोहन मालवीय पुरस्कार से उन्हें सम्मानित किया गया। इसके अतिरिक्त कई शैक्षिक एवं सामाजिक संस्थाओं द्वारा विभिन्न सम्मानों से आपको सम्मानित किया गया है। आपके संरक्षण में हजारों की संख्या में शैक्षिक विमर्श का देश भर में आयोजन किया गया है तथा निम्नांकित विचार सूत्रों के वे पुरस्कर्ता हैं। देश को बदलना है तो शिक्षा को बदलना होगा। समस्या की नहीं, समाधान की चर्चा करें। माँ, मातृभूमि एवं मातृभाषा का कोई विकल्प नहीं। इस संक्षिप्त परिचय के साथ मैं आपको स्वागत करती हूँ।
भारतीय विश्वविद्यालय संघ के द्वारा आयोजित इस पश्चिम क्षेत्र के कुलपतियों के सम्मेलन में मंच पर उपस्थित विश्वविद्यालय संघ के सम्मानीय अध्यक्ष, सम्मानीय सदस्य सचिव डॉक्टर पंकज मित्तल जी, इस सम्मेलन के आयोजक संस्थान के कुलपति सम्मानीय प्रमोद देवले जी, सभागार में उपस्थित सभी सम्मानीय कुलपति महोदय, विशेष निमंत्रित आचार्य बंधुओं बहनों, प्रिय छात्र भाई और बहनों, पंकज मित्तल जी ने अपने विषय प्रस्तावना रखते हुए कहा कि भारतीय विश्वविद्यालय संघ के अध्यक्ष के रूप में कई विद्वान लोग रह चुके हैं। डॉक्टर राधाकृष्णन आदि के नाम दिए, ऐसे दिग्गज लोग रह चुके हैं। लेकिन मेरा मानना है कि इस संस्था के जो भी अध्यक्ष और सदस्य सचिव होंगे वो दिग्गज ही होंगे, तभी सदस्य सचिव और अध्यक्ष बनते हैं इस संस्थान के। तो ये परंपरा के आप भी एक भागीदार है सब लोग। दूसरा महत्वपूर्ण उल्लेख हुआ कि आज अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मातृभाषा दिवस है। आप सभी को अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मातृभाषा दिवस की बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, क्योंकि इस दिवस को देश में मनाने और देशव्यापी आगे बढ़ाने में शिक्षा संस्कृति उत्थान न्यास ने काफी महत्वपूर्ण योगदान दिया है। जब 2011 में 2011 में फर्स्ट टाइम हमने भी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मातृभाषा दिवस मनाया था, तब कुछ गिने चुने लोगों को मालूम था कि ऐसा कोई दिन भी है, और हमने भी कुछ एक 20-25 केंद्रों पर देश में मनाया था। लेकिन हमारा लास्ट ईयर का रिपोर्ट जो है उसमें देश में लगभग कम से कम 15,000 प्लेसेस पर ये कार्यक्रम आयोजित किए गए थे देश में। इस साल क्या होगा आगे देखेंगे। तो ऐसे महत्वपूर्ण दिवस पर इस सम्मेलन का प्रारंभ हो रहा है, ये हम सबके लिए बहुत एक आनंद और गौरव का विषय है। समग्र मूल्यांकन, जिसको राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में इंग्लिश में कहा गया 360 डिग्री इवोल्यूशन, इस विषय केंद्रित ये 2 दिवसीय सम्मेलन आयोजित हो रहा है। मुझे लगता है कि ये शिक्षा में आधारभूत परिवर्तन, बदलाव, एजुकेशन चेंज का अगर कोई नींव के समान कार्य हो, बेसिक कोई वर्क हो, तो वो शिक्षा में परीक्षा और मूल्यांकन, इसमें बदलाव, इसमें परिवर्तन। क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ ऐसा इक्वेशन बन गया इस पूरी एजुकेशन सिस्टम के कारण कि शिक्षा यानी परीक्षा, परीक्षा यानी मूल्यांकन, और वो सब किस लिए? तो एक नौकरी के लिए मात्र है। तो इस जो एक गलत धारणा बन गई है देश में शिक्षा के संदर्भ में, उसको तोड़ना है, अगर उसमें बदलाव परिवर्तन करना है, तो इसका मूल आधार एग्जामिनेशन और इवैल्यूएशन ही बन सकता है। इस दृष्टि से ये बहुत ही अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण विषय है, बहुत व्यापक विषय है। इस पर सारे विषयों पर इस समय दृष्टि डालना, विषय प्रस्तुत करना संभव नहीं है, इतना समय भी नहीं है। लेकिन आज हमारी व्यवस्था में तो पूरे 365 दिवस 365 डेज का इवैल्यूएशन हम 3 आवर्स में कर देते हैं। यानी उस समय कोई बालक, छात्र कोई बीमार हो गया, कुछ टेंशन में आ गया, कुछ और कुछ सिचुएशन हो गई, तो उनकी लाइफ डिस्ट्रॉय हो जाती है वहां से ही। इस प्रकार की एक भयानक इवैल्यूएशन एग्जामिनेशन सिस्टम हमारे देश में वर्षों से चल रही है, और देश में हर साल हजारों छात्र सुसाइड करता है। क्यों है? तो उसका एक रीजन महत्वपूर्ण, ये एजुकेशन सिस्टम है। इसलिए इसमें चेंज, इसमें बदलाव, ये मुझे लगता है एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के इम्प्लीमेंट का एक प्रायोरिटी का, प्राथमिकता का विषय होना चाहिए। और इस विषय को भारतीय विश्वविद्यालय संघ ने उठाया है, तो मैं इसलिए आप सबकी ओर से विश्वविद्यालय संघ को, उनके महासचिव और अध्यक्ष सहित आप सभी का बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं। जो आज एग्जामिनेशन सिस्टम है, एकदम यू टर्न नहीं आ सकता है। कोई भी बदलाव, चेंजेस है, वो ग्रेजुअली हो सकता है, तभी वो सक्सेस होता है। हम ये फर्स्ट फ्लोर पर बैठे हैं, तो फर्स्ट फ्लोर पर आया तो जंप लगाकर हम नहीं आ सकते हैं, एक एक स्टेप ही चढ़ना पड़ेगा। तो मुझे लगता है कि इस सिस्टम में चेंज का भी एक स्टेप बाय स्टेप प्लानिंग करना चाहिए कि पहले 3 साल में क्या करेंगे, बाद में 2 साल में और क्या करेंगे। इस प्रकार एक 5 साल का कम से कम एक प्लान करना पड़ेगा, और तब फिर टोटालिटी में चेंजेस की बात होगी। तभी हमारे स्टूडेंट्स, पेरेंट्स और एजुकेशन के जुड़े हुए लोग उसको एक्सेप्ट कर पाएंगे, स्वीकार कर पाएंगे। पहले तो ईयरली एग्जाम था, फिर सेमेस्टर सिस्टम भी स्टार्ट हुआ है। तो मुझे लगता है उससे भी थोड़ा आगे बढ़ना चाहिए कि कम से कम एवरी 3 मंथ्स में एग्जाम होना चाहिए, और एग्जाम जो आज की सिस्टम है उसमें चेंज करना चाहिए। आज एग्जाम यानी पहले हम घोषणा करते हैं 2 महीने पहले, 1 महीने पहले, फिर बच्चे इसकी प्रिपरेशन करते हैं, वो रटन प्रक्रिया से वो पढ़ते हैं और फिर एग्जाम देते हैं। तो ये एग्जाम सिस्टम ऐसा होना चाहिए कि कल बताया और आज एग्जाम है, तो जो वास्तविक ज्ञान बच्चों के पास होगा वही उसमें आगे बढ़ पाएंगे। तो इस प्रकार का कम से कम 4 समय 4 टाइम्स इवैल्यूएशन साल भर में हो, और अंतिम लास्ट एग्जाम फिर हो सकती है। ये एक सिस्टम ला सकते हैं हम क्या? दूसरा, सिर्फ सिद्धांत के आधार पर आज थियरी के रूप में ही हम इवैल्यूएशन करते हैं। तो थियरी के मार्क्स कितने हो, प्रैक्टिकल के मार्क्स कितने हो, फील्ड वर्क के मार्क्स कितने हो, स्किल डेवलपमेंट के मार्क्स कितने हो, को करिकुलर एक्टिविटीज के मार्क्स कितने हो, इस प्रकार का एक होलिस्टिक अप्रोच इसमें लाना पड़ेगा। और इस पॉलिसी में भी, पॉलिसी जो इंपॉर्टेंट बात है, मेरी दृष्टि से 3 इंपॉर्टेंट बातें इस पॉलिसी की है। पहली बात है कि ये भारत सेंट्रिक पॉलिसी है, स्वतंत्र भारत की पहली पॉलिसी ऐसी आई है। दूसरी बात है कि इस पॉलिसी में होलिस्टिक अप्रोच की बात की है। तो होलिस्टिक अप्रोच सभी लेवल पर लाना है, सिर्फ सिलेबस करिकुलम की बात नहीं है मात्र। करिकुलम में होलिस्टिक अप्रोच होना चाहिए, एग्जामिनेशन इवैल्यूएशन में होलिस्टिक अप्रोच होना चाहिए, पेडागोजी लेवल पर होलिस्टिक अप्रोच होना चाहिए, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन लेवल पर होलिस्टिक अप्रोच आना चाहिए, सब लेवल पर लाना है। तो इसमें एक एग्जामिनेशन भी इंपॉर्टेंट बात है। तो एग्जामिनेशन में होलिस्टिक अप्रोच इस प्रकार एक लाने की भी आवश्यकता है, क्योंकि अभी इस पॉलिसी ने 9 to onward, क्लास 9 to onward स्किल डेवलपमेंट और इंटर्नशिप को कंपलसरी किया है। तो इसको भी हमने एग्जामिनेशन का एक पार्ट बनाना चाहिए, मुझे लगता है। और जिसको को करिकुलर एक्टिविटीज पहले हम कहते थे, एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर, को करिकुलर, इस पॉलिसी ने कहा है कि ऐसे कोई अलग अलग विभाजन नहीं होगा। करिकुलर, को करिकुलर, एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर, सबको समान महत्व होगा। तो जिसको को करिकुलर एक्टिविटीज हम कहते हैं, इसमें कई सब्जेक्ट है। कुछ एग्जाम्पल के तौर पर, कि आज पूरे वर्ल्ड का एक जो सबसे बड़ा बिग प्रॉब्लम है वो एनवायरमेंट क्राइसिस है। तो उस छात्र का एनवायरमेंट में कितना सेंसिबल है वो, ये भी एक हो सकता है। इनके लाइफ में वैल्यूज क्या क्या है, कितनी है, लाइफ स्किल क्या क्या है, सर्विस एक्टिविटीज में उनका क्या योगदान है, स्वच्छता, सफाई, क्लीनलीनेस, भारत में अभियान चल रहा है अभी भी, उसमें क्या उनकी दृष्टि है, सिविक सेंस कितना है उसमें, राष्ट्रीय भावना है कि नहीं उसमें, ब्लड डोनेशन जैसी एक्टिविटीज में वो पार्टिसिपेट करता है क्या, योग, फिजिकल एक्सरसाइज, इसमें इनका कितना पार्टिसिपेशन है। ऐसे कई विषय और भी हो सकते हैं, जिसमें हमने डिसाइड करना पड़ेगा कि कौन से सब्जेक्ट को हमने लेना है। क्योंकि इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर जो टॉप लेवल की यूनिवर्सिटीज है, उसमें जब एडमिशन देते हैं तो सिर्फ मार्कशीट के आधार पर एडमिशन नहीं मिलता है। इस सारी एक्टिविटीज में उनका परफॉर्मेंस कैसा है, उसके आधार पर एडमिशन दिया जा रहा है उनको। तो इसलिए इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में भी हमारे छात्रों को अगर आगे बढ़ना है, खड़ा रखना है, तो ये भी एक महत्वपूर्ण पार्ट ले सकते हैं। फिर छात्र अपने एजुकेशन रिलेटेड जो कार्य है उसमें टेक्नोलॉजी का कितना यूज करता है पॉजिटिवली। एग्जामिनेशन अरेंज करने में टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज एक अलग सब्जेक्ट है, वो स्टूडेंट्स का काम नहीं है, वो हमारा काम है, टीचर्स का, प्रोफेसर्स का काम है। लेकिन एजुकेशन के अंतर्गत वो टेक्नोलॉजी का किस प्रकार क्या क्या उपयोग और किस प्रमाण में करता है, ये भी एक हो सकता है क्या। और फॉर्मल एग्जाम के अलावा जो इवैल्यूएशन सिस्टम है, इसमें 3 महत्वपूर्ण आयाम है। जो ये को करिकुलर एक्टिविटीज के बारे में मैंने कहा, उसके एक चार्ट तैयार हो सकता है। हमने स्कूल लेवल के तो किए हैं, बिफोर 5 years हमने स्कूल लेवल के पूरा 360 रिवॉल्यूशन का हमने सारा चार्ट तैयार किए हैं। तब तो एजुकेशन पॉलिसी आई भी नहीं थी। तो इस प्रकार हायर एजुकेशन का भी हो सकता है, उसमें चेंजेस कुछ करके। तो उसमें पहली बात यह कि छात्र स्वयं अपना मूल्यांकन करे। सेकंड है उसके आचार्य, यानी जिसको टीचर्स, प्रोफेसर, फैकल्टी आजकल हम कहते हैं, हम लोग आचार्य कहते हैं, अपना मूल शब्द तो वही है आचार्य। तो आचार्य अपने छात्र का मूल्यांकन करें। और तीसरा, इनके अभिभावक, पेरेंट्स, उनका मूल्यांकन करें। ये ट्रायंगल है, जब तक ये इकट्ठा नहीं होता है तब तक शिक्षा पूरी नहीं होती है। आज हायर एजुकेशन, स्कूल एजुकेशन में थोड़ा बहुत है, लेकिन हायर एजुकेशन में पेरेंट्स का पार्टिसिपेशन कहीं नहीं है। तो इस निमित्त पेरेंट का भी पार्टिसिपेशन हम सिस्टम में कर सकते हैं। ये भी एक एक्स्ट्रा लाभ इसका हो सकता है। तो एक छात्र के बारे में तीनों लोग जब सोचते हैं, तब वो शिक्षा पूर्णता की ओर आगे बढ़ सकती है। इसलिए तीनों लोग इसका मूल्यांकन, इवैल्यूएशन करें, इस प्रकार की एक सिस्टम हम ला सकते हैं। इसके लिए पेडागोजी लेवल पर भी बदलाव करना पड़ेगा, हमारे अध्यक्ष जी ने कहा है अपने उद्बोधन में। क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ तो एक ही सिस्टम में लेक्चर, इसलिए पहले लेक्चरर शब्द चलता था ना हायर एजुकेशन में। तो हम लेक्चर देंगे, बच्चे सुनेंगे और घर जाएंगे। तो आज के बच्चे तो कहते हैं कि जो आप लेक्चर देंगे उससे बहुत अच्छे लेक्चर तो नेट पर है, हम क्यों आपको सुनना आएंगे। तो एक यूनिवर्सिटी के कुलगुरु को मैं मिलने गया था, तो उन्होंने कहा कि, मैंने कहा कि ये टीचर्स कम है, कुछ लेक्चर नहीं होते, ऐसी सब चर्चा कर रहा था। तब मैं स्टूडेंट्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में काम करता था। तो उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि अतुल जी वो बात ठीक है, छात्र क्लास में कहाँ आते हैं। मैंने कहा क्यों आएंगे, तो क्या आप कह रहे हैं। मैंने कहा, तो मैंने कहा कि वही रटे रटाए लेक्चर हम देते रहते हैं, तो बच्चे कहेंगे वो तो हम नेट से निकाल कर पढ़ लेंगे, क्लास में आने की क्या जरूरत है। और मैं आपको यूनिवर्सिटी का नाम नहीं लूंगा, लेकिन उस यूनिवर्सिटी का रेगुलर से एक्सटर्नल का रिजल्ट ज्यादा अच्छा था। तो इस सिस्टम से बाहर आना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि ये सबका आधार पेडागोजी है, शिक्षा अधिगम। इस लेवल पर चेंजेस क्या क्या करना पड़ेगा। मेरे एक मित्र का बेटा अमेरिका से आया था, तो उन्होंने कहा कि वो आया है और 2 महीना रहेगा यहाँ। तो मैंने कहा मैं कभी आऊंगा, घर पर मिलेंगे हम। तो उन्होंने कहा कभी आऊंगा ऐसा नहीं, आप पहले से प्लान करिएगा। मैंने क्यों, मैंने कहा प्लान तो मुझे करना है, मैं प्रवास दिन भर देश भर में करता रहता हूँ। तो कहने उनको कुछ प्रोजेक्ट वर्क दिया है, वो 2 महीना यहाँ आया है भारत से अमेरिका, तो हैदराबाद जाने वाले, बेंगलोर जाने वाले, पुणे जाने वाले हैं। वो आया था वेकेशन में। तो हमारे वेकेशन यानी मौज मजाक करो, और जीवन में कुछ हैबिट जो नहीं खराब है उसको, बैड हैबिट्स कई डेवलप हो जाती है छुट्टियों में। तो उनके टीचर्स इनकी इतनी चिंता करते हैं कि भारत जाने वाले तो वहां घर 2 महीना जाकर आराम नहीं करना है, रेस्ट नहीं करना है, सिर्फ वहां भी सारा काम करना है उनको। इस प्रकार का ये भी एक पेडागोजी का पार्ट है। तो इस प्रकार पेडागोजी लेवल पर क्या क्या चेंजेस करना है, इसका भी एक प्लान हम लोगों ने इसके बारे में करना पड़ेगा। और इन सारा काम में सबसे जो बड़ा हर्डल्स है, छात्र असंतुष्ट होते हैं। जैसे प्रैक्टिकल के बाद बढ़ाए थे कुछ यूनिवर्सिटीज में, पहले तो छात्रों ने आंदोलन किया था उसके विरुद्ध। क्यों, तो उनको अपने आचार्यों पर विश्वास नहीं था कि हमारे किसी आचार्य से अच्छे संबंध नहीं है तो हमको अन्याय हो जाएगा। तो ये हमारे आचार्यों की विश्वसनीयता पहले स्थापित करनी पड़ेगी, तभी इसमें सफल हो सकते हैं। इस सब का आधार ये है मेरी दृष्टि से। और मूल्यांकन सिर्फ एक 3 घंटे की एग्जाम जो बात है इतना नहीं, लेकिन हमारे प्राचीन जो यूनिवर्सिटीज थी बहुत श्रेष्ठ, नालंदा विश्वविद्यालय में ऐसा कहते थे कि जब गेट के एंट्री करता था छात्र, तब वह जो चौकीदार दरवान बैठता था वो पहला इंटरव्यू लेता था उनको, वहीं से उनका मूल्यांकन शुरू हो जाता था। तो इस प्रकार का एक होलिस्टिक अप्रोच इसमें हमको लाने की आवश्यकता है। और आज अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मातृभाषा दिवस है, तो मूल्यांकन, एग्जामिनेशन और भाषा ये भी महत्वपूर्ण विषय है। 4-5 साल पहले मध्य प्रदेश के मेडिकल यूनिवर्सिटी ने ऐसा अनाउंसमेंट किया कि छात्र एग्जामिनेशन में, मेडिकल तो इंग्लिश में ही चल रहा था तब तो पॉलिसी आई नहीं थी, तो उन्होंने कहा कि छात्र अपना आंसर शीट में इंग्लिश, हिंदी, इंग्लिश तीनों में से। तो मैं जबलपुर गया था, तो बात हुई तो मिलने आए फिर मुझे। तो मैंने कहा आपने क्यों किया, तो क्या अतुल जी मैं गांव का व्यक्ति हूं और हम लोग हिंदी में ही गांव में पढ़े थे सरकारी स्कूल में, तो हम लोग मेडिकल आने के बाद मेडिकल में क्या क्या प्रॉब्लम हमको आया ये मैं बराबर समझता हूँ, अनुभवी हूँ इसका। कि हम पहले साल तो ऐसी स्थिति आई कि मेडिकल छोड़कर भाग जाए हम, क्यों? तो मेडिकल से डर नहीं था, मेडिकल के सिलेबस से, करिकुलम से, इंग्लिश का डर, क्योंकि 12th तक तो हिंदी में ही पढ़े थे और मेडिकल में आते ही तुरंत इंग्लिश मीडियम आ गया। तो आज मैक्सिमम यूनिवर्सिटी ने भारत में इंग्लिश मीडियम ही चल रहा है अभी भी, और इस पॉलिसी ने भी कहा है कि बाइलिंगुअलिज्म लाना है। तो क्या हम इंग्लिश के साथ साथ लोकल लैंग्वेज में मिनिमम उनको आंसर शीट में लिखने की छूट दे सकते हैं क्या? क्योंकि उनमें नॉलेज तो है उनके पास, लेकिन कई बार वो व्यक्त नहीं कर सकता है इंग्लिश में, तो अपनी भाषा में होगा तो आसानी से वो व्यक्त कर पाएगा, प्रस्तुतिकरण कर पाएगा, लिख पाएगा। तो इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में या नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस जो मार्च में है, तब तक विचार करके क्या हम देश भर की सभी यूनिवर्सिटीज में इसका प्रारंभ कर सकते हैं क्या, कि लोकल लैंग्वेज में भी उत्तर वही आंसर शीट में लिखने की बच्चों को छूट होगी। इंग्लिश में लिखना है तो इंग्लिश में कोई बात नहीं, जिनको जो भाषा में दो में से लिखना चाहे उस प्रकार का भी एक विचार कर सकते हैं क्या। और इन सारी सिस्टम के लिए जैसे विषय आया कि टीचर्स की प्रिपरेशन होनी चाहिए, इसके लिए इनके ट्रेनिंग वगैरह वगैरह पंकज जी ने कहा, वो तो बिल्कुल महत्वपूर्ण है ही, लेकिन छात्रों की भी प्रिपरेशन करनी पड़ेगी। जब तक छात्र इसके लिए तैयार नहीं होंगे तब तक इसमें सक्सेस नहीं होंगे हम। तो मेरे इंट्रोडक्शन परिचय में बताया कि मैं कुछ यूनिवर्सिटी के टास्क फोर्स के सलाहकार के रूप में भी काम कर रहा हूं। तो वहां मैंने प्लान किया है, हम लोगों ने मिलकर उन यूनिवर्सिटी के साथ, कि एजुकेशन पॉलिसी को इम्प्लीमेंट के लिए स्टूडेंट्स का भी एक टास्क फोर्स बनाया जाए। इस राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति के क्रियान्वयन में, इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में छात्रों का क्या रोल, क्या भूमिका है, क्योंकि आफ्टर ऑल तो चाहे पॉलिसी हो, चाहे इवोल्यूशन एग्जामिनेशन में चेंज की बात हो, है तो सब छात्रों के लिए। तो छात्रों का पार्टिसिपेशन जब तक नहीं होगा तब तक सक्सेस नहीं हो पाएंगे इसमें। तो इसलिए छात्रों की प्रिपरेशन, स्टूडेंट्स का प्रिपरेशन भी बहुत आवश्यक है, और इसी प्रकार सिलेबस का भी चेंजेस। अभी कई यूनिवर्सिटी ने कहा कि 1 वर्ष में हमने तो सिलेबस चेंज कर दिया। कहने के लिए बहुत अच्छा लगता है, लेकिन वो वास्तविक चेंज नहीं होता है, वो कुछ छोटा मोटा चेंजेस हो जाते हैं। इस पॉलिसी के दृष्टिकोण से अगर एक टोटालिटी में चेंज करना है तो इसमें भी होलिस्टिक अप्रोच की आवश्यकता है। एग्जामिनेशन सिस्टम की बात है, पेडागोजी की बात है, स्किल डेवलपमेंट, वोकेशनल एजुकेशन की बात है, भारतीय नॉलेज सिस्टम हर लेवल पर इंट्रोड्यूस करने की बात है। इन सब का विचार करते हुए सिलेबस फिर फाइनल स्टेज में बन सकता है। तो सिलेबस का भी इसके साथ साथ हम लोगों ने विचार करना पड़ेगा। तो इस प्रकार के एक समग्रता की दृष्टि से इसको चेंज करने की प्लानिंग करनी चाहिए, और इस पर एक जबरदस्त एक्सरसाइज हमने देश भर में करनी पड़ेगी। ये तो स्टार्टिंग है, इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में इसकी शुरुआत हो रही है, एंड नहीं है। तो मेरा निवेदन है कि अगर AIU भारतीय विश्वविद्यालय संघ की तैयारी हो तो इस पर एक मिनिमम 3-4 मंथ्स का प्लानिंग करके एक नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस करना चाहिए। इसके लिए मैं कहता हूं इसको वर्कशॉप का एक कॉन्फ्रेंस के बदले, और एक टाइम बाउंड प्लानिंग किया जाए कि जिस जिस यूनिवर्सिटी में कुछ एक्सपेरिमेंट इस प्रकार के हो रहे हैं, इनका वहां प्रेजेंटेशन हो, इस पर डिस्कशन हो, चर्चा हो, सुझाव हो, आदान प्रदान हो, और इस समग्रता के आधार पर फिर 3 दिन के बाद एक कमिटी अपॉइंट करके आगे मिनिमम 6 मंथ्स में एक पूरा इसका एक प्लान तैयार करके हम पूरे देश को दे सकते हैं। और ऐसा प्लान बनाए कि देश नहीं, क्योंकि बताया गया है कि भारतीय विश्वविद्यालय संघ तो दुनिया भर में इनका स्थान है और कई विदेशी यूनिवर्सिटी भी जुड़ी हुई है। तो आज तो हम सारा वेस्टर्न से लेना ही का ही काम करते हैं। इस प्रकार के बदलाव, इस प्रकार के एक होलिस्टिक अप्रोच से पूरा इवोल्यूशन और एग्जामिनेशन का एक ड्राफ्ट, एक प्लानिंग, एक योजना अगर देंगे तो शायद इसके बाद अमेरिका, इंग्लैंड और जर्मन के लोग भी इस लेने के लिए हमारे पास आएंगे। इस प्रकार का भविष्य में कार्य योजना करने के लिए इस दिशा में इसकी शुरुआत इस पश्चिम क्षेत्र के सम्मेलन से प्रारंभ हो रही है। तो मेरी प्रार्थना है कि, और पंकज मित्तल जी और हम तो काफी साथ में काम करते हैं, बाकी भी येवले जी से भी हमारा परिचय पुराना है, तो कोई भी इस प्रकार की एक्सरसाइज सिर्फ एक सेमिनार जो आजकल होते हैं कि सिर्फ डिस्कशन, चर्चा हो गई, प्रेजेंटेशन हो गया, भाषण हो गए, बात वहीं पूरी हो जाती। एक हमारे मित्र थे शिक्षाविद डॉक्टर जेल आजाद, तो वो मुझे कहते थे, तब वो 90 इयर्स के थे, आज से 10-12 साल पहले की बात कर रहा हूँ। तो मुझे कहते थे कि अतुल जी हमने कितने सेमिनार किए, सिंपोजिया किए, आई डोंट नो, मालूम नहीं, कितने पेपर प्रेजेंट किए, कितने रिपोर्ट बाद में तैयार किए, वो भी मुझे मालूम नहीं, याद नहीं है। उसके बाद क्या हुआ वो भी मुझे मालूम नहीं। तो ये जो तथाकथित सेमिनारिस्ट कल्चर भारत में डेवलप हो गया है, उसको चेंज करने की आवश्यकता है कि कोई भी सेमिनार, संगोष्ठी, सिंपोजिया जो भी होता है वो उस कार्य की स्टार्ट करने के लिए प्राथमिक बात होती है और फिर इस पर ठोस कॉन्क्रीट काम करने की योजना बनती है। तो मैं समझता हूं कि आयोजकों ने इसी दिशा में इस सम्मेलन का विचार किया होगा। और सिर्फ मैं आपको सुझाव नहीं दे रहा हूं, मैं स्वयं को भी अपना इस कार्य अगर करने की योजना बनती है तो उसका हिस्सा बनूंगा। मैं भी शिक्षा संस्कृति न्यास भी इसका पार्ट बनने के लिए भी तैयार रहेगा हम लोग, और हम लोग मिलकर कम से कम 1 वर्ष में एक नई मूल्यांकन और परीक्षा पद्धति भारत की उच्च शिक्षा को देने का विचार संकल्प कर सकते हैं। यही आप सबसे मेरी विनम्र प्रार्थना है। 2 दिन में इस पर चिंतन चर्चाएं होगी, लेकिन लास्ट सेशन ये होना चाहिए कि व्हाट इज फ्यूचर प्लान। तो एक आधा घंटा मैं समझता हूं अगर प्लानिंग में होगा तो बहुत अच्छा है पंकज जी, नहीं तो विचार करिए आप कि आगे क्या करना है। इसके आधा घंटा चर्चा लास्ट सेशन में हो पहले, फिर कंक्लूडिंग सेशन पूरा हो। तो मुझे लगता है कि इस सम्मेलन देश को उच्च शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में बहुत कुछ देने का कार्य कर सकेगा। अंत में 2 जानकारी सिर्फ देकर मेरी बात पूरी करता हूं कि राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति के क्रियान्वयन, नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के इम्प्लीमेंट में जिस यूनिवर्सिटी ने बहुत अच्छा काम किया है, यूनिवर्सिटी हो, NIT, IIT, IIIT हो, IIM हो, इनका रिपोर्ट हमको आप जरूर भेजें। हम लोग जून तक इस पर एक पुस्तक प्रकाशित करने वाले हैं, क्योंकि देश में यही चर्चा होती है। मैं देश भर में घूम रहा हूँ, यूनिवर्सिटी, IIT, NIT वगैरह में जा रहा हूँ कि इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ये बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है लोगों के लिए, बहुत सारे प्रश्न है। कई लोग कहते हैं कि ठीक है पॉलिसी बनती है, इम्प्लीमेंट होता नहीं होता, ऐसे ही भी हमारे यहाँ एक सोच होती है। तो ऐसे सभी लोगों को दिशा देने के लिए पुस्तक काम करे। इस दृष्टि से आप में से जिस यूनिवर्सिटी ने इस प्रकार का काम किया हो तो हम रिपोर्ट हमको भेजे और हम उसको, सिलेक्शन कमेटी उसकी है वो तय करेगी और इसको पब्लिश करेंगे हम। और इसी प्रकार दूसरा विषय जो है, जो इसकी मूल थीम, आज वर्ष की थीम है मेन कॉन्फ्रेंस की भी, कि आत्मनिर्भर भारत में शैक्षिक संस्थाओं की भूमिका। क्योंकि जब देश, प्रधानमंत्री ने आत्मनिर्भरता की बात की तो हमने विचार किया कि देश आत्मनिर्भर कैसे होगा और हमारा क्या दायित्व है उसमें। तो हमको ध्यान में आया कि जब तक भारत का छात्र आत्मनिर्भर नहीं होगा तब तक भारत आत्मनिर्भर नहीं बन सकता है, और छात्रों को आत्मनिर्भर करने का माध्यम शिक्षा क्षेत्र है, इसलिए शिक्षा संस्थानों की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका बनती है इसमें। और हमने देश में लगभग 100 जितनी संस्थाओं में ये कार्य प्रारंभ भी किया है। तो इस दिशा में भी जिन्होंने अच्छा काम किया उनका भी रिपोर्ट इकट्ठा करके कंपाइलेशन करके एक पुस्तक पब्लिश करने वाले हैं। तो इन दोनों विषय में से आप में से जो भी काम किया हो तो जरूर हमारे पास भेजे, तो हम उस पुस्तक में इसकी सिलेक्शन कमेटी तय करेगी और पब्लिश करेंगे। तो ये 2 जानकारी भी आपको मुझे देनी थी। और इस महत्वपूर्ण सम्मेलन का आयोजन संभाजीनगर औरंगाबाद में किया गया और डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर मराठवाड़ा यूनिवर्सिटी ने किया, और बाबा साहब और शिवाजी महाराज को पुष्पांजलि करके इस सम्मेलन का प्रारंभ किया गया। एक बहुत शुभ संकेत है, और इस सम्मेलन अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मातृभाषा दिवस के दिन प्रारंभ हो रहा है। तो इन सभी शुभ संकेतों को लेकर इस सम्मेलन का आयोजन हो रहा है। तो मैं आशा करता हूं कि जो इस सम्मेलन का उद्देश्य तय किया है इसमें जरूर सम्मेलन सफल होगा, सफल भी होगा और सार्थक भी होगा, ऐसी शुभकामना देते हुए मुझे इस सम्मेलन जैसे महत्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रम में आपने निमंत्रित किया और मेरे विचार व्यक्त करने का अवसर दिया, इसलिए भारतीय विश्वविद्यालय संघ के सम्मानीय अध्यक्ष, सदस्य सचिव और
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। अब कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए हम AIU की यूनिवर्सिटी न्यूज का जो साप्ताहिक है AIU की, उसका विमोचन करेंगे। I now request, before we begin, I would like to read a bit about University News. University News is a weekly journal of higher education brought out by Association of Indian University. It is the only journal catering to Indian higher education system for the last 93 years. University News is popular for the richness of its content on higher education and allied areas. For this, Vice Chancellor Meet AIU has come out with a special issue on evaluation reform for transformative higher education. It contains articles from experts in the field, vice chancellors and other eminent authors, including those from Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Aurangabad. Dr. Ramapani is the editor of University News for the last 23 years. In 23 years of editorship, she ensured the clockwise regularity of the publication. We now request dignitaries on dais to kindly release this prestigious journal. Thank you all. With this, we come to end of the inaugural session. And for West Zone Vice Chancellor Meet 2023, Dr. Professor Mustajib Khan, sir, who along with being Nodal Officer is also Director for Student Development. Dr. Khan, kindly.
मैं सबसे पहले को बधाई देता हूँ कि भारतीय भाषा में इसकी शुरुआत बहुत है। मैं डॉक्टर अम्बेडकर महाराष्ट्र के विद्यालय में 35 वर्ष बैंक की नौकरी IAS छोड़ के सेवा किया हुआ आदमी हूँ। मेरा नाम प्रोफेसर बेकर। हमारे शहर में आप आए, स्वागत। और मैं 80 साल के उम्र में अस्पताल से यहाँ आया हूँ अपनी बात आधे मिनट में शेयर कर। बात ऐसी है कि एक कमीशन जिसने ये कहा था कि एजुकेशन फॉर ह्यूमेन एंड एनलाइटेंड सोसाइटी, प्रबुद्ध और मानवीय समाज के लिए, और हम एक संवेदन पंचायत सितारा व्यवस्था में कर रहे हैं, विश्वविद्यालय में नहीं कर रहे हैं। इस बात का तो कोई, आप पर्यावरण की इतनी बात कर रहे हैं, मैं तो आपका सुनकर आपको बधाई देता हूँ, लेकिन हम मैं कुछ नहीं बोल रहा हूँ कि आगे
एक 2 मिनट दीजिए सर, हम आपको बात देने के मौका देंगे आप।
विचारों से जब तक जाएंगे, मैं कोई राजनीति की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ। आप जो बोल रहे थे सार्थक और सफल बनाने के लिए, तो शिक्षा, सबसे अनपढ़ लोग शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में आ गए और हमारी डिग्रियां बिल्कुल मट्टी पलेट हो गई है। तो इनको अगर रिवाइज करना है, हमारे एक चीज, हमारे आगे लोग तो अंग्रेजी का उच्चारण भी ठीक नहीं करते, क्योंकि अंग्रेजी
आभार प्रकट करने के लिए खड़ा हूं। एक बहुत प्रसिद्ध लेखिका एलिस वॉकर कहती हैं कि थैंक यू इज द बेस्ट प्रेयर दैट एनीवन कुड से। इससे अच्छी प्रेयर, इससे अच्छी प्रार्थना कोई हो नहीं सकती। आज इस संगोष्ठी के उद्घाटन समारोह पर हमें श्री अतुल जी कोठारी, सचिव शिक्षा संस्कृति उत्थान न्यास, इनका जो दुर्लभ मार्गदर्शन परीक्षा व्यवस्था नीति, मूल्यांकन नीति के बारे में हमें उन्होंने जो मार्गदर्शन किया, और अपना व्यस्तता के समय में भी सर खास तौर पे इस निमंत्रण को स्वीकारते हुए यहाँ पहुंचे, मैं विश्वविद्यालय की ओर से सर का तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं कि आज आप हमारे बीच मौजूद हैं। साथ ही भारतीय विश्वविद्यालय संघ के अध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर सुरंजन दास, ये एक बहुत बड़े इतिहास तज्ञ, जिन्होंने हमें ये सम्मेलन आयोजित करने की और साथ यहाँ उपस्थित होने की जो हमें सुविधा दी है, हमें जो परमिशन दी है, उसके लिए मैं उनका भी तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं। साथ ही इस भारतीय विश्वविद्यालय संघ की महासचिव डॉक्टर मिसेस पंकज मित्तल, जिन्होंने जब से हमने इस सम्मेलन को स्वीकारा है, उस वक्त से मैडम का कंटिन्यूअस हम लोगों के साथ संपर्क रहा है। बारीक बारीक छोटी छोटी चीजें किस तरीके से की जाए, किस मेटिकुलस प्लानिंग के तहत इस सम्मेलन को आयोजित किया जाए, इसका मार्गदर्शन मैडम की तरफ से हमें हमेशा होता रहा है। मैडम, आपका यहाँ आना और हमें इस सम्मेलन को आयोजित करने में, छोटे छोटे सुझावों के साथ इस सम्मेलन को यशस्वी करने में आपने जो हमारी सहायता की है, मैं विश्वविद्यालय की ओर से आपका आभार प्रकट करता हूं। साथ ही हमारे विश्वविद्यालय के कुलपति प्रोफेसर प्रमोद येवले सर, जिन्होंने इस सम्मेलन को स्वीकारने के बाद से जो जिम्मेदारी उठाई है। 3 महीने से सर हम सब लोगों के साथ इस सम्मेलन को यशस्वी करने में जो कार्य में मदद कर रहे हैं, विश्वविद्यालय की ओर से जो सारी चीजें हमें मिल रही हैं, इसलिए मैं प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर प्रमोद येवले सर का तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं। यूनिवर्सिटी न्यूज की जो संपादिका हैं सिस्टर रमा देवी पानी, ये आज किसी वर्ष नहीं पहुंच पाई, लेकिन यूनिवर्सिटी न्यूज नामक जो पत्रिका इन्होंने आज प्रकाशित यहाँ पर हुई है उनके गैर मौजूदगी में, मैं सिस्टर रमा देवी पानी का भी शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं कि उन्होंने इस पत्रिका में आज के दिन इस पत्रिका को प्रकाशित कर एक यूनिवर्सिटी न्यूज का अपना एक दायरा बढ़ाने की कोशिश की है। आज इस सम्मेलन में उपस्थित तमाम कुलपति, I proposed my vote of thanks to all the vice chancellors for their gracious presence in our historical city as well as university. All the invitees, guests, our sponsors. I thank all these people. I express my sincere gratitude to press and media who supported meticulously for the programs that university conducted. I also propose vote of thanks to our Pro Vice Chancellor, Registrar, Dean, Finance and Accounts Officer, heads of the departments, professors, dignitaries who are here for this inauguration session. I thank you one and all for this inauguration session. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, sir. Before we begin the national anthem, I have a small announcement to make that there will be a group photograph of all the honorable vice chancellors present in the room today. So after the national anthem, you all are requested to remain to come in front of the. For now, I request all to please rise for the national anthem.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात शुभ आशीष मांगे जय गाथा जय जय मंगल जय हे जय जय जय
Thank you. Now all the honorable vice chancellors are requested to please come in front of dais so that a group photograph of all the honorable vice chancellors could be taken on occasion of West Zone Vice Chancellor Meet 2022-2023. And after the photograph, we also request all of us to join for a networking tea, but only for 15 minutes. anthology. Your learners are everything. Their goals, their dreams, their challenges. So let's think about what it takes to remove those challenges and give your learners the best chance to succeed. Innovation to reach farther. Education without limits or boundaries. And the know-how to get there. Anthology is here for you, partnering with you to teach, to inspire, to get every learner where they need to be, no matter where they are, no matter where they want to go. With over 150 million users in more than 80 countries, Anthology offers educators the technology to turn data into action.
For me, the most exciting thing about working with Anthology is their demonstrable commitment to continuous improvement.
We're happy to be partners of Anthology. Thanks to the technological solution, we were able to get through the most difficult parts of the pandemic.
We love partnering with Anthology because it's more than just teaching and learning in the classroom. It extends beyond the classroom.
So it's a very engaging, personalized experience using the tools that's provided for us through Microsoft and the Anthology applications.
Using technology powered by Anthology, we were able to maintain and grow our relationships with Spelman students long after they have graduated.
Serving 100% of Ivy League institutions, 100% of the best online bachelor programs, 95% of the top US universities, and clients in every region of the world. Anthology solutions are unlocking the power of your data and using it to drive personalized experiences. Let us show you every learner's story from beginning to end to help enhance that story.
Plus 7,500.
37.5% of the first installment bonus.
Percentage में बताया नहीं।
Bonus of course you are getting the bonus.
7,500 अभी बताइए percentage। उन्होंने क्या बोला? तुम्ही कसं याचा डायरेक्ट 50%.
ठीक है सर, अभी मैं क्या बोलता हूँ, अभी what we have concluded. See, we make up
नहीं और
our
डिस्काउंट
mind.
नहीं बोला मेकिंग चार्जेस पे 12 या 18% डिस्काउंट 12% डिस्काउंट बोला
तो नहीं उससे भी ज्यादा किया हम लोग.
12 और 18%
3% डिस्काउंट किया. Not 3, not 3. See, listen. It is
अमाउंट जे आहे ना त्याच्यावरती 12% म्हटलं आणि पर्सेंटेज मध्ये जर कमी केलं तर आपल्याला 25% डिस्काउंट आले. अमाउंट समजा 12,000 रुपये आहे त्याच्यावरती 12%.
25% दाखव.
हे बघ
इसमें 19% आपको making it discount. Whatever. Actually 15% is addition we are given 4%. Total 19% on making.
19%
We are given making.
आपले जे टोटल चार्जेस
this
असतात
bonus
त्याच्यात
amount
12%
and also making such discount also. This is open scheme. The case is that this bonus you are liable to pay. Oh, you so This you we cannot stop. We cannot stop. You cannot calculate this as a benefit given to us. See.
So let's think about what it takes to remove those challenges and give your learners the best chance to succeed. Innovation to reach farther. Education without limits or boundaries. And the know-how to get there. Anthology is here for you, partnering with you to teach, to inspire, to get every learner where they need to be, no matter where they are, no matter where they want to go. With over 150 million users in more than 80 countries, Anthology offers educators the technology to turn data into action.
For me, the most exciting thing about working with Anthology is their demonstrable commitment to continuous improvement.
We're happy to be partners of Anthology. Thanks to their technological solution, we were able to get through the most difficult parts of the pandemic.
We love partnering with Anthology because it's more than just teaching and learning in the classroom. It extends beyond the classroom.
So it's a very engaging, personalized experience using the tools that's provided for us through Microsoft and then the Anthology applications.
Using technology powered by Anthology, we are able to maintain and grow our relationships with Spelman students long after they have graduated.
Serving 100% of Ivy League institutions, 100% of the best online bachelor programs, 95% of the top US universities, and clients in every region of the world. Anthology solutions are unlocking the power of your data and using it to drive personalized experiences. Let us show you every learner's story from beginning to end to help enhance that story, chapter by chapter, to help ensure that story ends well, or better yet, to make sure it never ends. For a lifetime of learning, we have the tools, the team, the passion to help you support and guide your learners like no one else can.
Education touches every single life on this planet. And it's extremely rewarding to be in a place where you can really make a difference.
Try new things and do things differently.
To make an impact in people's lives all over the world.
Together with you, we are shaping lives and making dreams a reality. We are Anthology. Your learners are everything. Their goals, their dreams, their challenges. So let's think about what it takes to remove those challenges and give your learners the best chance to succeed.
innovation to reach farther, education without limits or boundaries, and the know-how to get there. Anthology is here for you, partnering with you to teach, to inspire, to get every learner where they need to be, no matter where they are, no matter where they want to go. With over 150 million users in more than 80 countries, Anthology offers educators the technology to turn data into action.
For me, the most exciting thing about working with Anthology is their demonstrable commitment to continuous improvement.
We're happy to be partners of Anthology. Thanks to their technological solution, we were able to get through the most difficult parts of the pandemic.
We love partnering with Anthology because it's more than just teaching and learning in the classroom. It extends beyond the classroom.
So it's a very engaging, personalized experience using the tools that's provided for us through Microsoft and the Anthology applications.
Using technology powered by Anthology, we were able to maintain and grow our relationships with Spelman students long after they have graduated.
Serving 100% of Ivy League institutions, 100% of the best online bachelor programs, 95% of the top US universities, and clients in every region of the world. Anthology solutions are unlocking the power of your data and using it to drive personalized experiences. Let us show you every learner's story from beginning to end to help enhance that story chapter by chapter, to help ensure that story ends well, or better yet, to make sure it never ends. For a lifetime of learning, we have the tools, the team, the passion to help you support and guide your learners like no one else can.
Education touches every single life on this planet. And it's extremely rewarding to be in a place where you can really make a difference.
Try new things and do things differently.
To make an impact in people's lives all over the world.
Together with you, we are shaping lives and making dreams a reality. We are
Hello. Association of Indian Universities. Hello. AIU is one of the country's premier apex higher education institutions established in 1925.
Good afternoon to one and all.
A research-based policy advice institution.
I request all the dignitaries to please join our next session, that is interface with officers, apex bodies. Madam.
Good afternoon, dignitaries. I request everyone to please join in and come back to the Sita Hall as we are supposed to resume with our next session. We are supposed to get started with our session on interface with officers of apex bodies. I request all the dignitaries to please come and take their seats.
Afternoon to one and all present here. Let us now proceed towards an important session, that is interface with officers of apex bodies. At the outset, we have with us the chairperson of this session, Professor G.D. Sharma, and co-chairperson of this session, Dr. Pankaj Mittal. The other speakers will be joining online. Our first speaker is Dr. Ajit Singh, who is Regional Officer and Assistant Director, All India Council for Technical Education, Western Region Office, Mumbai. Unfortunately, he won't be able to join today. Our second speaker is Dr. M.S. Shyam Sundar, Advisor, NAC, that is National Assessment and Accreditation Council. He will be there online. Our third speaker is Dr. L. Manjunath Rao, Deputy Advisor, NAC, National Assessment and Accreditation Council. Last but not the least, our fourth speaker is Dr. Seema Jaggi, who is Assistant Director General, ICAR, New Delhi. With this, I would like to introduce our chairperson, Professor G.D. Sharma. Before that, I just wanted to brief about the Association of Indian Universities. As we all know, and we are hearing since morning, that it is one of the premium institutions of the current country, working for the cause of higher education since its inception in 1925. Some of the main objectives of this association are to serve as an inter-university organization, to act as a liaison between university and the governments, to act as a representative of universities of India, to assist universities in obtaining recognition for the degrees, diplomas, and examinations from other universities, Indian as well as foreign, to help universities to maintain their autonomous character. It also coordinates, it is helpful for the coordination and mutual consultation among the universities, and to act as a representative of universities in India. As we all know, the vice chancellors of the universities have several issues which they would like to discuss with the head of apex bodies face to face. Keeping this in view and to facilitate fulfillment of the spelled out objectives, AIU organizes an interface session with head of apex bodies in its vice chancellors meet. The purpose of this particular session is also to enable the officers of apex body to communicate their views and information about their respective bodies to the vice chancellors. Each speaker will talk about the latest development, schemes, policy, etc. of their organization and put up their expectation from the vice chancellors. Vice chancellors will also raise their queries and give their suggestions for apex body respectively. Let me now introduce our chairperson of this session, Professor G.D. Sharma. He is a leading educationist, eminent scholar, reputed life scientist, and well-known academic administrator of India as a vice chancellor. Professor Sharma has been given various awards like Birbal Sahani Award of Indian Botanical Society, Best Research Paper Award by Indian Phytopathological Society, Higher Education Leadership Award by International Society, Deeds Award by Federation of Indian Universities, UNESCO, etc. Professor Sharma has guided 60 research scholars for their PhD degree, 5 MPhil and 5 postdoc fellows. He has published over 360 research papers in national and international journals of repute. He has edited and authored 13 books published by Indian and foreign publishers. Professor Sharma has visited several countries like USA, England, Canada, Japan, China, Malaysia, Myanmar, and Thailand for various academic activities and assignments. His knowledge and experience, expertise, and wisdom has helped a lot to realize the dreams of people for New India of the 21st century. He stands for straightforwardness, transparency, accountability, and good governance. He believes in philosophy of unity and diversity. Now I request Madam, now I request Honorable Vice Chancellor to please felicitate him. Yeah, I also request, please, sorry. I also request Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Pramod Devle, to felicitate Madam. Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal. Thank you so much, sir. This session will be co-chaired by Dr. Pankaj Mittal, who is Secretary General AIU. Dr. Mittal, as we are all aware, is Secretary General of Association of Indian Universities, who has been serving higher education as various reputed for more than 30 years now. We have already introduced Madam in the inaugural session. So without wasting time, we will soon start the session. Now I hand over the session to the chairperson, Professor G.D. Sharma, for further deliberations.
Hello, a very good afternoon to all of you and welcome back from the tea. This particular session we are keeping because many a times the whatever latest is happening in various regulatory authorities, that is not known to the vice chancellors, and sometimes they want to give some suggestions to the regulatory authorities. Especially we have seen in the past that for NAC there are a number of suggestions which the vice chancellors give and a number of queries which they have in their minds. So therefore, we have planned this session, and in every conference of AIU, we do hold such a session in which we invite experts from UGC, AICT, NAC, ICAR, all the regulatory bodies, so that they can be here to tell what is happening latest in their fields and to listen to you so that they can amend their policies if required as per the difficulties being faced by the vice chancellors. So today, unfortunately, UGC and AICT could not make it. So right now we have two regulatory authorities. One is NAC and the other is ICAR. So we will be having a presentation by both of them, and then there will be an open house session where anybody can ask any question, and both the speakers from both the organizations will be staying back to answer your queries. So because we are already running late, should we start the presentation or you would like to say?
Good afternoon to every one of you and our esteemed Honorable Vice Chancellors, former President of AIU, and Madam Dr. Pankaj Mittal, and our two renowned speakers from these two apex bodies, from NAC and ICR. And we have first speaker, Dr. M. Shyam Sundar, Advisor, NAC, Bangalore. So good afternoon, Dr. Shyam Sundar ji, and I request you to make presentation in this journal conference, West Journal Conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Am I audible, sir? Am I audible to the audience?
Shyam Sundar ji, are you able to hear us?
Yeah. Am I audible to you?
Link है ना ठीक?
Yeah. Audible? Just see.
Ma'am, 2 minutes.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Audible. Okay. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, on behalf of National Assessment and Accreditation Council, on behalf of our beloved director, Professor Shri Sharma, on behalf of all the members of the NAC family and my personal behalf,
just a minute.
I would like to welcome each one of you for this very important interactive session. No, am I all right, sir? Am I audible now?
Ma'am, you are audible, but we are having some technical difficulty at our side.
Okay. Should I wait?
Just bear with us. There is some linking issue. They are doing it again.
Okay. Hello?
Ma'am, please. Seema, ma'am, please proceed.
Yes, I'm here.
Dr. Shyam Sundar,
Yeah.
are you able to hear us?
Yeah. For me, it's audible. Am I audible?
We are not able to hear you, Dr. Shyam Sundar.
Madam, am I audible?
Yes, yes, yes.
No, or shall we
Dr.
introduce?
Shyam Sundar, एक बारी दोबारा बोलिए.
Yeah, now is it audible now?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, then there
With
might
the mic, it is audible.
Yeah, then I think I'll use the mic.
So
Yeah,
please
very
go
good
ahead with your
yeah.
presentation.
Okay, yeah, very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, on behalf of National Assessment and Accreditation Council, I welcome each one of you for this very important interactive session. This evaluative reforms for transformative higher education is very much imperative, and it is the order of the day. I think all the stakeholders should actively participate in the sense all the especially stakeholders, I mean all the higher education institutions, then quality assurance bodies, regulatory bodies, and even state governments should participate in this evaluative reform for transformative education. Then only it will become very much meaningful. And transformative higher education for Atmanirbhar Bharat, that is another dimension. Here, I think all the universities also can actively participate in this transformative higher education for Atmanirbhar Bharat also. See, now many of the students are going abroad for their quality education. They may think that they might be getting high quality higher education in different countries. That's why in addition to our IITs, IIMs, and if you can give better quality higher education institutions, because now higher quality educations might be there, but access to large number of students may not be there. That's why if we give the access to many students within the country, maybe those students who are willing to go abroad for their higher education studies, they may stay back. In that way, they can give their higher fees to our higher education institutions only, and also our exchequer would be more richer, and our GDP will go up. Employment opportunities within the university setup also will go up. In that way, every higher education institution also can contribute significantly in the growth and development of our GDP of our country. And for this, all our higher education institutions should empower education community with socio-digital transformation. Because now, because of the socio-digital transformation, now media is very powerful. Whatever is happening in Jammu Kashmir, within no time, it will be known to Kanyakumari also. For example, Turkey earthquake, it is known within no time to the entire world. And in this regard, NAC also has taken a good deal of initiatives, and we have launched our own YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. And all the higher education institutions can make use of these socio-digital media. In that way, they can get latest updated information from NAC. To that extent, we are trying to inculcate digital culture among all the higher education institutions within the country. To that extent, we are able to prepare different manuals for different categories of higher education institutions. For example, in the case of universities, we have a separate manual for regular universities and another separate manual for health science universities, then yet another manual for Sanskrit universities. In this way, we have very many manuals for legal universities also. And in the case of colleges, for autonomous colleges, affiliated colleges, legal colleges, Sanskrit colleges, again, we have different manuals and everything is online. Maybe I think Professor G.D. Sharma might be agreeing with me, because he has been working as a chair for very many peer teams for NAC. And very long ago, maybe before the launch of revised accreditation framework, we were asking all the higher education institutions to submit their physical self-study reports. Now gone are those days. Now every higher education institutions should submit digitally, virtually. That in the NAC's portal only they should submit the soft copies. Now we don't insist for hard copies at all. In that way, NAC is participating very actively in the digital revolution. And even we got, as rightly pointed out by our Secretary General, Madam, Mrs. Dr. Pankaj Mittal, now we are getting a lot of feedback from different heads of the higher education institutions. And based on this feedback, now we have planned for ease of accreditation. That's why we have reduced number of metrics, because as most of the vice chancellors might be knowing, NAC has got quantitative metrics and qualitative metrics. And here, in the case of all the metrics, we have gone for reduction of overall metrics. Now, especially in the case of affiliated colleges, we have reduced to just 55 metrics, 55 questions. And that is one of the initiatives which have been taken by NAC. And also that SOP, that is standard operating procedures of NAC, also have been streamlined. And we were asking very many documents. Now, wherever we felt redundant or sometimes institutional distinctiveness might be there, at that point of time, we have reduced number of documents. They need not submit all the documents. They can upload in their respective websites, and our DVV partners, they themselves can go through. And also recently we got another set of feedback from another category of stakeholders. And based on this feedback, our executive committee has decided to disclose our benchmarks as well. I think this is the very radical step which has been taken by National Assessment Accreditation Council. In that way, it is very much user friendly to all the stakeholders. Now, see, all our metrics are very much known to all the universities. That is just like question papers, and this disclosure of benchmarks is just like answers. Everything is known to all the universities, and we believe in total transparency. In that way, whatever the documents you want to submit to NAC, because 70% of the evaluation is based on quantitative metrics, that is based on your data. That's why all the higher education institutions can actively participate in the process of assessment and accreditation, and you will be responsible for your own evaluation. You need not worry about the process of evaluation. Now it is transparent and open. And at the same time, even if you are willing to give additional feedback, and we are in the process of fine-tuning our methodology, at that point of time, we do consider your suggestions as well. At that point of time, we would be fine-tuning our methodology, and we'll consider your feedback also. Then reduction in timeline also has come. Now, within maybe in the span of just 3-4 months or so, entire process of assessment and accreditation can be completed. Because earlier it was taking hell of a time, maybe 6 months, 8 months, 1 year, and people were waiting for the results. Now, every Tuesday, come what may, at 11 o'clock, we used to have standing committee, and standing committee has been streamlined in that way. For example, if institution undergoes the process of assessment accreditation, especially the peer team visit, maybe Thursday, Friday, or Friday, Saturday, next Tuesday, it will be the result will be known to the institution concerned. That is the speed with which we are functioning. That is also another important milestone in the history of NAC. And even DVV, that is data validation and verification process, also has been totally streamlined, because within NAC, we don't validate and verify these documentary evidences submitted by the higher education institutions. That would be given to the third party. We call that third party as data validation and verification partners. And that process also has been streamlined. And for streamlining, even my colleague, Dr. Rao, Manjunath Rao, is really worked very hard, and he is the person who is responsible for streamlining this DVV process. And even fee structure also has been changed. Even accreditation fee has been reduced even to the tune of 50% less. And even up, because even we encourage higher education institutions to come forward for the process of appeals. By chance, if they are not happy with the outcome given by NAC, even appeals fee also has been reduced. To that extent, institutions would be empowered to come forward for this process of assessment accreditation. And NAC has taken another initiative to create awareness about the process of assessment and accreditation also. Because in the history of NAC, hitherto we have not conducted any of the webinars. Maybe in the COVID pandemic, we tried very hard to conduct very many webinars. Maybe I think about 1,500 to 1,600 webinars have been conducted, so that we were able to create a lot of awareness among different higher education institutions. And also we are able to strengthen all the state level quality assurance cells within every state. And also NAC has personally written letters to all the honorable governors of all the states, and many of the honorable governors have taken personal care personal responsibility, and also they were able to motivate all the higher education institutional heads to come forward for the process of assessment and accreditation. And also we have prepared the accreditation reports for all the particular states also, because in a particular state maybe about 30% of the higher education institutions have been accredited. Then we call out the recommendations given to all the higher education institutions in that particular state, and we come out with specific recommendations to improve the quality of higher education institutions in that particular state. In that way, state governments also have taken a good deal of initiatives, because we have given that type of reports to respective states. Sometimes we met education ministers, sometimes we met chief ministers also. In that way, they have taken a good deal of initiatives, especially in the western region. The states which are coming under western region are Maharashtra, Gujarat, Goa, Diu Daman, and Madhya Pradesh. And here, out of these states, Maharashtra stands number 1 with respect to total number of accredited institutions. And Maharashtra has, especially the governor of Maharashtra, the education ministry, and other stakeholders have taken a good deal of initiative. That's why it is number 1 in the whole country. And next might be Gujarat. Gujarat also has taken a good deal of initiative. Maybe in 2011, 2012, I also got the opportunity to go in this high power panel to meet then Chief Minister Modi ji at that time. And he did listen to our recommendation, because we prepared the blueprint to improve the quality of higher education for the state of Gujarat. And he did listen to us, and he took initiatives, and he gave directions to Chief Secretary and Principal Secretary of Education to issue circulars to all the higher education institutions in the state of Gujarat, so that now Gujarat also has got a good number of accredited institutions. Now I think it's around 500 plus institutions have been accredited, but with respect to absolute numbers, it is good. But with respect to percentage, it is not a rosy picture, because even Gujarat also has got more number of institutions. But nonetheless, with respect to absolute number, it's a good number. Then apart from these awareness programs, we are conducting very many seminars. Even institutions also can apply for seminars, and handholding activities also are there. And by chance, if a particular university has got A+ grade or A++ grade, and they can come forward and they can identify non-accredited colleges. Maybe in the case of A++ grade college, they can pick up 3 non-accredited institutions and they can guide as Margadarshak. Then that also will be very much helpful. And in the case of university, they can pick up 6 colleges and they can motivate these 6 colleges to come forward for the process of assessment and accreditation. Then apart from that, we have developed video tutorials, because I told you we believe in digital transformation, because now evaluative reforms also have been done at the NAC level, because even NAC is at the international arena now, because many countries like Philippines, Malaysia, Nepal, and many other countries, they are emulating NAC's methodology. And our experts, our internal officers also have gone as international experts to guide those quality assurance specialists in different countries. In that way, NAC also has got international visibility. That's why we have prepared video tutorials to help all the higher education institutions, not only within the country, but also across the globe. And these video tutorials also are self-explanatory. Any of the higher education institutions can go through, and that will facilitate all the higher educational institutional heads to learn lessons from these tutorials, and they can submit their self-study report. And even our manuals also, they are available in English, Hindi, Kannada as our regional language, because this is Tribhasha is there, because NAC is located in Bangalore in Karnataka. That's why we have gone for Kannada manual also. But apart from these languages, we are preparing other manuals in different regional languages as well. And our NAC website, it is very, very robust now, I can say, because NAC website also can be read in multi languages. Now we have used the chatbot technology, because artificial intelligence has been integrated in our website. I think any of the stakeholders can ask any of the generic questions 24/7. Within no time, you will get the answers from our artificial intelligence. We call that as chatbot. By chance, if it is not a general query, if it is a specific query, then you can contact our help desk, and help desk people also will guide you what exactly you need to do. Then apart from that, another unique that USP, that is unique selling proposition of NAC is IMS, that is issue management service. Here, any of the higher education institutions in the country can raise any of the queries in the portal of NAC. Then within 24 hours time, you would get the answer. I think that is the beauty, especially in the government bodies. It's quite unlikely, but even though NAC is a government body, we are trying very hard to give answers in 24 hours time to all the higher education institutions. And by chance, if this is not helpful, then you can contact our NAC officers as well. And apart from that, frequently asked questions also we are updating in the NAC website. That also might be of great help to all the higher education institutions, because we heard that some of the higher education institutions might be having their own apprehensions. They are not willing to come forward for the process of assessment and accreditation. They are worried about their grade or outcome. But for that also, we have launched a self-study report mock test also in the NAC website itself. In that way, they can take this mock test and they can evaluate, they can submit their self-study report informally through this mock test, and they can know their performance. Then based on their this performance, and once if they gain confidence, then they can come for the preparation of self-study report and submit to NAC. And apart from this, even NAC also has taken another set of initiatives, like especially for environmental audit or energy audit, because many of the institutions may not be aware of this energy audit or environmental audit or green audit. Here NAC itself, whatever now I think you are seeing our faces in the light, and this light has been generated. This is a green energy, this is the because the Atmanirbhar energy is there in NAC. To that extent, we are totally self-reliant, and the entire NAC office building is called net zero positive building. Here we generate our own electricity, and surplus would be pumped to our BESCOM, that is electrical company. In that way, we generate some revenue also. To that extent, this has become a case study for the entire country. Any of the higher education institutions can come to NAC and they can see, because seeing is believing. That is the order of the day. In that way, they will get a good deal of idea. And apart from that, we internally also here we can guide, and you can refer some of the books which are available in the NAC library also. And because our NAC library also is totally digitalized. In that way, you can access very many publications, because even those publications are also available in the NAC website. To that extent, we are open and transparent. You can refer all our publications. Even we have published thematic publications also. Then coming to NEP, National Education, because everywhere all the higher education institutions are talking about implementation of national education policy. Here also, we thought that we should add some questions to see NEP preparedness from all the higher education institutions. For example, Academic Bank of Credit is there. And for this, National Academic Depository is also there. And for this, in what way institutions are playing a major role? To know this particular specific role of all these higher education institutions, we did add some of the questions in our metrics. In that way, we are motivating all the higher education institutions to implement national education policy in more robust or more meaningful way. Then apart from that, even we are giving more emphasis for identifying best practices which have been followed in A++ higher education institutions. And we did request all the higher education institutions to identify this best practices, especially this A++ institutions. And we did come out with the specific publication. In that way, all the higher education institutions can go through these best practices followed by highly rated accredited institutions, so that they also can implement these best practices in their institutions. In that way, quality improvement and sustenance would happen in those countries, those higher education institutions. Then apart from that, even our peer team members, chairperson like Professor G.D. Sharma, they might have visited very many institutions. During their time, whatever the best practices they have observed in the evaluative institution, they might have come back to their own parent institution, and they might have implemented those best practices. And by chance, if they have seen some worst practices, in my opinion, that is also a lesson, because those worst practices, to some extent it's a lesson, because they will come back to their institution and they will not implement that type of worst practices. To that extent, it will become a best practice in their respective institution. In this way, we have taken very many initiatives. Well, not because of the paucity of the time, I will not take much of your time, because we have divided our roles, and now I wanted to tell a macro level things, macro initiatives which have been taken by the National Assessment Accreditation Council and our Professor Manjunath Rao. Maybe I think he may take another 4 or 5 minutes to give some micro level details about our methodology and other initiatives which have been taken by NAC. Now I request Dr. Manjunath Rao also. He is my colleague in NAC. He would be making a small presentation, but I request him to be very brief, and because now already organizers are running short of time, I request you to take less time. And before I stop, I heard that very many distinguished vice chancellors across Western region are here. I request all the vice chancellors to actively participate in the quality assurance movement, and also those who have not been accredited, I request those vice chancellors to take initiatives, and you should not have any apprehensions. Please do approach us. We are very friendly people, and NAC is a very friendly organization. Certainly, we will help you to come forward for the process of assessment accreditation. That's why, anyway, accredited institutions, there is no problem. I request accredited universities also to guide non-accredited universities. In that way, all of us would be benefited, and all the higher education institutions in the country would be improved very significantly. And before I stop, I wish all the higher education institutions in the Western region all the very best to reach the pinnacle on the plateau of higher education. Thank you very much. Thanks for your attention. Over to Dr. Manjunath.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shyam Sundar, sir. Am I audible?
Yes,
Audience, am
you're
I
audible.
Yeah.
Yes, you are.
Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to all the organizers. I thank Professor S.C. Sharma, sir, for giving me an opportunity to participate in today's program. Next slide. So the vision of our NAC institution is to make quality the defining element of higher education in India through a combination of self and external quality evaluation, promotion and sustenance initiatives. The mission of the statement is long-term plan and short-term plans. The mission is a short-term plans to reach vision statement, to arrange for periodic assessment and accreditation of institutions of higher education or units thereof, or specific academic programs or projects, to stimulate the academic environment for promotion of quality of teaching, learning and research in higher education institutions, to encourage self-evaluation, accountability, autonomy and innovations in higher education, to undertake quality-related research studies, consultancy and training programs, to collaborate with other stakeholders of higher education for quality evaluation, promotion and sustenance. Comparison of accreditation status across the country. See, NAC has been accredited, the institutional accreditation from 98 to 2017. 2017 onwards, we have come out with revised accreditation framework, that is RAF. Whereas the number of universities accredited up till 2017 is 247. With RAF, it is 262. There is a tremendous growth in number of universities accredited under RAF. Similarly, number of colleges accredited 6,309 between 98 and 2017. From 2017 onwards, 3,877. The total number of accredited institutions 6556 and 4139 in RAF, including both colleges and universities. So RAF, that is revised accreditation framework, which is a complete system-driven accreditation through online. The institutions can apply right from the beginning of the application
till the award of grade, it is through online. So it is highly user-friendly to all the stakeholders. NAC has 7 quality dimensions, which are curricular aspects, teaching, learning and evaluation, research, consultancy and extension, infrastructure and learning resources, student support and progression, governance, leadership and management, innovative and best practices. These are the 4 documents which are very, very important for the accreditation process. Manuals. NAC is very dynamic in creating the manuals. For every type of institution, there is a separate manual. Benchmarks, as Dr. Shamsundar sir told, benchmarks are disclosed for affiliated colleges, autonomous colleges and universities. Data templates, these are very, very important. Whatever data the institutions have to give, we have standardized the data templates. In that templates only, the colleges or the universities have to give it. Standard operating procedures. For the DVV process, that is quantitative metrics, we have published all the standard operating procedures. Higher education institutions need to follow the standard operating procedures. Types of manuals. We have revised many manuals. Autonomous colleges, recently we have initiated, that is February 2023 onwards, whichever autonomous institutions who are applying for accreditation, in that we have reduced the number of metrics. Affiliated colleges, January 2023, we have revised. General universities, February 2023, we have revised. Similarly, we have
Dr. Manjunath, you can, I mean, this can be read. So if we can go to the, you can skip such type of slides.
Yeah. See here, number of metrics we have reduced. In the universities, earlier it was 115 metrics. Now it is 87 metrics. There are 7 criteria. Key performance indicators are 34. Qualitative metrics, earlier it was 36. Now we have reduced to 32. Quantitative metrics, earlier it was 79. Now it is 55. From 115 metrics, we have reduced to 87. Now it is ease of accreditation for all the universities. So they can come for accreditation process. It is user friendly. Next slide, Govind. Next, autonomous colleges. Previous slide. Yeah. Autonomous colleges. Earlier it was 107 metrics. Now it is reduced to 85 metrics. We have made it very user friendly and ease of accreditation. 7 criteria, 34 key indicators. Qualitative metrics are 35. Quantitative metrics are 50. It is 85 metrics. From 107, it is reduced to 85. Next two. Affiliated colleges, earlier it was 96. For affiliated colleges, the manuals were different earlier. It was UG manual and PG manual. Now it is combined for both UG and PG. Now it is reduced to 56. In that, 7 criteria, 32 key indicators, 22 qualitative metrics and 34 quantitative metrics, which comes to 56. See, during peer team visit, they will verify 22 metrics. In the DVV process, they will verify 34 metrics with the supporting documents and the data. Criteria and its weightages. For universities, in curricular aspects, 150 for universities, 150 for autonomous colleges, 100 for affiliated colleges. Teaching, learning and evaluation. For universities, it is 200. For autonomous colleges, it is 300. For affiliated colleges, it is 350. Next, research, innovation and extension activities. 250 for universities, 150 for autonomous colleges, 110 for affiliated colleges. Infrastructure and learning resources. So infrastructure is must for all kinds of institutions, which is 100 uniform for all the type of institutions. Student support and progression, which is 100 for universities, 100 for autonomous colleges, 140 for affiliated colleges.
criteria and its weightages. For governance, leadership and management, for universities, the weightage is 100, autonomous colleges 100, affiliated colleges 100. Institutional values and best practices, it is 100, 100, 100 for all types of institutions. The total score is 1000. Yeah. The NAAC accreditation is of 3 parts: quantitative metrics, qualitative metrics, student satisfaction survey. Quantitative metrics is evaluated by the DVV partners. Whatever the documents and the data which the institution submit during the self-study report and the DVV clarification stage, based on that, the quantitative metric value will be calculated. Qualitative metrics will be done by the peer team visit. Student satisfaction survey, whatever mail IDs the institution provides for all the students, a survey will be sent by email. In turn, the students will respond to the survey. Based on that student satisfaction survey, value will be calculated. All 3 together is called accreditation outcome. The NAAC grades are 3.51 to 4, A double plus, 3.26 to 3.50, A plus, 3.01 to 3.25, A, that is 3 to 4 is A plus and A double plus, 2.76 to 3 B double plus, 2.51 to 2.75, it is B plus, 2.01 to 2.50 is B grade, 1.51 to 2 is C grade, less than 1.5 is D grade. Timelines. See, the first step is IIQA. IIQA, that is Institutional Information Quality Assessment. In this process, the institutions will give the affiliation letter and the statutory regulatory authority approvals. If the institution is having valid accreditation, valid affiliation and approval, such institutions can come for accreditation. So that will be approved within 15 days if all the documents are produced by the institution. SSR, that is self-study report, within 45 days from the approval of IIQA. Once IIQA is approved, within 45 days, the institutions have to submit SSR. DVV, student satisfaction survey, 30 days from the submission of SSR. Peer team visit from 30 days to 60 days from the pre-qualification stage. Announcement of results within 30 days from the peer team visit. Quality assurance in assessment and accreditation. Innovative and flexible curriculum, capacity building programs for students, faculty and staff members, quality learning resources, career counseling and placement opportunities for students, mechanism to address the needs of slow learners and fast learners, adequate academic infrastructure, startups, innovative centers, consultancy, collaborative activities, life skills and add-on programs, more free ships and scholarships for students, evaluation process and reforms, regular academic, administrative and financial audits, internal quality assurance cells for anti-ragging, sexual harassment and women harassment. Impact of accreditation. Quality improvement initiatives by institutions, improve student enrollment in both quality and quantity, helps the institution in securing necessary funds, enhances employability of graduates, facilitates transnational recognition of degrees and mobility of graduates and professionals, motivates faculty to participate actively in the academic and institutional activities, helps to create a congenial academic environment in the institution, contributes to social and economic development of the country. Yeah, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity. Over to Shyam Sundar sir.
Yeah, now I think whatever we wanted to tell, I think we have completed. Now any of the parties, or I think I leave
Thank you,
to
Dr.
Professor
Shyam.
GD Sharma.
Thank you, Dr. Shyam Sundar ji. We will take up questions and answers together along with ICAR. So let us have a presentation from ICAR also. Dr. Seema Jaggi, are you there?
Yes, yes, I am here. Yes, I am.
Seema, please do it within the next 10 minutes because we'll have some time for questions and then we'll proceed for lunch. So in 10 minutes, please give your presentation. Seema.
Thank you. I'll first share my slides. Is it okay, ma'am? Visible? Can you see the slides, ma'am?
No, we are not able to see the slides. On the side, it is there. You have to do the.
Oh, we are able actually. We can see.
नहीं उसको main पे लाओ ना slides को.
We could see, yes, we could see.
Yes, yes. Now it is okay. Seema, proceed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Respected chair, co-chair, and all the delegates of this particular meet, good afternoon to all. And first of all, let me thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity to share some of the points and strategies with respect to the agricultural education in the country. As you know that agricultural education is an important component of the education system, and it plays a significant role in the country's agriculture development. Now, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, through its Agricultural Education Division, is working for maintaining and upgrading quality and relevance of higher agricultural education through partnership and efforts of all our state agricultural universities. And the quality assurance of higher agricultural education is given the major thrust through policy support, accreditation, academic regulation, personal policies, and development of course curricula, and strengthening and creating infrastructure. In all, the role of ICR is important. So here I would like to focus some of the points with respect to this. Yes. So when we talk about the agricultural system, National Agricultural Education and Research System, it consists of all ICR institutes. There are more than 100 ICR institutes, as well as there are total 74 agricultural universities. And these 74 agricultural universities from all of different domains. We have like for crop specific universities, then veterinary universities, horticulture, fisheries, and there are 4 deemed universities. And these 4 deemed universities are directly under the ICR. And with respect to one is with respect to crop, we have IRI, then one is Veterinary Research Institute, IVRI at Iddatnagar, Bareilly. Then there is one National Dairy Research Institute in Karnal. Another one is on fisheries, Central Institute on Fishery Education at Mumbai. So these are the 4 deemed universities. And there are 3 central universities. And all these universities together, they offer a number of degree programs. When we talk about the UG levels, there are total 12 subjects in which the students can opt for the UG degree. 79 PG subjects are there and 78 doctoral programs are there. Now, the distinguishing feature of our course curriculum is that it is very focusing on the student ready. Student ready means rural entrepreneurship awareness development yojana. It is written here, ready. This was launched by our Honorable Prime Minister in the year 2016. And in the UG program, in the last year of the UG program, that is 4th year, the students are given this opportunity to work in either they can go to the rural area and work there, or they can go to the industries, or we have certain experiential learning units. In all universities have experiential learning units, like we have total 485 units. So and a student can opt for, like for mushroom raising, for dairy, maybe for the dairy technology. So different units are there. It is the choice of the student to take up any of the experiential learning unit. And then in between, we also introduce many new courses. Entire course curriculum development work is done by the ICAR, and which is being followed by all the 74 agricultural universities. And we are, it is very dynamic. We are always adding the new course curriculum. Like precision farming we have added, then sericulture, and then of late, recently we have added one, we are about to add a course on natural farming, which is our Prime Minister has already said that we should work on natural farming. So very shortly, we are going, maybe from the next academic session, we are going to start a course on natural farming. Now, the strategy which we have with respect to the National Education Policy 2020, and this strategy for improving the course curricular relevancy, I can divide the strategy into three parts. The first strategy is improving the course curricula. So at all level, the UG level as well as at the PG level. And for UG level, we have a committee called Dean's Committee. And for the PG level, we have a committee called Broad Subject Matter Area Committee. And they are working on it. And you can see that they are working, seeing based on all the guidelines given in the National Education Policy with respect to multiple exit and entry options, and then with respect to a certificate course, diploma course, polytechnic course, vocational course, all these some of them are already there in place, but now we are working on it so that all the universities take up these activities. Same way in the PG level also, we are focusing on the interdisciplinary approach, and MSc and PhD is both research oriented. Like in MSc also there is a research work in all agriculture universities. And we are trying to introduce the teaching assistantship to help the students. And also one more program, like we have internship during the master's program. We have internship during the UG level, but now we are trying to introduce the internship during the master's level program. The strategy 2 is our implementation of this new education policy. And under this, we are working, the universities have already started this. They are relaxed since we have to increase the enrollment, because enrollment in agriculture education is very low. We have total 9% of the universities, total universities, agriculture universities constitute 9%. And if you see the number of students enrolled, it is only 1%. So in order to increase the enrollment, one criteria is because residential requirement was must in case of this. So we are trying to relax the residential requirement. And the other things what we are trying to do is, like as per the NEP, we have already started on the academic bank of credits work is already done. And then we are working on the common entrance test, that also I would like to highlight later on. And this way we can increase and all the universities have been asked to increase the enrollment by 10% every year, so that we come to a particular level. This is the timeline which we have fixed for by 2030. This will be achieved, all agriculture universities to become multidisciplinary as per the NEP 2020. Increase in the gross enrollment ratio. And then we have some long-term implementation strategies, which is by 2035, which we shall try to attain. Then this is already covered, enhancement of gross enrollment ratio in agricultural universities. Then the strategy 3 is bringing resilience in agriculture education system. You can see that with this growing complexities, and which we have recently witnessed also in the COVID-19, it is very important to repurpose the agricultural higher education and make it resilient to this extraneous shocks. So for this, we have started the approach of resilience in agriculture education system, and we have digital infrastructure. We have already prepared many of these universities, the 74 universities have been provided with these facilities under a project called NAHEP, National Agriculture Higher Education Project. Under this complete digital infrastructure has been provided. Then we are in the process of making the digital content. For every course, we are making the digital contents, and then the digital capacity building of the faculty as well as of the students. And another important feature in this NAHEP is that it is also focusing on exchange of students. Many of the students of different universities have got this opportunity to visit some of the universities abroad. It is also for the UG level, PG level, as well as for the PhD level. And for UG level, as I told you, we have the Dean's Committee, which works on it, and it is restructuring all the UG programs based on our NEP 2020, making certificate course, diploma courses, the admission criteria as per the NEP. and then increasing the gross enrollment. And these are the 12 disciplines which I have told in which we offer the UG degree. This is just the syllabus I can show you. We have booklets for PG and PhD. Then the career opportunities or the current career avenues for agriculture students is it's very vast. If an agriculture or a horticulture students can get opportunities in agri input industry, seed industry, agrochemicals. Then the banks also the students are getting. Engineering students can go in farm machinery and agri equipment industries. Then in the government organizations, in the research organizations, similarly in the veterinary sciences, in the fishery sciences, a huge opportunity for the students are there in these all different sectors. Now, one more thing which we are initiating is PARTH, that is Primary Agricultural Rural Trained Human Resource. In this, as I told you, in the 4th year, the students are going for the some specific training. So in this, what the students will do is the beneficiary will be the rural youth from agricultural communities who do not get the opportunity to go to the colleges and study. So they will be the beneficiaries, and the students who are in the agricultural universities under the Student Ready program, they will interact among themselves and they will be mentored by few faculty and the coaches, and they will tell about the different avenues and different agricultural opportunities which they have. Then like we have the Show the Ganga in case of that, same way in similar lines we have Krishi Kosh. All the thesis, the MSc thesis as well as the PhD thesis of all the agricultural universities are contained in this digital repository called as Krishi Kosh. You can see there are a number of thesis. You can see month-wise what is the distribution. So it is mandatory that all the student after passing out their thesis has to be uploaded on the Krishi Kosh. Then attracting talent to agricultural education, we conduct our own All India entrance examination for admission to UG, PG and PhD through National Testing Agency, which we have been doing for the last number of years. And this is just the distribution, how the intake is increasing. Intake as well as the number of students who are taking interest in agriculture education is day by over the year it is increasing. And the latest one is now since NEP talks about common entrance examination. So we will be joining now for our UG examination with the CUET. From this coming year, we have already communicated this to NTA, and for all our UG 12 degrees are there, like BSc Agriculture, BSc Horticulture, Forestry, and so on. We have 12 degree programs. All those admissions will be done through the common university entrance test conducted by NTA. And as far as the quality assurance is concerned, we have the ICR has its own board in our agriculture education. We have the National Agricultural Education Accreditation Board, NAEAB. However, again, since we are talking about, when we talk about NEP, so we are talking about now there is a National Accreditation Council. So there has to be one body which will work on all these things. So maybe now shall also join in NAC and then NIRF in the ranking also. We are doing our separate ranking. We have that procedure also. But for ranking, already our agriculture universities, this time they have applied for NIRF. Then NEP talks about the holistic development of the student. So in this regard, an MOU has been signed between ICR and Heartfulness Education Trust. And in this, they will organize the Heartfulness Education Trust will organize various programs related to life skills, wellness, meditation, yoga, and then socio-emotional learning, etc. So you can see this is the MOU which we have recently, just 4-5 months back, we have signed, and already this is in work. The team from Heartfulness Foundation is visiting to different agricultural universities. In batches, the students are given this opportunity to avail or to get trained by this official. And the way forward when we talk about that, so you can see here that we are already, the universities are having, some of the universities are having the incubation centers, but now we want every universities to have incubation centers. Like some of the universities are having incubation centers on food technology, maybe entrepreneurship capacity, and so on. So we want some more incubation centers to be opened, agri-tourism to be promoted, agri-startups to be taken up, then exposure visits of students of general universities to agriculture universities. We have already signed an MOU with the AIU that the students from general universities can come to the agriculture universities to have an exposure to what type of work is being done in the universities. Then mainstreaming agricultural curriculum in schools. This also we already had one brainstorming session, and in this regard we are working on it, and the agriculture will be introduced, agriculture curriculum will be introduced at the school level. Then mainstreaming private universities in agriculture. A number of agriculture universities private universities are coming up. So how to mainstream those private universities with our existing universities. Then to develop a strong industry institute partnership for global competitiveness, and the entire information with respect to agricultural education to be available in the digital platforms. Then with regard to the globalization of higher education in agriculture, this is last slide, just one or two slides. So we are talking now, we are in the process of making one of our deemed universities as mega universities, like IRI. IRI is going to be a mega university. Work is already going on, and a number of institutes, ICR has a number of institutes spread across different countries, spread across different parts of the country, and working on different domains. So we'll bring all of them. Students will be given to these institutes also, which will be the main hubs for the main university IRI. So we are working on it. We also provide international fellowships to pursue PhD for the students, which is called as Netaji Subhash International Fellowship. Then we also have some other international fellowships, which are BIMSTEC, ASEAN, Indo-Africa, and Indo-Afghanistan. This is some snapshots of the experiential learning of the students, which they take up in their 4th year. And recently we have started this a magazine for the benefit of all the complete information on agriculture education. It's Agricultural Education Digest. And this magazine, just first issue is released, and in quarterly basis we'll be releasing this, and which will contain the complete information on the agricultural education. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Seema, for a very, very comprehensive presentation. Now the house is open for questions. If anybody has any suggestion or any question from NAC or ICAR, the house is open. Mics, please.
सवाल पूछ रहे हैं. Good afternoon. Can I ask?
Who is there?
I am Dr. Chaparwal from Udaipur.
Okay, just a second. One person is asking here. After that, you can ask.
Okay.
Please.
Good afternoon, panelists. And my question goes to ADG ICAR. I'm representing Mewar University as Vice Chancellor in Rajasthan, Chittorgarh. We have a School of Agriculture with us. The primordial laws made, rules and regulations, they require 40 acres of land from a university with regard to establishment of a School of Agriculture. Now, these days, this is impractical. Gone are the days of Pantnagar and Hisar. There is question of limited land available now. So what I request is, we have already requested this to Honorable Agriculture Minister, written several letters to him and met also. What I request, Madam, kindly support us in reducing this requirement from 40 to maybe 10, because land is very costly, very, very costly.
Let me tell you, it is already done. It is already done. Actually, it was not 40, it was 30 hectares. Now a new guidelines have come. The Model Act is going, it's already approved. It has reduced to half. Now it is 15 hectares. So that you will get soon. It is already approved everything. So new guidelines are 15 hectare for starting a degree program BSc Agriculture. It depends now if you are starting agriculture engineering, the requirement is different. So depending on what degree program you are starting, I am telling about BSc Agriculture, you require 15.
So I believe the process will be expedited at the
It
bureaucratic
is already
level.
done. It is in the printing stage. The booklet is being printed.
So Seema, 1 hectare is 2.5 acres or what? How much?
Yes. Yes.
So 15 hectares means 40 acres.
Yes.
So it is not reduced.
It is not reduced.
No, earlier it was 30. We have made it half.
So I think he is talking about the reduced norm. Reduced is now 40 acres, which is 15 hectares. So he's asking you to reduce from 40 to 10.
After establishing the whole school of agriculture with polyhouses, tractors, everything.
It includes everything. It
See,
includes everything.
we will take up all the questions and then in the end we will request the
Thank you so much.
experts to
Much
respond. Dr. Saoji, please.
Hello, good afternoon. I am Dr. Saoji from Bharati Vidyapit. My question is to the Dr. Shyam Sundar about NAC perspective. It is a little more specific to health sciences because I understand that from 2024, the graduates from the health science institutes from India, if they want to do residency abroad, particularly in US, they have to be from the accredited schools or accredited universities, and the accreditation has to be approved by the World Federation of Medical Education, that is WFME. So has NAC in any case working with WFME to have the linkages of NAC and WFME? Because if that is not done, as of now, WFME doesn't recognize NAC. And in that case, the NMC has initiated the process, that is National Medical Commission, but it will take at least 1.5 years to 2 years to complete the process. So the students may be deprived of the opportunity for residency abroad, particularly from health science background. So my appeal and request would be that the NAC should take up this matter with WFME, particularly with regards, because there are many institutions, many universities in the country which are accredited by NAC, and then those students at least should have the opportunity for the residency programs. That's the point. And if there's any clarification, I'd be happy to know about it.
Okay. Dr. Shyam Sundar will collect all the questions. So Dr. Chaparwal from Udaipur.
Yes.
Please go ahead. You are on mute. You have to unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself, Dr. Chaparwal. He is seeking, I think, some technical help. So till that time, if there is someone in this hall who wants to speak, आप इधर दीजिए. Also identify yourself so that they can write the names.
I am Dr. Suresh Chandra Padi, Vice Chancellor, Purnima University, Jaipur. I have new suggestion also, you can say. Now, in NEP, they talk about research university as well as teaching university and colleges. So in NAC accreditation also, why the universities are not divided, or the grading system is not divided, like those who are interested for research university and those who are interested for teaching university. Now the all university have same ranking. So if it can be done, or is there any suggestion on this?
Okay, thank you. Anyone else from here, please?
Excuse me, madam, can I have a word? I am Professor Nagaraju from Odisha.
Okay, let us hear. Dr. Nagaraju, please go ahead.
Madam, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity is there a way the AIU can engage with state universities with regard to the implementation of NEP? Because some states have been a bit silent on this without not coming out with pronounced support for the state university. I'm talking for the state universities. Is there a way the AIU can engage with state universities in advancing the implementation, at least in certain respects, though it's binding on us, but state universities play a role for the state universities. That's one thing I just thought I would like to have your response.
So just two quick responses. One, we devoted the whole year last year on implementation of NEP, in which all the state, central, private, all universities were involved. And second, we are starting a consultancy process in which we are engaging with the consultants who will be helping the universities in implementing the NEP. So that also, if you approach AIU, we can be helping you in implementing NEP in your university through our consultants. Thank you.
Second, the incubation centers, some of us are keen to establish. So is there a way some of these organizations like the one which agricultural, center, and can they be of some help to us in establishing the incubation center?
I think AICT is helping the universities in establishing incubation centers. So you can get in touch with the AICT.
Thank you. Thank you, madam.
Yeah, so this is Dr. Dharmesh Shah. I am currently Vice Chancellor, Sakarchand Patel University, Visnagar, Gujarat. I have one like a simple but a complex kind of a question. We all are talking about with reference to NEP 2020 as a multidisciplinary education system. But at the same time, NAC actually talks about each vertical. If there is going to be any multidisciplinary campus, then how health, technical, paramedical, and agriculture are going to be evaluated as a single university? That is going to be a real challenge for the next generation. And at the same time, when we have agriculture university available, we have health universities also available. Can we not this collaborate and do something together, which can actually provide a multidisciplinary education rather than both creating their own infrastructure and spending their resources like land and other resources? So can AIU take up this as a bigger challenge for the next future?
Okay, let us talk about it. Let us think about it. Anyone else?
Hello.
Anyone online?
Hello.
Dr.
Yes.
Dr.
Hello.
Chaparwal, are you there?
Hello, madam.
Yes.
This is Dr. Uday Khorke from VNMKV Parvani, Agricultural University. Actually, we are in the accreditation process of ICAR. And in fact, NAC accreditation is a little different. The criteria slightly they are changed. Can we have an integration of both? Do we have some base or the platform where the ICAR accreditation and NAC accreditation they are doing the same thing?
That is what Dr. Seema, she explained in her presentation, but again, she will reply to your question. Anyone else from online? Dr. Chaparwal, are you there now? No? He's not there. Okay. Dr. Sinha.
Hello. No. High scoring matrix should be more discussed as far as grade inflation is concerned, because more clarity is needed as far as I'm talking about the NAC.
Okay.
I am Dr. Rajan Sinha. I am the Vice Chancellor of Sandeep University in Nasik. And long-term planning and vision is more required to make university multidisciplinary by 2035. And again, I am also requesting that agriculture requirement for starting agriculture courses, requirement should be reduced.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now if there are no more questions, we'll revert back to our speakers. First to NAC, would you like to reply, Dr. Shyam Sundar?
Yeah, yes, madam. Madam, I think Professor Pardy might have asked about the evaluation of research universities and teaching universities. Because when NAC got established, there was only one manual for university per se. But now over the period of time, we got a lot of feedback from different stakeholders. That's why we did develop different categories of manuals for especially for different categories of universities. One manual for regular universities, another manual for Sanskrit universities, another manual for law universities, yet another manual for health science universities. In this way, we have different, already we have gone for and open universities and distance education universities, dual mode universities, we have yet another manual. In this way, already we have 5-6 categories of manuals. But anyway, this national education policy it has come recently. Maybe over the period of time, all these things also we would be integrating, because overnight nothing can happen. Even I think one other Professor Shah was talking about multidisciplinary approach. NAC is doing evaluation of monofaculty higher education institutions and also multidisciplinary higher education institutions. NAC is like a doctor, because we don't advocate whether you go for monofaculty or multidisciplinary. Whatever government of India gives the direction, accordingly universities would be establishing multidisciplinary or monofaculty universities and colleges. And once if you are ready for the evaluation, as a doctor, we would be identifying your ailments only. We will be just like a mirror. In that way, NAC may not have any specific role with respect to this, but nonetheless, we can guide all the higher education institutions based on the experience we gain through the process of evaluation. And another professor asked about memorandum of understanding with WIFME, but right now we don't have that type of WIFME MOUs. Maybe in the future, anyway, this is a good point we can we have noted, and maybe we can explore the possibility of signing a MOU with WFME. And if it is of great help to many health science students or scholars, definitely we will explore the possibility. We will place it before our appropriate authorities. Let us see. And these are the questions we got from NAC.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shyam Sundar. Dr. Seema?
Yes, ma'am. The point related, I already made in the presentation also related to the accreditation. The NEP talks about a single accreditation body, that is a National Accreditation Council. And then they will have domain specific things. So maybe for medical purpose, we have one domain. For agriculture, we will have one domain. So we from the agriculture side, we are a part to it. The issue is being discussed, how to manage, how to come out with some solution for this, because rightly said, agriculture has different components. It has besides research, teaching, and then there is an extension part also, which is very important, which is not included in the NAC performa. So some changes have to be made in the performa with respect to the agriculture universities accreditation. So we are a party to it and we are working on it, and definitely some changes we will get it. That is one part. And as far as the land requirement also, I've already mentioned, minimum this much land is required, because agriculture cannot be done by sitting just in the classrooms. We require little land. Students have to go out and do their experiments, see the experiments being done. So this has been already reduced to 15 hectares as of now. So I think already we have cut down to half, from 30 to 15. So this is the requirement for BSc Agriculture. Same way the list is there. I have the list with me, and that too with the minimum intake of students also. It is mentioned not more than, it is 120 students in BSc Agriculture with 15 hectares of land. For that it is the requirement. Rest all is available. The guidelines are available. I can share it with
Thank you, Dr. Seema. Now, one last question from, if it is very relevant, from Mewar University to NAC, and then I'll request Professor G.D. Sharma to wind up.
Yeah, it's a request from NAC people, like the matrices which you changed. Practically, you changed it with retrospective effect, for which universities had already worked out the exercise. And now if you change it, because in effect, if you change retrospectively, the preparations done by university as per the guidelines issued earlier, that becomes not feasible. And I'm referring to quantitative and qualitative matters. The question was asked with AI device, which you were saying, and the AI answer came to that. So that is what is the difficulty. Anything which you implement should have a futuristic aspect or prospective effect, not retrospective effect, because it is legally untenable.
Understood. Dr. Shyam Sundar?
As all of you know, we in our country, we have a lot of diversity and complexity in the higher education system. See, now complexity, I mean some of the universities might be smaller than the colleges also. And that is the complexity with which we are handling our higher education institutions. And whatever the methodology we develop, whether retrospectively or prospectively, definitely we will be in the transitionary phase. In that way, some of the institutions may not be benefited when we implement certain state, because see, now earlier we didn't want to reduce any of the metrics because we thought that it should be very robust, it should be very much streamlined, and some of the questions university should not answer because that should act like a benchmark. In that way, we wanted to retain some of the difficult questions also, but many of the academicians felt that those questions may not be relevant at this juncture. Maybe when they become more mature enough, at that point of time, we thought of adding these questions once again. But at this juncture, maybe it is very much premature to remove all these things because based on the feedback from other authorities also, because authorities asked us to go for ease of accreditation. That's why we did reduce some of the metrics. But now some of the universities would be benefited because of the reduction of the metrics. And those universities who already started the process of accreditation, you may not be benefited, but still we have given sufficient time. Even during the process of corona pandemic also, we did give a lot of time to different higher education institutions. In the same way, whatever the deadline we put, for everything we give adequate time. In that way, institutions would not be disbenefited to the greater extent. But still, if you have any specific problem, you can raise an issue in our IMS, issue management system. We will look into it for a specific case-to-case basis. Yeah, I'm done.
That's what. That is what.
Somebody is speaking.
Cannot hear.
Thank you, Dr. Shyam Sundar and Dr. Seema Jaggi for being so patient and for answering all the queries which were raised by the Honorable Vice Chancellors here. Now to close the session, I'll give the mic to Professor G.T. Sharma, the Vice President of AIU.
Okay, thank you very much. And in this very interactive session, I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Shyam Sundar, Advisor NEC, and Dr. L. Manjunath Rao, Deputy Advisor NEC, for giving very exhaustive presentation of NEC, which has been very, very active and very, very much we can say transformative from stage 1 of its establishment to till today. That is why so many guidelines, so many the criteria, both metrics, qualitative, quantitative, involvement of more students, stakeholders. And now what is happening that since NEP 2020 is talking about multidisciplinary education, the questions related to health science, question related to agriculture science, other education systems also are going to be integrated once HE comes. Because HE has not yet come, that is why this is the period when Agriculture Council, ICR, they are doing lot of
modifications, work as per NEP 2020. UGC is doing lot of work. Every week, new regulations are coming, and we are having that new regulations to implement NEP 2020. AICT is also doing. So it seems that everybody is in the race of implementation of NEP 2020, but separately. So we have to think of multidisciplinary approach, and that will also be possible. That in beginning, we started fragmentation of higher education in different line. Now we are thinking of bringing together. So what I feel that ICR also has to think, what about 40% courses they can develop for other stream? Because 40% education can be taken by general education student also. If somebody is from arts students and other things, how he can have some courses on agriculture. Say, for example, beekeeping. What is there in the specialization in beekeeping? If some course, common course can be developed, fisheries, mushroom cultivation, some courses, what I feel like this, 40% they can say those who are not going for hardcore graduate or postgraduate of agriculture. These are courses. Similarly, law, some of the common laws for which the general public should be aware. People do PG, UG, PhD, but they are not aware about the general laws. So they should also work out, these are the 40% courses which can be taken by anyone, so that it becomes the multiple, all these things. Otherwise, this multidisciplinary is not coming together. And what I personally feel, it is also because of regulatory bodies. They want to visit, if you want to start any course related to law education, these things. So what I feel, similarly, NEC is doing wonderful work, but when NAC comes, so this will be already coming to help solve many of our problems. And as in morning, our honorable chief guest, Bhai Atul Kothari mentioned that step by step, let us also think in our interaction step by step. But what we are thinking, the last 7th floor, not of 1st floor. So I think in due course of time, the things will be much more easier when we bring integration. And I am sure that in annual conference of AIU, you will get lot of this opportunity where many of those aspects will be discussed there. And in the meantime, the AIU is also thinking that what are the challenges of implementing NEP 2020? So far, how much universities have implemented, and what about this 40% multidisciplinary approach, not within the general education, not within agriculture university, not within the law university, though it is not part, but still it can be made. So I am sure this interaction of today's has been very, very informative and very interactive. Only thing there, what we have seen, that this West Zone Vice Chancellor's Conference is having a specific purpose about the evaluative reforms. That is the more, we have to concentrate on this. So I will all request that in this, please concentrate and give your suggestions so that it can be taken by AIU. And while we are talking about the holistic approach of the NEP 2020, because our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Pramod Yavleji, has given this opportunity to all of us to share our knowledge and also give some suggestions related to the specific, this particular evaluative reforms. In morning, I'm thankful that our Atulji Bhai has given so many ideas that how this our outreach program, how our this sports program can be made as a formal evaluative system. Has any university developed that, okay, outreach program, 1 credit. These are the topics. Sports program, 2 credit, 1 credit. These are the topics. If we bring this way, then I think something will be there, and that evaluative also. I'm sure in this conference, we'll have lot of opportunities also to work out on this. That means curriculum development is very important. Its implementation, as well as the most important is the evaluative reforms, that how to evaluate, particularly also how to build the trust between the students, learners, and taught the teachers, so that the corona, which has been very, very helpful to us, particularly Indians, that 10 lakhs students going abroad, how we can keep them here using this technology, and also bringing some of the best practices used abroad in our Indian system also, evaluative system, and then arrest our student not going out, but get with the benefit of the latest relative or relevant education. That is our main focus, that then only Atmanirbhar Bharat. But if the students every year increasing, instead of 8 million, 10 million, 12 million going abroad, and only the filtered one will remain here, then how the Atmanirbhar Bharat? Because those who are going abroad, 90% they start working there only. So this is very important, and I am sure that transformative higher education for Atmanirbhar Bharat will deliver all these aspects, because in our annual conference, all these will be integrated, will be brought together, and among you, you will be there. And I request all of you that please give your suggestions. And I especially take this opportunity to thank Dr. Shyam Sundar, who has been very, very active, and the NAC has been very, very, you can see so many reforms have been done by NAC, keeping in view of the changes in higher education and bringing it to the standard of global level. That is why, at least now from other countries, they are asking to us. So if we want to come out as a Vishwaguru by 2047, these approaches are required to have the Indianness and to have the integration of these things, no strong wall between these different regulatory bodies, and then create our own indigenous system. So with these few words, I thank each one of you who have been very patiently listening and giving chance to me. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. There is an important announcement for all of you. All the honorable vice chancellors are requested to submit the recommendation forms for this session duly filled in to our volunteers. Kindly do the submission before commencement of the technical session number 1. Kindly oblige. Now I'll request Dr. Madhuri Sawant to propose vote of thanks for this session.
On behalf of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University and Association of Indian Universities, I thank the chairperson, Professor G.D. Sharma, co-chairperson, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, the eminent speakers, Dr. M.S. Shyamsundar, Dr. L. Manjunath Rao, and Dr. Seema Jaggi, and all the dignitaries who have participated in this session. Special thanks to the session designer and coordinator, Dr. R. Rama Devi Pani, editor, University News, and academic nodal officer of this particular meet. I request everybody to join for the lunch and the first technical session, that is on the continuous assessment and evaluation will start sharp at 2:45. Thank you so much.
Recording stopped.
Good afternoon, dignitaries. I request all of you to kindly proceed to the hall so that we can commence with our technical session number 1. Thank you.
The government of India in the field of higher education, sports, and culture. Since its inception, it has been playing a vital role in shaping Indian higher education. Most importantly, AIU is vested with the power of according equivalence to degrees, qualifications offered by the universities across the world with those offered in India. AIU has also been mandated by the Department of School Education, Ministry of Education, Government of India to accord equivalence to the Indian boards for the secondary, senior secondary examination wide gauge notification. AIU is a think tank body with the responsibility of undertaking academic activities such as conducting research studies in higher education, acting as the Bureau of Information on Higher Education, liaising with international bodies and universities for the internationalization of Indian higher education, among many others. Some of the legends among many who served AIU as its presidents are Dr. Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan, Dr. Zakir Hussain, Dr. The Association of Indian Universities. AIU is one of the country's premier apex higher education institutions established in 1925. It is a research-based policy advice institution to the government of India in the field of higher education, sports, and culture. Since its inception, it has been playing a vital role in shaping Indian higher education. Most importantly, AIU is vested with the power of according equivalence to degrees, qualifications offered by the universities across the world with those offered in India. AIU has also been mandated by the Department of School Education, Ministry of Education, Government of India to accord equivalence to the Indian boards for the secondary, senior secondary examination wide gauge notification. AIU is a think tank body with the responsibility of undertaking academic activities such as conducting research studies in higher education, acting as the Bureau of Information on Higher Education, liaising with international bodies and universities for the internationalization of Indian higher education, among many others. Some of the legends among many who served AIU as its presidents are Dr. Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan, Dr. Zakir Hussain, Dr. The Association of Indian Universities. AIU is one of the country's premier apex higher education institutions established in 1925. It is a research-based policy according equivalence to degrees, qualifications offered by the universities across the world with those offered in India. AIU has also been mandated by the Department of School Education, Ministry of Education, Government of India to accord equivalence to the Indian boards for the secondary, senior secondary examination wide gauge notification. AIU is a think tank body with the response.
Good afternoon, everyone. I request all the dignitaries to proceed to the hall so that we can get started with the session. We are about to get started with technical session number 1. Thank you. Dignitaries are requested to please come and occupy their seats so that we can commence our session now. Thank you.
Good afternoon to one and all. I welcome you all for the first technical session on continuous assessment and evaluation. For this, I request the chairperson of this session, Professor Marmar Mukhopadhyay, an eminent speaker, Professor B.K. Tripathi, to please come on the dais. I request our Honorable Registrar, Dr. Bhagwan Sakre sir, to please felicitate our speaker and chairperson. K. Tripathi, sir. Now let me introduce you to the chairperson, Professor Parmar Mukhopadhyay. He has 58 years of experience in teaching. Oh, now it is 60 years. So he has a 60 years experience of teaching at all levels of education, training education and corporate officials, research, educational policy making, planning and management at national and international level. He has a strong global footprint. Professor Mukhopadhyay is a former professor, joint director and director of NIEPA, chairman of the National Open School for and founder chairman of West Bengal State Open School. He was vice president of ICDE Oslo, member of the Steering Committee of Image, that is in Washington, DC. He is chairperson of the Educational Technology and Management Academic Council, Gurgaon. He has also served the NCERT, Triple TI Bhopal and MS University Vadodara. He has been involved in Indian educational policy making and planning at the highest level since 1986. He was chairman of the CABI subcommittee in 2005 on the universalization of secondary education. Sir is the author of India's ambitious educational satellite document, that is EduSat for ISRO. Sir has represented India in many important international forums, including UNESCO, Paris, Geneva, Bangkok, Beijing, Manila, etc. Sir has authored and edited 27 books, 14 research reports, and nearly 200 book chapters, research papers, and articles, management cases, training modules, and test and inventories. Thank you, sir. He had a very vast CV. It was very difficult for us to concise it, sir. Yeah, thank you so much for coming. Our first speaker of today's session is Professor B.K. Tripathi. He has experience of 37 years in academic research and administration at higher level. His administrative engagement is of 11 years, serving as director, joint director, and dean. He was director, Inter-University Center for Teacher Education, BHU, and founder director of IUCTE to establish an institution that was honored by the Honorable Prime Minister on 25th December 2014 at BHU Varanasi. He was also joint director, National Council of Education, Research and Training. He has also served at the Northeastern Hill University, NEHU, and he is also working in various committees, including UPSC. For academic session, he has also traveled to Belgium, Netherlands, Japan, China, Hong Kong, USA, South Korea, England, Myanmar. Professor Tripathi has more than 100 publications of papers, articles, and abstract. Many scholars are awarded PhD under his able guidance. With this, I hand over the session to the chairperson, Professor Marmar Mukhopadhyay, for further deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Today's speaker for this session are Professor S. Sadagopalan from IIIT Bangalore. He was the director of IIIT Bangalore from 1999 to 2021. He's trying to come online. I suppose he's been able to join online. Yes, he's already there. Okay. Our second speaker is Professor Sadagopalan. He is, Professor Ami Upadhyay. She is the Vice Chancellor of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Open University, Ahmedabad, Gujarat. She is also online. Thank you, ma'am, for joining this session. Now I hand over this session to the chairperson, Professor Marmar Mukhopadhyay, for further deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for inviting me here, particularly Professor Pankaj Mittal, who wrote to me and asked me to come. And as you saw that when in the morning the Vice Chancellor photograph, I was not coming because I'm not a Vice Chancellor, but she insisted. So I think it's a very important domain in which we are going to work. Since the Rajdhani Express is running late, we'll do some different ways. I'll first request, what you'll do is, we have Professor Ami Upadhyay, Professor Tripathi, and Professor Sadagopalan may join. What we'll do initially, or despite I have been asked to speak for 5 minutes, I'll not do that. Let us listen to them. And following the footsteps of Professor G.D. Sharma, if there's time, I'll speak at the last. I'll invite first Professor Ami Upadhyay because she is there in the university. So as long as you are in the university, you've got 101 work. But since Professor Tripathi is here, I'm out here, we have no other work. So we'll request Professor Ami Upadhyay to start.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. AIU President, Honorable AIU President, Professor Suranjan Dasi, Professor G.D. Sharma ji, Secretary General, AIU, Dr. Pankaj Mittal ji, Honorable Session Chair, Professor Marmar Mukhopadhyay ji, former Director, NIPA, my co-speakers, Tripathi ji and Sadagopalan ji. We are speaking today, we are here to discuss about, I hope I'm audible enough, sir.
You're audible.
Thank you,
can
sir.
hear you. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Continuous assessment and evaluation, that what we are supposed to discuss about, as sir said that we are running a little late. So I'll try to be as brief as possible, and all the possible later on, I would be very happy to respond to queries if there are any. One thing very important that we have to understand is, and especially about, I'll not talk much about open distance learning, as Professor Mukhopadhyay ji is sitting, who has guided many universities, organization, HEIs. Assessment is very closely associated with curriculum, the size of population, location, funding, many things. So very important thing that we cannot talk about assessment or evaluation as an island. We may talk about 100 things to be introduced in assessment and evaluation, but if we are not able to work upon the size of the class, or maybe the geographical, sociological, psychological background of the students, funding aspect, curriculum aspect, teaching learning method, I think the only assessment may fail. So we may have to start working with those things. Before I move further, at Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Open University, because Vimla Thaka used to tell, "Jo jiya hai wo kaha hai." So a little bit, I'll take a moment to say that what at BOU as an open university we have done, that we are the only university in state, as a state university with A++ accreditation, and the only university, open university, state open university across India with A++ accreditation. At a university, we have developed certain things that on-demand exams we have done. We have our own indigenous platform for online exams also, online teaching learning also, password protected examination, paper sending. Related, we have more than 100 examination centers where video recording, CCTV camera, everything used to be. So we are trying our level best to use technology for examination also, not only for teaching learning. NEP 2020 has been introduced, which talks a lot about two things. One is about multicultural studies, or NEP 2020, the choice-based credit system, where the talk about the focus areas on 64 arts also. At the same time, it talks about use of technology also. So in assessment also, technology will play a very vital role. When we talk about evaluation mainly talks about the system, whether it works, it reaches to the destination or not. But when we talk about assessment is more of an individual. It is not that, when there are outcome-based learning, whether an individual being assessed or not. So evaluation is more of a system and assessment is more of an individual. That's what we have to understand. When we talk about assessment or evaluation or continuous assessment, first of all, the size of the class matters a lot. Because I've taught in engineering colleges also before a decade or so. When matter comes to theory, the theory would be the class of 60, but for the practical, the class will be of 20. So if we think about continuous assessment, individual should be assessed tailor-made or maybe a little bit customized assessment, because every individual is different. When we are thinking about blended learning or hybrid learning, in hybrid learning and blended learning, we will have many platforms to teach. And the learners will have many platforms to learn. And obviously, after NEP 2020, Indian education system is going to be and is becoming more and more student-centric. When we think about student-centric education system, even the evaluation and assessment needs to be more of student-centric. So what kind of student, for what kind of subject is being assessed or evaluated, that kind of assessment system will be required. For example, when we talk about NEP 2020, it talks about arts also. It talks about academic bank of credit. Now, although possible, a learner will be, a learner of an institute in Gujarat, the same learner might be a learner in some institute in Delhi also. When we talk about internationalization of education, AIU has worked a lot. Pankaj Mittalji is all for it, and she has been working wonderfully in that direction too. Now, when we talk about internationalization of education, at that time, a learner will be learning from the organization, institutes, beyond all these lines of countries also, not only of states. Now, in that case, assessment, considering the subject and the learner. When we talk about learner, it is learner's geographical background, cultural, social, psychological background, and then assessment taking place. We'll have to think about that. NEP 2020 talks about academic bank of credit, arts, various subjects, choice of the learner, choice-based credit system. That means there would be assessment and evaluation of performing arts also, fine arts also, maybe later on so many skills also. So all the possible that today when UGC or India talks about digital university, and that too also in the hub and spoke system, it will be developed. Is there any possibility that in later stage also the assessment would be in the same method, that all the possible, the university that it conducts exams, that examination again of certain subjects, hands-on training, like in the same way, face-to-face examination, some would be skill-based, some would be art-based. So those examination, all the possible in future, the universities, higher education institutes may have to think about that also. Very, very important aspect is use of technology. That now the days have come that later on there would be more of online. Today, 40% in blended and hybrid, 40% online. It is said later on now, many universities with A++ and certain 100 NIRF rankings, they are approved with online. And today thousands of courses, programs are there on online. Now examination online. Technology-based assessment evaluation will be there and there will be more required. In that case also, how to make it more transparent, more foolproof, that nothing, no dishonesty takes place, no malpractice takes place. So the technology-enabled assessment will be the need of the time, more and more. And that too also with more transparency, that will be. Online exam, remote proctored, how that would be take place, those kind of assessment, that will be very, very, very important. When we look at maybe accreditation, ranking, at that time, outcome-based is very important. Unfortunately, more of evaluation norms have come, more better systems have come, but somewhere that outcome assessing, whether the learner has really achieved those outcomes or not, that is still not taking place. I think that will be very difficult, but very, very important. Then only we will be able to genuinely assess the learner. Because when we say this particular course or program expects learner to reach these outcomes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But when evaluation or assessment takes place, hardly 1 or 2 are assessed or evaluated. When we talk about continuous assessment, so continuous, do we have that feedback, continuous mark sheets also? No, generally we say 30 marks, 70 plus 30, 30 continuous. Unfortunately, in continuous also they are given assignment that at the end of the exam, at the end of the semester, you will submit this assignment 30 marks, or maybe after every 1 month. But that's not taking place. When we say continuous after a month, the teacher assesses and finds that learner has not learned anything in last 1 month. 1 month is too late. So when we talk about continuous assessment, the frequency is very, very important. Not only the method. What are the parameters are being assessed? And not only that, in first, second, third, fourth assessment, what change positive has taken place, that also should be marked somewhere. I think at that time, learner would really realize that this is becoming more and more student-centric, learner-centric. And I think that is the way that will boost a kind of a confidence in the learner also, that no, something is really changing within me. Many a times we have come across students that somewhere they are very disappointed in general, that nothing, this education system cannot bring much change either me or in my future. So somewhere I feel that's very important. With that, I would say that not only assessment, there should be assessment of teaching also. Why teaching? Because if the teaching doesn't improve, it's not getting better every day, the learner will not have enough scope to improve. I think with learning, there should be assessment of research also. And research is not only an activity, it is more of an attitude. That research attitude, when the research attitude is developed, research takes place, and at the end, all the possible reaches to certain innovations. So somewhere I feel that we should develop a kind of assessment, formative assessment system where research, learning, innovation, everything is being assessed. So that's very, very important. Somewhere I feel when we talk about assessment, industry, academia, they play a very vital role in the development and learning process of a learner. So somewhere that industry also should be involved very concretely, very strongly in the assessment of a learner. NEP 2020 talks about every course, every program associated with certain hands-on training, certain internship. So at that time, higher education should be associated very strongly, very closely with those organizations, industries, where there also a learner will be assessed, and they will be assessed by the professionals somewhere, and not simply as a kind of, in many programs, it happens that the last semester they have certain projects. And here, my fraternity family is sitting here. We know that it becomes simply a kind of a process of formality. No. In industry also, in academia, industry also should play a very vital role in assessment of a learner. So in future, I think industry, such fields, such places would also work as an examination centers. That's very, very important. I think this is what I wanted to share. if any question will be there, I'll be more than happy. Thank you very much. I'm very thankful to Honorable Chair for giving me opportunity to speak first. I'm very thankful to AIU and especially my dear Dr. Pankaj Mittalji, Secretary General, very dynamic lady, for giving me this opportunity. And since morning, I have been hearing everybody, even, you know, when Atul Kothari ji, Bhaiji also spoke about continuous assessment when a learner enters, when the assessment may start with the first question of a watchman. I think that will make the learner realize that no, here we are to learn, we are to grow, we are to assist, and we are there to ripe fruits of it. I think that conviction in a learner will be very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor M.E. Upadhyay. It's a brilliant short presentation. And I've taken note of an entire lecture of yours. So at the end, I'll come back. Just for the information of the audience, what Atul Bhai told, in Nalanda, they are called Dwar Pandit, not Dwar Rakshi. Their title itself was Dwar Pandit. Okay, is Dr. Sadgopan on the line? Can you check? Maybe for the benefit of Dr. M.E. Upadhyay, you can show the audience here so that she can see who are sitting. Is he there? No. Okay. Then I'll invite Professor B.K. Tripathi to make his presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Respected chairperson of this session, Professor Marmar Mukhopadhyay ji, my very senior colleague and the stalwart of education in India, I think in the present time. And he has contributed for the education, both in school education and higher education, which has been just in his biodata, it was mentioned. But we have seen him being associated with the NEPA and in NCRT and learned a lot. So I'm very much happy that particularly this session, which is under your chairmanship, I'm here. I'm very much thankful to the President, Honorable Vice President, Professor G.D. Sharma, Madam Dr. Pankaj Mittalji, General Secretary of AIU, for giving me this opportunity to be here today with this August galaxy of the top leadership in the country, Western Zone, and have a learning opportunity here because since morning, we have many deliveries and wonderful remarks about the evaluation and assessment practices. So what I would like to just mention about this, focusing on the NEP 2020, because now what we have to see that what is with us and how to move further. The NEP 2020 has given a very big focus on the learner. And that too, when it is stating that the challenges of 21st century, the mandate of quality education, and with the aim to develop good, thoughtful, well-rounded, and creative individual. These are the four things. And that includes everything, whether it is the curricular or co-curricular aspects, which we have been discussing, that all these four, that contains everything. And all these are the very much part of our curricular and co-curricular program. Further, the NEP has also said very clearly that the assessment of educational practices across the world, that gives a lot of emphasis that how integration of humanities and arts with science, technology, mathematics, and engineering, this has improved learning outcome in all spheres, be it critical thinking, problem solving, innovation, or even the social and moral ethical values, teamwork, and even that lot of enjoyment in the learning process. So this had been taken into consideration to provide a new shape to the education system for the higher education. And the curriculum accordingly has also been framed now. Recently, I think in December, we had the curriculum and credit framework for the undergraduate program, where the choice-based credit system, which was already in existence since 2020 or even earlier, that is flexibility in choice-based credit system. So evaluation becomes, the assessment and evaluation becomes very, very important at this junction, that how to implement in the higher education system. Now, since the topic is, we are talking continuous assessment and evaluation. Now, from the education point of view, if you see the assessment and evaluation, they are the two different perspectives, and they have two different kind of objectives as well. The one assessment, if we say that it is a kind of improvement in the performance of the learner, that kind of opportunities are there. And when we say that evaluation, it is the final judgment. So the assessment aspect is becoming much more important, because in the morning, as it was said by the president himself, that the examination system in our education system in the country, post-independence, the first education commission speaks very loudly that examination is the most pervasive evil of our education system, by none other than Radhakrishnan. And then there was a deep studies performed, and it was done in 48, 49. In 1952, there was a secondary examination commission, and that speaks very loudly that examination dictates curriculum. It does not follow curriculum. Remove it. So, I mean, emphasis right from the beginning had been on this aspect, and this had been seen accordingly. We had many kind of experimentation in the school education system, continuous and comprehensive evaluation, where all aspects of formative and summative both have been taken into consideration. But so far in the higher education system, I think this kind of practice or this kind of evaluation, it was lacking and missing for a long time, until recently the choice-based credit system has came in, and then some kind of experimentation are going on. I strongly would like to emphasize over here that the concept of teacher education had been missing in the higher education. There was no concept at all, I should say very frankly over here and at this platform, that the teacher education components, which are with the curriculum framework, pedagogy, and evaluation or assessment, has been not emphasized in the higher education system, because we had a very strong notion that the content mastery, subject mastery is that enough for the teaching learning process, and the pedagogical use was an independent endeavor of a faculty. It was not like a system which was there in the school education system. It came into, and it was fully operational right from beginning. But somehow these components, which have now become very, very important. And now in the light of the NEP 2020, where the multidisciplinary, multi-exit, multi-entry, all these kind of things, if you look into very deeply, that how to really bring it in practice, how it make it operative. And once we are going to see all components in that way in the classroom, where the multidisciplinary teaching is going on, a learner, an individual is given opportunity to select subjects from any discipline. What kind of assessment and evaluation, and how to perform that assessment and evaluation? And I was mentioning that assessment and evaluation, these two have the very distinct objectives. The assessment is always giving opportunity for improvement. And it is a continuous assessment process, which we call as formative assessment. The formative assessment is the one which is most important now for any system, be it higher education. It is operative, as I said, in the school education system, that need to be seen with this perspective, that the new generation learner have a very different kind of curriculum. if I say broadly, the curriculum pedagogy and the choice of the subject, they goes together. They are all integral part. They are not separate. It goes, one is related to the another. That is why it was said that it is examination is something that it dictates curriculum. They are going together. So I think our faculty, now here the top leadership is there. There should be a continuous interaction in the universities and the departments, and the kind of boards which we have in our system so far, that is board for undergraduate studies and postgraduate studies, their dimensions should be enhanced in that way that it is not only the emphasis on discussion and deliberations on the content area or subject area, disciplinary areas, but also that how the evaluation practice and assessment is there and what kind of new things we can see. Because the learning is very much dependent that how the learner is assessed and evaluated. There are two fundamental principles which were also mentioned in the morning, that off learning and far learning is the same. Far learning, when we say, it is that formative assessment. When we say off learning, then it is summative assessment. So we have been doing summative assessment kind of things, but that too also in a very different way. So the formative and summative, both aspects for off learning and far learning, is required. How now it could be in the new kind of system which is going to be provided to the learner. So perhaps I think there is a lot of need to be worked out and very serious discussions to be undertaken uniformly. I mean, AIU is giving a lot of direction in this way. Perhaps AIU is the main body in this regard who can guide, can take forward such kind of issues of the NEP, which are something very challenging in a way that this has not been in the system at all. Because now we have, it was mentioned by the Vice Chairman, sir, that the UGC is bringing regulations and things. Every week or month something is coming. These are the directives. But how these directives are being implemented, how the universities and the colleges, they are really implementing and taking it forward, that is much more challenging. So this aspect particularly, and every faculty must have a very clear understanding that the evaluation and assessment, what we are doing, both are equally important, but they have integral entities and it need to be performed in a way that it is applicable for that particular subject. It was mentioned by the Madam Pandey that classroom size and the subject area and the discipline. Yes, all these are the variables. Maybe these are the variables that how we have to plan our formative assessment. But keeping in view these, because the teacher is the best one to understand that what kind of mechanism and what kind of tool I have to impart. The tool and the instrument which has to be imparted for the formative assessment, that has to be developed by the faculty itself. That has to be developed by the content master who has the full command on that. They can assess the things accordingly and giving the situations there. Because the formative assessment, especially, this is something that the process kind of learning where pedagogy is very, very important. And the pedagogical components which are now to be implemented for the multidisciplinary and where the multi-exit and entry operations are there, that has to be accordingly suited to the kind of course have been offered by, have been taken by the learners. We have now 1-year program, 2-year program, 3-year program, 4-year program. So all such kind of new opportunities which are being provided to the learner, accordingly, flexibility is also required. Because opportunity and flexibility goes together. If just we give the opportunity, you will not bring the flexibility in that. If you are having the same kind of rigid system, perhaps the outcome may not be achieved. So if really we want to have the learning outcome, it was also mentioned that we had learning outcome based curriculum. If you see all the kind of traits, all the kind of attributes which are the graduate attributes have been listed there, all attributes are something that is kind of formative assessment has to take care. None of the attributes, it requires a final summation or examination. They are all given in, be it a critical thinking, problem solving, creativity, even the disciplinary knowledge or multicultural spirit, teamwork, all these kind of things are very, very essential under the process of the formative assessment. I can just finally give a few examples that how the formative assessment can be implemented. We have been doing, most of you have been practicing it as a teacher and as a leader. See, every learner in the class in higher education may be given initially certain kind of broad concept that it is that the course which they are going to offer, the course and the program, they have different kind of learning outcome. Now for each course, the lessons which are being prepared by the faculty are being delivered by the faculty that must have certain components like dissertation, like case study, like discussion, like reflective journals. These are the various kind of instruments which are the essential component that gives opportunity for the formative assessment. And also 4 or 5 components in the beginning, if they are identified, and certain proportions are given that the 20% will be on the discussion, 30% will be on the projects, 20% will be given the case studies, some percentage will be given on the reflective journals, even the presentation, dissertation, project work doing, and that is something one. But the presentation of the project is also a kind of skill and things. So such kind of opportunities to be created as far as to implement the formative assessment, and that need to be very clear to both faculty and also the learners are to be taken into consideration. Maximum participation of the individuals learners would be more beneficial for the learner when we are going to really implement the continuous assessment process. So these are a few things which I wanted to share with you. Once again, I give a lot of thanks to AIU and Professor Marathwada for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It speaks volumes of his experience. I'll use this one so my hands are free. Well, a couple of things I'll speak now, and then we'll get the discussion, and then I'll conclude it. First important point, which may not match with the tune of the rag that is going on, is NEP the ceiling or the floor? National Education Policy 2020, is it the ceiling or it's the floor on which you stand? Vice chancellors are the academic leaders of not their university. Collectively, they are the academic leaders of the country. And I have all the freedom today to speak those things because I don't have to do anything more. Second important question is we need to figure out what is the purpose of higher education. The point I have been discussing with, trying with Professor Suranjan Das. Higher education, there are beautiful books. If some of you are interested in reading, Brubaker has a book called Philosophy of Higher Education, Theory of Higher Education. Higher Education Knowledge System, Knowledge Enterprise by C.R. Mitra and Parimal Mandke. Whole question is higher education, when you're talking of continuous assessment or anything, we're talking of mastering the content. We are not talking mastering the tool of content mastering, and that is learning. A large majority of teachers, and we are no exception, have low conceptual complexity. It's a research evidence. Our cognitive structure is not good enough to accommodate many of these things. So one of the purposes of higher education is to develop the cognitive complexity or learnability so that they can learn anything. Now, when we talk of continuous assessment, we need to figure out, are we talking only of mastering the content or we are talking of mastering the learnability? If you look at learning as a process from psychological angle, it's like a train journey. There's a station, You move some distance, there is another station and so on and so forth. The beginning of learning journey is called cognitive construct, what you already know. And no child even is born on moment one without knowledge. This is proven by medical science and is proven by, if you go to Krishna's stories in Gita and all that. So first important is cognitive construct. What does he or she already know? Then when a new information is coming, there are two ways. One is called acquiring, another is called receiving. Acquiring information is basically constructive approach. Receiving information is the direct instruction, which all continually happens in. Acquiring information is more powerful than receiving information. When information comes in, so your first station is what you know. The moment information comes, the train starts running. And that is where brain starts processing information, new information, and checks whether it is compatible, is not compatible, whether it is interesting, it is not interesting. Accordingly, it picks up a small amount of information. And that is called, we call it in Asubel's language, subsumption. Then cognitive construct increases a little bit. Again, it starts its journey and it interacts with a lot of other things. Then it reaches a place called knowledge attainment, the knowledge that we already have, but improved knowledge from the cognitive construct. It doesn't stop here. The further it goes, it interacts with a lot of other things, information processing. Then we come to a concept called knowledge construction, not creation. It's a very tentative kind of thing, which Bloom said long ago. Bloom's taxonomy talked about synthesis. I see it differently. In my book, I don't agree with Bloom actually. So that's why I'm not taking that taxonomy. Construction, ultimate purpose of higher education is knowledge creation. At the moment, higher education is stopping at knowledge attainment at best. But the moment there are some very interesting research, students who got 85% marks in examination, after 6 months, they are given the same examination, they got 45% marks. Because when under pressure, our temporary memory accommodates a lot of information, but the moment it understands that it is no more useful, they relieve it. To give you personally, I am a science graduate, but when somebody asks me, I say, don't ask me physics. I have only left with sense of physics. I use the sense of physics for management, which is my subject. Now the question is, brain has got an automatic knowledge waste management system. Now, we need to think as a community of academic leaders of the country, where are we trying to emphasize? If you look at Carol Dweck's book called Growth Mindset, she's saying, don't give feedback on, oh, you got, GD, you got 90%. He said, don't do that. Tell him, my God, what an effort you made. What innovative effort you, so that he learns the process of mastering the tool in his hand. It's something we need to think continuously. Similarly, my another concept that I like to put together, continuous assessment, what we talk formative assessment, let me say it is not continuous assessment. It is frequent assessment. Continuous assessment is when it happens on the way of the journey. Like I was talking of stations. If you take the test in the station, that's become frequent rather than end of the station. Like you're coming from Delhi to Bombay, you can take in Bombay or you can take in Ratlam, you can take in between station. What is important is when you talk of continuous assessment, that continuous assessment makes a very different meaning. For example, in an Indian scripture, learning has been defined as Shravan, us zamane mein pathan nahi tha, Shravan, Manan, Nididhyashan. Manan is basically reflecting. Now, if we ask ourselves, after we've done a learning task, we ask ourselves two questions. What have I learned? And second important question is, how have I learned? Now, he talked about learning for, assessment for, and learning assessment of. But there is a third word, assessment as learning. That's the metacognitive. The moment I start assessing myself, how did I learn? It's a metacognitive process. And that metacognitive process gives me the power of learning. Similarly, for example, 360-degree appraisal, it comes from the management science. Peer assessment and self-assessment are being found extremely useful for learning enhancement. Because your experience will always very similar. When we talk, the teacher to the students, there is a verticality. When students talk to each other, there is a horizontal communication which is more powerful and group learning. Now, in fact, there is another global trend is to how to reduce teacher workload. Teacher workload substantially reduces when we adopt self-assessment, peer assessment, and technology-enabled assessment. Another thing that does not happen in our country, unfortunately, we call it co-creation. It is a Bud Hall's work, if you see. Bud Hall worked with the community. Co-creation is when teacher and student work together on a project. What happens is teachers give project to students to work, but teacher does not do it. When teacher also joins, there is an advanced knowledge available to the teacher. Then they start doing the co-creation. This co-creation is a very important way, and that is the time teacher intensely observes students, because he or she is directly participating in the whole process. Now, given this, some of these things we need to look at. Similarly, for example, many times we say, how do you do it? MCQ. I've checked with large number of people, very few people know what MCQ is all about. They say one correct answer, 3 wrong answer. This is the worst answer one could have given. 3 are distractors. And none of them, there was a court case, I can tell you, on net. There's a wrong answer given as the correct answer, and the boy knew the correct answer. He went to the court referred to the education department, they referred to me. I said, no, student is correct, net answer is wrong. Now the question is, so whole question is not the correct answer. The power of distractor is the most important in MCQ. Correct answer everybody knows. If you say capital of Gujarat is Calcutta, Bombay, or you say Gandhinagar and Ahmedabad, people will be confused because Ahmedabad used to be known more than Gandhinagar. But if you say Calcutta or Bombay, there is no distractor at all. Now, I think there is a point which Professor Mittal has been working with. Some teachers need to be trained very seriously. But important point is, for you are asking for suggestions, so I'm saying, teachers need to be trained attitudinally. The biggest resistance to change is attitude and not necessarily knowledge. For example, there is a lot of debate going on ChatGPT. Now, question is, how many of us have tried ChatGPT? This note is partly mine, partly ChatGPT. What I do, I ask ChatGPT to do only such things which I know myself so that I can verify. And I can tell you there is nothing wrong in ChatGPT's response to my question. But yes, I put my own. Now, ChatGPT's advantage, it can construct questions, it can answer questions. How you use? Artificial intelligence is here, you cannot stop it. It's not ChatGPT, already other companies have come in. Now, given these kind of things, I think we need to go more and more into technology intensive so that student can go to take the test when time the student thinks I'm now ready. And when you talk of question bank, if we do question bank with every question with its difficulty value tested, pre-tested. For example, he's a better student than mine. He takes a test, he gets 100%. He says, sorry, increase my difficulty value, high difficulty value question to 75%, which you cannot do, I cannot do, but a computer can do. Because it has a value available. By just using a data management system, it can create that one. Whereas I'm good in some other subject, let us say on measurement and statistics, but he's not as good. He takes an ordinary level, I take an advanced level. Now, more and more, we must bring in technology into the assessment system so that, and next session is there, that's why I'm not talking about the technology. I've got my full note, but my colleagues will be talking. We need to reconstruct ourselves, and particularly my submission would be that if we want to go for knowledge creation, Atmanirbhar Bharat is very good. But if we want Vishwaguru, हम खुद कहने से नहीं होगा. दूसरे को कहना पड़ेगा कि हम विश्वगुरु है. उसके लिए we have to invent, we have to innovate. And that innovation is directly dependent upon our capability of knowledge creation. Extreme examples are Nobel Prizes, in mathematics field medals, छोटा level पे patenting, जो engineering science में बहुत होती है. Now, unless we do that, and that is not dependent upon amount of knowledge, that is dependent upon the cognitive power. My submission to all of you would be that let us take a parallel channel of continuous or frequent assessment of knowledge and frequent assessment of learning skill, which 1996 Delos Commission talked about, learning to learn, learning to do. And we are talking most of the time we are talking about mastery of content, because most of the content is of no consequence. Most of you can see what you have learned in your graduate, postgraduate is no more useful. फिर भी हम लोग टीचिंग प्रोफेशन में फिर भी यूजफुल है. हमारे जो कॉलीग बैंकिंग में चला गया, वो क्या करेगा डिफरेंशियल कैलकुलस को लेके? There's nothing to do with it. But he missed developing the life skill, employability skills, and those kind of things. Well, I'll stop here for your interaction, and then we'll come back again. But primary point that I'm making is continuous assessment is different from frequent assessment. Second, that when we talk of continuous assessment, it must have two parallel channels. Assessment of learning skill and assessment of knowledge mastery. And to me, I'll give priority to learning, mastery of learning skill, because if I have the learning skill, I can master the content. But if I master the content, it does not necessarily give me the advantage of mastering the learning skill. I'll stop here. And it's open for your questions. And if we know the answer, we'll give you, otherwise. Yeah. Yes, please. It might be.
Thank you. Very interesting and thought-provoking discussion. We as all academic leaders think need to focus on this very important domain of assessment. I think the amount of time which we give for teaching learning activities and the amount of time which is given for the assessment can judge one parameter, that how much importance is given to the assessment part of it. So that is number one part which is there. Again, as the saying goes, assessment drives learning. And so this tool of assessment.
Just one second. I hope, Professor Amipada, you are listening.
Sir, I'm very much here, and I really cherished, wonderful teaching by Mukhopadhyay ji. No, I had enough opportunity to listen him and have guidance from him. But yes, I'm very much here.
Okay, good. So that you may have to answer some of the questions which
I am here, sir. Yes, I'm here.
Well, so I think the point is that I was trying to make is that since assessment drives learning, we need to use assessment as a tool for learning rather only for assessing. And I think continuous assessment has a very important role to play in all this. Again, it is said that the students learn to pass. They pass, but they don't learn. So I think that's something which we need to keep it in mind, that how we can use assessment. And I think when we're talking of continuous assessment, we have already discussed enough about assessment of learning, assessment for learning, assessment as learning, and how the adults learn and how they build on their knowledge, existing knowledge, and how the pedagogy is different from andragogy and all these things that we've learned. But one important component when we talk of continuous assessment, which Sir alluded to briefly, probably I hope you'll elaborate a little more on that, is about the importance of feedback in assessment. when we're talking of continuous assessment, when we're talking of formative assessment, I think feedback plays a very crucial role in the assessment process, because that is when we really know what students know. We can guide the students that, okay, what is it that he knows, he should know, and how we are able to prepare. And particularly when we're talking of domains of psychomotor domain or an affective domain, that is the assessment of the skills or the assessment of attitude, the role of feedback cannot be undermined. Unfortunately, in our settings, I think we hardly talk of feedback. I think we're never formally taught or faculty development initiatives in giving feedback as well as receiving feedback. So particularly when we're planning faculty development initiatives, feedback, how to give feedback. Many times we receive feedback. NAC says, okay, feedback lo, aapka teaching kaisa hai, kya hai? We receive feedback from the students, but we never give feedback to the students on their learning. And I think I want to drive this one point of feedback, which can play really a vital role in improving the student or the continuous assessment. Thank you.
Reactions, then we'll... Yeah, somebody else? It will be in American English.
Sir, my question is for all the panelists related to continuous assessment. Different universities are following different internal assessments, particularly. Some universities are having 80% weightage for written, 20 for continuous assessment. Some are having 60% for written, some for 40%. Some are having 50-50. Some are having even 60% for internals and 40% for written. So what should be the ideal thing? Because I was looking for my own institution. We wanted to adopt this continuous assessment, but the weightage, I'm really confused what is to be adopted. And again, the papers are different. Some papers are analytical, practical oriented, where the students' learning is much more. Some papers are theoretical. So maybe the internal assessment should be different for these type of courses. So what should be the ideal thing one has to follow? I'm really confused.
Thank you. Somebody else?
Dr. Mukhopadhyay, I would like to know 3 of the most important books that shaped your ideas on education. Since you mentioned some of the books.
It's a personal interview. Subject.
Okay, so you said something on knowledge attainment, and you said knowledge attainment cannot turn into knowledge making. And could you tell us why do you think so? Why knowledge production can't be achieved right now, but knowledge attainment can?
Okay, I'll tell you. Well, any question that is personal to me, yes, you can do it after the meeting is over.
Yeah, good evening. I'm Professor Kale, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technology University, Maharashtra State. My question, not a question, just is a point for discussion or suggestion in further. We always say that the evaluation that is basically based on paper and pen basis, and that of the question papers and answer sheet. But the evaluation mechanism should be derived as per the ascended by the traditional history of the Indian continent. We can observe the nature, we can play with the nature, we can involve in the nature. So evaluation by observation, evaluation by assessment for the others, evaluation by the society, or evaluation by the some other entity than the teacher and student can be possible for continuous evaluation.
Thank you. Anybody on this side? All right. Are you all tired by now? सवाल नहीं पूछेंगे तो चाय नहीं मिलेगी. All right, couple of questions have come. Professor Upadhyay, would you like to speak on this? Any of these comments and questions? There is actually no question yet except that boy. I hope you don't mind calling you boy. No, he's a young PA. He is basically educated in USA. That's why I said USA, US accent will come now. Yeah, Professor Upadhyay.
Yes, about the ideal assessment, no, there are various higher education institutes, they have their own method of, I'm reminded of, while I mean, again, as Mukhopadhyay ji is here, I feel like, family. So I had read while I was pregnant, I used to read so many books. In one of the books, I read a sentence. It said that the author, the lady had written wonderfully. The book started with that quote only, that while having my kids, while pregnancy, I read 7 theories how to bring up children. And now I have 7 children where no theory works. So somewhere I feel that in assessment, there is not the method. That's why in my address, very brief address, I had made a statement. I used word customized and tailor-made. That as an individual teacher, rather than a vice chancellor, I would say as a teacher, I have been in different kind of classes. There were engineering students, science students, art students, even rural background students. So many a times I've observed that teaching, learning and assessment, if that is customized, you look at the learner and if then it takes place, that would be more result-oriented, outcome-based. And when we talk about continuous assessment, not frequent, many a times, because when I am there as a teacher, I observe my class maybe of 10, 20, 30, 60. By observation, I understand that what yesterday the learner was understanding, his or her understanding capacity, grasping today, how he has become more comfortable responding, asking question and everything. But at a point comes in the class when the learner comes forward and applies that knowledge. Whatever he has learned, be it be the content, be it be the attitude, be it be the confidence, anything that positive change, that learning process has taken place. So somewhere in any of the ways, when a learner comes there to respond to that process, I think that assessment takes place. And every individual teacher or a class, subject-wise, that may vary from one to one. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think the first, Professor Sahu, what you raised the point, and even later what you said, you were not there when he put the his query. Almost the same thing, that see how formative assessment to be in place rather than the paper pen examination, and this formative assessment opportunity for feedback. So the fundamental basic, what educationist says, Marmar Upadhyay is here, the authority. We are all practitioners. So what he said, that now a new kind of nomenclature, that frequent assessment. So it may be that tomorrow it will be published in a frequent assessment, but what is known as continuous assessment today, that is again the formative assessment is one, where the opportunity for the feedback is the basic premises of it. Because that is what the premises of the formative assessment, that you give the opportunity for improving the learner's learning by the continuous interaction, feedback, assessment, whatever you are. You see, that is why I say that the 5 types of initially that example, that all these 5 types, say it is case study or kind of project work, dissertation, or the reflective journals, whatever, all these are the various ways and tools for formative assessment, where the opportunity for because the learner, individual himself, peer, teacher, all these work together. But example Dr. Saab is given, that is there, because when there is a project, the project is something that project is prepared by the individual. It is with the team, presentation team, and whatever the feedback is required, given by the faculty. So all these things are going together. We don't have that kind of system in our practice. That is what is the problem. Now, I think slowly, because now there is no way. The kind of curriculum which we have in our hand, where the environment education, community engagement, many other kind of things, ethical values and rootedness in India, pride of India. If you have to integrate all these things in our curriculum, we have to have such kind of approach. It's no more the final examination system, and much even in the some of the universities, there is no midterm or end term semester. It is only the continuous evaluation, continuous assessment of the formative nature. That is what is in operation, and people are trying on that. And many papers have come recently that how these are working where the classroom with this kind of methodology is going on, and the learners, they are engaged in that, and improvement is visible in all the terms, so all the parameters which we intend. So intended learning outcome is being achieved through this kind of formative and feedback kind of system. So this is what.
Thank you. I think if I can take you to a bit of linguistics, formative means when the learning is forming. Summative means when learning has happened. So maybe formative assessment is a better word for continuous assessment. Our problem is we take from American books and don't put our mind there. उन लोगों ने formative बोला तो हमको भी, उन लोगों ने continuous बोला तो हमको continuous बोलना पड़ेगा, without seeing whether it is actually continuous, or is frequent or formative learning. What is important is, which I referred to about assessment as learning. That process, which Indian scriptures talks in terms of a word called manan. How did I learn? What did I learn? How did I learn? This how did I learn? I mean, world will move towards learning skill rather than mastering the content. Content will be out of date, but learning skill will not be out of date. Another question which you have raised about feedback. My own experience during the last 6 decades or so, I have not seen anybody changed because I taught. I saw people change because they wanted to change, but they did not have the idea how to change. Now the question is, can we generate that enthusiasm? You asked a question, what are the 3 hallmarks? I was a student in Gujarat, and one of the things I was told by my teacher, those who cannot think of education for only 24 hours a day have no business to be in education. That has changed my own life. Today, I literally, जब सोने जाता हूँ चिंता होती है कि अच्छा formative assessment में क्या होगा. You see, the whole question is today we need to, feedback is necessary because we want to know, are we in the right direction? I mean, just as I told, train journey, if I already said Mughal Sarai, then I know I'm not on the right track. I'm not going to Bombay, I'm going to Kolkata. Now, feedback is a very, but important question is, how do you give the feedback? There is constructive feedback and critical feedback. Normally, research is very clear. Constructive feedback helps a learner, but critical feedback does not necessarily do anything. It is something like, again, going back to Martin Seligman or Carol Dweck's work. If you can tell, oh, you know, if you would have done it this way, it would have been better. Now, that constructive feedback is necessary, particularly for the young learners. It's very important, necessary. When you're a grown-up learner, then the difference is who is giving the feedback. This is for transactional analysis. Do I take the stroke or I don't take the stroke? For example, I gave an article of mine. Somebody said, oh, very good. I said, thank you. I just left it there. But I gave it to Professor R.H. Dave, if you know the name. He was the director of IB. We were traveling from Delhi to Kolkata, 2.5 hours, he did not talk to me. He read my whole article, and he is one of my models. When he gives feedback, we take it. Adults have got that advantage. You referred to andragogy. Adults differentiate between who is giving me the feedback. So this is another important point. For example, if you come across a very interesting book called Tactics, Art and Science of Success, 50 outstanding people in the world were asked, who is your inspiration? No father figured, only mothers figured. Why? Fathers try to control, mothers try to inspire. But don't go by every woman is a mother or every man is a father. Aisa nahi hai. It's a male brain, female brain concept. Now, this is something we need to figure out. The other important thing, if you look at Zimmerman's work, Sugato Mitra's work, and my own personal experiment in my village cluster, every child, every human being is a self-learning organism. We need to allow. For example, you may not record it. Why does UGC send so many circular? I make a joke of it, that it will go in Guinness Book of World Records and all vice chancellors will be getting Oscar award. Question is, if I had to take the decision, I would have said, Professor G.D. Sharma, please make your action plan. How will you implement a national education policy in your university? Is he less capable? हम लोग trust करना नहीं सीखा, हम लोग control करने से, who is controlling whom? Now, our problem is there. Why can't vice chancellor? आपके यूनिवर्सिटी में जैसे इंप्लीमेंट होगा ऐसे प्रोफेसर शर्मा के यूनिवर्सिटी नहीं होगा. नैक की बात हो रही थी. आई एम फ्रॉम ए रूरल कॉलेज. एक दिन वो लोग कैमरा फैमरा लेके आ गए, हमारे से बात करने लगे, इंटरव्यू करे. जब पता चला नैक में दे आर नॉट मेकिंग मच स्कोर, दे सेड कैन आई शो यू अ वीडियो? So नैक से टीम said okay, and they showed my video. He said, oh, how do you know Professor Mukhopadhyay? See the TRP collection. Oh, he is our student. Now, is this assessment? I was a student some 40, 50 years ago and collecting TRP because of your one student. It doesn't work that way. I think what we need is more trust, more decentralization than centralization, because education is essentially culturally embedded. The way it will work in Punjab, it will not work in Tamil Nadu. The way it will work in Tamil Nadu, it will not work in Gujarat. I think our fundamental problem is that we are not looking at the diverse scenario in which every vice chancellor have come through a long channel of teaching and then you are administering. For example, having done a little bit of that, you know your financial problem. You know where you are violating FR and GR the moment you violate your pot. Now, I don't think many people will understand the exact point where you are getting pinched. When you are running an organization micro level, that's a university, compared to macro level, we need to understand those kind of things. I'll finish my weightage on internal assessment. Well, my submission would be actually there should be no weightage on the external assessment, but you cannot jump the gun. So today it is, let us say, 20% to 30% to 40%. A time must come. Please understand the difference, psychological difference between internal and external assessment. External assessment, people think it is trustworthy. Internal assessment, because with the teacher you cannot trust. If the teacher cannot be trusted for assessment, how can he be trusted for teaching? It's total rubbish for me. And external assessment, I have seen people examining copy on the train. Now, we have certain basic colonial mindset which have not changed. Let me conclude by saying, when I listen nowadays, when I go, there's a word called Honorable Vice Chancellor. ये शुरू हुआ था politicians के लिए जिनके बारे में पता नहीं था ये respectable है कि नहीं है. जब हम लोग जो नौकरी में थे, they used to say, Chairman, respected Professor Tripathi, because Professor Tripathi is a scholar, इनको respect किया जा सकता है. Honorable is a generic word, किसी के बारे में भी लगा दो. And once I went to the university, one university, the Vice Chancellor asked, I hope you had no problem. I said, no, Honorable Gatekeeper told me how to go. Then I met Honorable PA. He said, please wait. Then I met Honorable Clerk. He said, what do you mean by? I said, I came here, everybody is saying Honorable Vice Chancellor. So हम लोग जब थे तब तो Honorable word था नहीं. I think what is important is, if we want to implement NEP seriously, there's no choice, it has to be decentralized. This circular culture must stop. आप देखेंगे मेरी किताब में, I have a book on quality management in higher education. He was talking about graduate attributes. UGC's guideline where there are 32 graduate attributes are put together, even Krishna will not fail. Krishna is supposed to be 16 kala. Ram is 12 kala ki hai. Whereas Harvard writes only 6. California writes only 6. Top university. हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी ने 32 जो आता था सब लिख दिया. ऐसे कोई इंसान हो ही नहीं सकता है. Anyway, responsibility आज आपकी है. As I mentioned, you are the academic leaders of your university, but as a collective group, under the guidance of AIU and Professor Mittal, you are the academic leader of the country. You have to look at that country level concept. So macro and micro, this picture has to be there. Thank you very much for asking us to speak and giving me the opportunity to chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Parmar. I would say respected sir. It was a very enlightening lecture. It was all the verbs and adjectives and whatnot you have said, like how to use the technical things. Sir, myself, I am head of the Department of Tourism in the same university, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University. And last 6 months, we were working on the research gaps related to tourism education. And we came up with a gap, which was what sir had told just before some time, that was on tourism education and co-creation, okay, or co-creation in tourism education. And we are doing a research work, my PhD scholar is sitting right over here. And we are doing this research work, not in India, but in South Asia. So and we are doing only on the conceptual form. So we are just forming the concept and doing a qualitative research. The other things which came from your lecture were very, very innovative and very, very knowledgeable. Thank you so much, sir. On behalf of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University and Association of Indian Universities, I thank the chairperson, Professor Marmar Mukhopadhyay, speakers, Professor B.K. Tripathi, Professor Ami Upadhyay, and I also thank the dignitaries who have participated in the session. A special thanks to Dr. S. Ramadevi, who is the editor, University News and Academic Press, and a nodal officer of this particular meet. She has designed this particular event. The tea is already served over here. So I think we will soon start the next session, which is using technology for assessment and evaluation. And this session will be anchored by my friend, Dr. Sucheta Yambal, who is assistant professor in the Department of Management Science. Ma'am, I hand over you the next deliberations.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me start by requesting the speakers for technical session 2, Honorable Professor Shiv Tripathi, sir, and Dr. Sadraj to please join us on the dais. This is the culminating session for today that will deal with the topic using technology for assessment and evaluation. More of this will be elaborated in the session deliberations to follow. Let me first take this opportunity to introduce session chairman and the speaker in brief. We are indeed fortunate to have Professor N.J. Pawar as today's chairperson. Professor Pawar has done his PhD in geology in 1985 from the University of Pune. He was recipient of the Young Scientist Award in year 1984, instituted by Indian Science Congress Association for his research work. For postdoctoral research, he received the prestigious British Council Fellowship for 2 consecutive terms in the year 1985 and 1987 in UK. His specializations in hydrogeology and environmental geochemistry has made him quite known in academic circle, and also because he is a seasoned researcher. As a Vice Chancellor of Shivaji University, Kolhapur, Professor Pawar was instrumental in implementing semester system at undergraduate level and choice-based credit system at postgraduate level in year 2010. Professor Pawar believes in all-round development of his pupil and has sustained administration, encouraged sports, and buoyed up research in the institutes he has served with equal ease. Professor N.J. Pawar has successfully guided the PhD research of 18 PhD students in the geology and environmental science departments, published over 75 research papers, edited four research volumes, 2 abstract volumes, and translated 2 books on popularization of science, besides several popular articles. He was also coordinator of DRS SAP scheme of UGC. In addition to this, he strengthened industry-academia interaction by involving the faculty members in the program of ISRO, ONGC Energy Center, and Reliance Industries while working as HOD in Department of Geology, University of Pune. Currently, Sir is serving as Vice Chancellor of D.Y. Patil University, Pune. Sir is present with us in online mode. Sir, we welcome you to this technical session on behalf of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Aurangabad, and AIU.
Thank you, madam.
We are indeed fortunate to have Professor Tripathi with us as another speaker for today. Professor Dr. Shiv Tripathi is Honorable Vice Chancellor at Atmiya University, Rajkot. Professor Tripathi has 2.5 decades of experience in higher education while serving in different roles and has served in India and abroad. Sir also leads Humanistic Management Network India chapter. He is alumnus of prestigious faculty programs of IESE Barcelona, IEDC Bled, and Sustainability Management Program, University of Tilburg. He has published more than 90 articles, book chapters, and case studies, including 9 international books. His corporate experience includes advisory and board membership roles in different companies in India, South Africa, and Tanzania, including a 3-year advisory term at University of Stellenbosch, Executive Education, South Africa. He has been visiting professor to Higher Education Leadership Development Program of South African Regional Universities Association. I'll now request Honorable Registrar Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Dr. Sakre, to kindly honor Professor Shiv Tripathi, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, I'll now request our Honorable Registrar to please felicitate Dr. G.D. Sharma, sir. Sir, please do come and join us on the dais. We would like to felicitate you. Please do join us. Thank you, sir. Now let me introduce another guest speaker for today's session, Dr. G. Sundar, who is Director, BITS Hyderabad and Director of Campus Programs and Industry Engagement, BITS Pilani. Quite renowned institutes, I must say. Dr. Sundar joined the chemistry department at BITS Pilani in the year 1987 and was designated professor in year 2000 and is now a senior professor. He teaches courses in thermodynamics, quantum chemistry, and chemical instrumentation. As Director of Campus Programs and Industry Engagement since 2014, a responsibility he continues to hold, and earlier as Deputy Director, Professor Sundar has been leading a comprehensive transformation of the work integrated learning programs. He was also associated closely with helping direct and manage the expansion of practice school program over the years. Sir has joined us in online mode and would be sharing his opinion virtually. Sir, I welcome you to this session that looks forward to your precious deliberations.
Thank you. I was hoping you would not give me an elaborate introduction. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are very fortunate to have Dr. Sadraj as another precious speaker of the session. Dr. Bashir Ahmed Sadraj joined as Director, Commonwealth Education Media Center for Asia, CEMCA, in the year 2022. Until recently, he served the Commonwealth of Learning as advisor, Skills with Responsibility for the Skills for Work initiative. Prior to his work at COL, he has managed ICT 4D and skill development programs in over 40 nations around the world, working for organizations such as International Development Research Center, Canada, One World International, UK, Transparency International, Germany, and the British Council in India. Dr. Sadraj earned his PhD in Information Science from Loughborough University, UK. I'll request our Honorable Registrar to please come and felicitate Dr. Sadraj. Thank you, sir. Without much ado, I'll request Honorable Chair to kindly commence the session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Well, good afternoon. I hope I'm audible to all of you. Am I audible, madam? Am I audible to all of you, madam?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you. So at the outset, let me first take the opportunity of thanking the chairman of AIU as well as Secretary General, Dr. Mittal Madam, for giving me an opportunity to chair this particular session. I have with me three eminent speakers, Dr. Tripathi, Dr. Sundar, and Dr. Bashir Ahmed. Let me also take the opportunity of welcoming all three speakers. The name of the session that is actually given to all of us is to using technology for assessment and education. This reminds me that examination section is one of the most important sections in any university. And it is a very critical section to handle also for the vice chancellors in any university. And therefore, we have to look at various processes in the examination section, particularly what are the processes which are at the pre-examination, then on-examination and post-examination. And if we can streamline these processes which are slowly changing from manual mode into a technology mode, how best we can make every possible effort in terms of making the examination section totally automated. In our NEP 2020, the section 24 is fully devoted towards the use of technology in teaching, learning, assessment, planning, and administration. And then we have to now see as to how we can implement these provisions which are made in the National Education Policy 2020, and therefore that is the biggest mandate that is given to all the universities. And therefore, I am sure that this particular mandate which is given to all of us will be able to implement with the help of the guidance that we will be able to get from all three eminent speakers. I would like to invite one by one these speakers, and it will be more pertinent to have 10 to 12 minutes of presentation followed by 3 to 5 minutes of interactive session. So that will help also the participants to interact with all the speakers. And therefore, I will first invite the first speaker, Dr. Tripathi, one who is a Vice Chancellor from the University at Rajkot. And he will make presentation regarding the use of technology in the assessment and other evaluation processes. So, Dr. Tripathi, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Namaskar and very good evening to all present here. Respected chairperson of the session, President and Vice President of AIU, Professor Dr. Pankaj Mittalji, respected Vice Chancellors, Professor Mukhopadhyay, and all present here. First, I am thankful to AIU organizing team for giving me opportunity to reflect some of the thoughts here in next 5 to 10 minutes. Since morning, we have discussed about the different dimensions of assessment, evaluation, and particularly in line with the implementation requirement for NEP 2020. So I would like to begin with what Professor Mukhopadhyay mentioned in the previous session, whether NEP is a floor or it is a ceiling. And I take this when I would be reflecting on the use of technology, I consider it as a floor. And from there, we would like to, I won't be any prescriptive during next 5 to 10 minutes, just I would be opening some of the thoughts which you can decide. You all are learned experts of the field. We have discussed since morning about assessment for learning and assessment of learning. There is no doubt research shows that technology can be enabler for both assessment for learning as well as for assessment of learning. However, in the morning session, I remember Professor Sharma mentioned about 7th floor problem. While using the technology, we should not be jumping into using the technology for its own sake. Rather, we have to see that how within the given context, we can tailor it and try to use it for maximum efficiency and effectiveness of the process, rather just for showing it for some accreditation or ranking indicators. So that would be my first point, what I would like to emphasize. Second point, when it comes to the use of technology, most cited challenges are we don't have resource, we don't have capacity, change resistance, people are not willing to adopt it. But what I feel is the most important is its linkages to the other systems and subsystems of the higher education. How many times do we see that our assessment system is informing to the curriculum planning? How many times we see that our assessment system is linking to the pedagogical reforms within a course? On the one side, we have the challenge of scale in India. We don't have the liberty, like we are having 20 cohort of 20 students, and then 21 faculty is having just 4 to 6 hours to spend, and rest of the time can be spent on planning. We are dealing with the masses. And here I see the opportunity where technology can still be helpful in customizing the experiences. We can go to the Gurukul era. We can take that advantage using the technology. We can customize, individualize the experiences. At the same time, we can serve the masses. And that's where the technology can help. But there are certain caution points. The point number one, for example, I'll give one example. Last 4 or 5 years, thanks to ABET and boards of accreditation, everywhere we talk about outcome-based education. And so from outcome-based education, the pedagogical reforms and this assessment is very closely linked to. We want to measure every outcome. Professor Mukhopadhyay mentioned about that 32 list of that big list given by our regulatory bodies. And then we feel that our job is done. Can we tailor a system where we can be focused, where on the real-time basis, can we feel a guru can know about what the student is achieving and can reflect on that, can counsel, can mentor, and so that can help. And that's where the technology needs innovation. The technology needs research. And for this purpose, I would suggest that if not every university, at least locally consortia of universities, if they can work together in creating a research center on educational technology use and its adaptation in the given context, where we can see that how education, psychology, education technology, and all together can merge, converse, and where we can build some solutions locally, because it is very clear that every context is very, very different. Every institution is different. Every program is different. Every course is different. Modules within the courses are the different. Therefore, we cannot standardize. Only we can standardize the process of use, but not that which pedagogical tools. I have seen many times Board of Studies, they are recommending 20 methods of assessment, select any 3. It's fine. That could be indicative. But if some professor is finding that my report says my student has different learning ability diversity, then why not to use a new technology which has been, or a new method which has been? That should be the role of technology in synchronizing the pedagogy, synchronizing the content, and synchronizing the assessment. Finally, I feel there is a need for changing the role of Board of Studies. I have seen personally in many Board of Studies, 50 courses being decided in 2 hours time. Are we doing justice? When we are writing content for 50 courses in 2 hours time, how justified are we? Same goes with the evaluation. All secrecy rooms are maintained, big halls, faculty members chatting casually, marking the years of or 6 months of hard work within 5 minutes of time, assessing, and then feeling very happy about attainment of the outcome and saying that we have achieved this. So my suggestion would be, if we really want to work on the ground of NEP, we have to think how we can collaborate, how we can share more, and how we can build together a better system which is continuously evolving, learning from itself, and technology plays as a role of enabler rather just technology for its own sake. Thank you so much. Then we will discuss it further.
Thank you, Dr. Tripathi. Now the topic is open for any queries or any suggestions to be given by the audience. Anybody has any query to raise, Dr. Tripathi? Anybody from the audience?
Sir, if you decide, we can continue with the presentation, and then at the end, suggestion is that we can have question answer at the end.
In the end. Thanks for your suggestion. We'll move on to the next speaker now. I think we have a next speaker, Dr. Sundar. Dr. Sundar is a director at BITS Glani, and he would like to make presentation about the intervention of technology in the evaluation and assessment of the students. Dr. Sundar, please.
Thank you, sir. Is it possible for me to share a presentation?
Yeah, please.
The host has to enable screen sharing.
Is there somebody around who can help?
So just a moment.
Yes.
Working on it.
Well, while we are waiting for that, let me begin. Respected Dr. Power, Vice Chancellor and Chairman for this session, my fellow speakers, distinguished gathering, my apologies first that I could not be present there in person due to other pressing commitments. I had intended to be there. Also, my regards to all my seniors there in the audience. Let me just give you the context from which I'm speaking, and I will be presenting details at a very, very ground level. I will be going into some extent of detail about what we've been doing. So I'm speaking in the context of, one of my roles, which is what was called the work integrated learning programs. So for the last 40 plus years, we've been offering formal education for working professionals. And so we are talking about distributed education here. At the same time, it is not conventional open distance learning in the sense that the education is conducted in a manner which is the same as what one does in a campus, except that it is done remotely. And so increasingly we have used technology to deliver synchronous learning to industry professionals in order to enable them to, on the one hand, to raise their qualification levels and move up in the ladder of progression in their professions. And on the other hand, increasingly, also to enable industry to upgrade the skills of their employees. So that's the context. And today we have about 37,000 students distributed over a variety of locations and industry sectors. And largely we are offering programs which are technology and science based, as well as some in the techno-managerial areas, and some in certain specialized areas of management. So for us, technology is and has been a need. And so we've been using technology in instruction as well as increasingly in assessment and evaluation over the last several years. I see that I'm still not able to share my screen, so my apologies. Maybe I'll just give another minute, otherwise I'll go ahead and speak, because I think there was at least one slide which I would have liked to have shared with you. Let me try once more. Okay. Here we go. Where did my thing go? Let's share screen. No, it's still not enabled. So let me begin with my first slide, where I just made a comparison of assessment and evaluation, which of course all of you perhaps know much better than me. But the important point was that both assessment and evaluation, which have a subtle difference, they require a data-based approach. They require collaboration among students, among the instructor and the students, and well-defined and scalable processes. And the important word in the context of technology is, as was also mentioned by my predecessor, the fact that the process has to be scalable so that we can address the large numbers of aspiring students. And that is effectively done using technology.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me.
Yes.
Sir, you can get started with your presentations. We are
Yes.
done with the technicalities here.
Yeah, I'll do that. Thank you. Is my screen visible?
Yeah, it is. It is visible.
Thank you. So this was the first slide about which I was just talking. And since this is elementary, I will not elaborate on this. Let me move on to my second slide. So again, as just a basic information on the slide, the objectives of technology, or why should we use technology to enable higher level and better learning on the part of the students, improve the learning process and the academic control that we have over the learning and assessment process, and achieve both of them. I mean, when I say control, I mean control of the quality of the learning, and achieve both of these at scale, which is to be able to address the needs of a large aspirant community such as that in India. And some of the approaches to adopting enabling technologies, strengthening the fundamental processes to suit the changing needs, having a long-term and progressive mindset in adapting to technologies, being inclusive in how we address the challenges, and assessing the impact in an objective manner, and then taking the right decision as to how to move forward. Now, what are some of the emerging technologies which in the coming days are going to impact education and in particular assessment and evaluation in profound ways, which we can only now begin to imagine? The first one that I've listed here is augmented reality, virtual reality, and XR. And I will present example of augmented reality, at least in the manner in which we have begun to experiment with it. Here, essentially, there is a physical system using which we generate scenarios with virtual content, and the user is able to access it with a simple device and carry out investigations on this virtual or augmented reality object. Virtual reality is a somewhat more immersive experience where there are special displays and where the entire information is generated virtually without the help of any physical system underlying. And XR is a mix. AI/ML, Professor Mukhopadhyay mentioned some aspects of AI/ML. This is here to change life in profound ways, and that includes in teaching and learning, and in human cognition and all activities that rely on human cognition in general. And I will talk about some very initial attempts that we have made. And blockchain, of course, is a technology which is useful whenever there is authentication, a need for assuring reliability, availability, and trust. So these are some of the technologies which are going to and have begun to impact the assessment and evaluation in profound ways. So these are some examples at a block level of how traditional systems and these more modern digital technologies are used and will be used in education and in assessment and evaluation. Since I will be dealing with certain examples, I will not spend time on this slide. Let me come to this slide. Now I will come to our own experience, and I believe this is what I really wish to emphasize. So we've largely been working with traditional systems for the last several years, and some of these numbers are actually old. So in the traditional systems, since we
Sir, you are not audible. Sir, you are not audible. Kindly recheck, you are not audible to us.
we have a technology hitch, I'm still not audible?
Now it's okay. Now it's okay. You are
Okay.
audible. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, so we at learning management systems handle about 30,000 students. I mean, this 15,000 students is a slightly old number. And this we have been using for more than 10 to 12 years. When the COVID struck, we decided to do examinations online with remote proctoring, as most of us did. And then we found that especially for working professionals, this was perhaps the desirable way of conducting exams. Until date, we have conducted over 9 lakh examinations, that is individual students taking individual subject examinations with remote proctoring. And you can either enter the answers into the computer and they will be stored automatically, and the teacher can download and evaluate them and send the scripts back to the students for the students to raise questions. And now also introduced in this semester a dual camera system which gives better control over the integrity of the examinations, and we intend to be using it on about 10,000 student system. I will show you a photograph of that and how it looks in the next slide. We have created remote laboratories. By a remote laboratory, it's an actual physical laboratory which students from anywhere in the world can access and actually carry out the experiments. So one of the advantages of this is it gives you the same experience as being in a real physical laboratory. But not every institution needs to recreate costly and difficult to maintain facilities. So this, I believe, is an idea which needs to be taken up by the government at multiple levels and perhaps implemented to give much better hands-on experience to our students. And we will be more than happy to share our experience in this area with any university which seeks to do so. Today, we typically handle about 4,000 to 5,000 students using these remote labs. Since we deal with industry professionals, we also have a large number of students who are interested in actual problem solving at their workplace. And we have used virtual laboratories with virtual tools very effectively for this purpose. I mentioned augmented reality, which is an initiative we have just begun, where we are now creating augmented reality versions of the experimental apparatus and the experiments in the remote labs, so that we will be able to give the experience to many, many more students, and they will be able to experiment with it to a much greater extent than they would be able to with the actual physical equipment without the wear and tear. We are also in the process of developing a progressive learning app, and this, I believe, is truly significant as a formative assessment methodology, where the student will continuously interact with the experimental setup, whether real or virtual, and will assess himself and will provide an opportunity to the teacher to assess as the learning progresses. Lastly, we are just beginning our entry into developing machine learning algorithms, and we see an increasing use of artificial intelligence and machine learning in the teaching learning process, and in particular in evaluation and assessment. Our first experiment is going to be with the rubric employed assessment of project work and dissertation using supervised and reinforced learning. And we intend also to develop artificial intelligence methods to give us a better control over remotely proctored examinations. Now, this is the last slide. The photograph on the left-hand side, the three photographs tell you what the view is of a remotely proctored exam with two cameras. So you can see that there is a fairly good control over the view of the entire room now that we have. And before I finish, I'll just play a short video which tells you a little bit about some of the remote and virtual labs and the final augmented reality based versions of the remote lab that we have begun. And with that, we will close and we can have our question and answer session. This is a fluid mechanics and machines remote lab. So this is how a student will log in. It's a 24-hour available laboratory. So working professionals in particular can find any time of night or day when they can log in. The labs are largely automatically enabled with a little bit of human intervention. Then we have virtual labs where they can carry out assignments which have to do with engineering problems at work. These are some of the tools that we have. This is what the screen will look like as the student does the work. We have deployed these in 6 engineering domains. And
the video is not working.
Okay. Anyway, I think what I will do is to close with this. I thank you for your attention. Let me come back to the screen, because if there's a problem with the technology, let me not proceed with that further. I thank you all for your attention. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions, but even happier if you come back to us later and ask us about some of the work that we are doing. We'll be very, very happy to share that with you. Thank you to the chair. I'm sorry I might have taken a couple of minutes more than I had been allotted.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sundar, for excellent presentation on technology intervention in the assessment and evaluation process in the universities. Maybe in the end, we will have some queries raised. Before I go towards that, let me invite the third speaker, Dr. Bashir Ahmed, to make presentation. Dr. Bashir Ahmed, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, AIU, the Secretary General, President, Vice President, all the dignitaries for inviting SEMCA. the Regional Center of Commonwealth of Learning to share our experiences with you. Commonwealth of Learning, I wanted to introduce my organization. Do you put my presentation on?
Please, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so the Commonwealth of Learning is an intergovernmental organization. There are two centers to Commonwealth of Learning, one based in Vancouver, the other one is based in New Delhi. I head the New Delhi Center. My colleague, Professor Asha Kanwar, heads the Vancouver Center. Interestingly, in 1987, the heads of the governments of the Commonwealth decided to set up a well-dedicated institution only for open and distance learning. And it's so many years ago, they had the perception and the foresight to establish an organization fully dedicated to online learning. And for the past 30 odd years, we have been promoting distance online technology-enabled learning practices. COVID came in to basically do many things that we were not able to achieve over a period of time. So the emergency remote teaching has demonstrated the way how the loopholes in the system, how unprepared we were in the education system to embrace technology-enabled learning, but also at the same time, how quickly that we could adapt to conditions. So that said, I wanted to start with the quote, the whole purpose of education is to turn mirrors into windows, and the purpose of assessment for learning is to improve student learning by providing both teachers and students with the assessment data that can inform and guide instruction and learning. I think this is a very generic, definition that we see. That said, it's the problem today when it comes to embracing technology for assessment is the fear rather than the willingness to do so. So let's start with the problem statement. The common criticism against the current assessments or that these are only a symptomatic, a few criticisms that we see. It does not test higher order skills such as reasoning, analysis, lateral thinking, creativity, and so on. There is also this criticism that the current assessment methods lack transparency in grading and scores and not appropriate for 21st century knowledge society. But in order to address this, the NEP has very categorically come up with certain statements, and it was discussed quite much in the earlier session that formative and adaptive assessments are the mainstay rather than summative assessment. But it doesn't really discount summative assessment, but there is a preference for adaptive and formative assessment. Of course, the NEP provides choice-based credit system, exit and entry policies. And there is a mention, which Professor Marma Mukhopadhyay also mentioned earlier, that self-learning, self-assessment and peer assessment are also important as much. The teacher assessment is noted in the NEP. Interestingly, there is going to be a national assessment center called PARAC, which stands for Performance Assessment Review and Analysis of Knowledge for Holistic Development. So this is going to come up as a result of the national education policy, the PARAC National Assessment Center, which will be set up. And the national education policy also encourages us to use technology for assessment, analytics, and blended forms of learning and teaching. And earlier speaker mentioned about artificial intelligence for assessment. And I would demonstrate one particular experiment that we are working with something called Gyan AI. Towards the end of my presentation, I will demonstrate how formative assessment on a regular basis can be carried out by artificial intelligence tools. And you would be able to see, and it's being actually taken on by the National University of Singapore and a couple of universities in the US. So this is my main slide, which really puts everything in one nutshell. And we discussed this early this afternoon, that the rationale for assessment have to be two-pronged. One is to understand if our learners have drawn attention to the content and become mastery in the content and the learning process. But also, I think Professor Mukhopadhyay mentioned, reinforced this, that it's all about learnability and learning to learn, whether our assessment, rationale for assessment is also assess whether higher order learning through evaluation and that allows learner to analyze and apply new information. I think these are two-pronged rationale for our assessment. It was also mentioned this morning that validity and reliability is equally important as foundations. The intent is to actually find out to what extent the instruments that we use for measuring enable us to measure the intended outcomes, but also the frequency of success. And although there is a preference for continuous assessment, the frequency is equally important, extent to which the measured items produce consistent results, so that we can see the consistency as well. When it comes to the types of assessment, we have mentioned this morning, also in the afternoon, that formative and summative, but there are also diagnostic assessments, which is the pre-testing, but also evaluative assessments, which are basically evaluating the whole education process, an institutional outcome overall. And there was a mention about MCQs with distractors. And there are common methods that today in the online world that we see, or true, false, matching methods and free responses and so on. But there are also quite a few other methods that are applied. We work closely with Coursera, Google, and Udemy, the online providers, and we can see the instant feedback and the assessments that are on the fly, on the go as the learners learn. When it comes to effectiveness, it's important also to understand that the appropriateness of the assessment approaches that we put in place. And earlier this afternoon, there was this mention that a person in Tamil Nadu learning in Tamil Nadu may produce different results vis-a-vis learner in Gujarat or elsewhere. So, one size doesn't fit all. It needs to be left to the institution to identify the appropriate assessment approaches, so that the application of content is tested rather than the recalling of facts or even comprehension to that fact. And when it comes to scoring and feedback, there is this aspect, whether to score or not to score, but scores are meant for motivation rather than intimidation. Quite often it happens that scoring are for intimidation. It serves as a determinant for the learner to decide if she or he is ready for the next stage. And there was also a mention about feedback earlier this afternoon. Both intrinsic and extrinsic feedback are meant to be supportive and friendly and constructive rather than critical to the extent that it may put off the learners. But assessment feedback is also to enable learners to assess their own progress and to decide whether they can revisit and review and learn further deeper. So feedback also serves to acknowledge and repeat. Again, earlier this afternoon, we heard about the types of analytics. This is something that I wanted to emphasize when it comes to technology-enabled learning. Data analytics, learner analytics, and learning analytics are very important. And there are different types of analytics that we see in play today, right? From descriptive analytics, which is basically to understand the health of the program, the business intelligence. If you're running an online program, technology-enabled learning program, you would necessarily want to do a descriptive analytics, but also diagnostics, so that you can improve the current offerings. So the statement about how the learners are able to learn, and whether they are learning well enough and what difference that we can make in order to provide this program effectively by making curriculum changes and all that. But there is also predictive analysis where many private companies are into by using machine learning and data mining techniques for future intervention, for predicting the future skills, future market, and the needs of the future industry for the future. As we speak, we also, and I would demonstrate to some extent this at the end of my presentation, a prescriptive analytics where you can tell the machine or you can tell your algorithm, artificial intelligence system through algorithm as to how you want to really change the outcomes and recommend for the future. And there are many benefits that we discussed this afternoon on the use of technology for assessment, and I don't want to repeat it, but I think the last point is very important. It's extremely important when it comes to using technology for assessment is to also be mindful of ethical issues such as data transparency, data privacy, consent, and how do we use data, who owns the data of our learners and their learning behavior, and how do we ensure inclusion, equity, anonymity of data, and so on, so that these things become very important, so that the instructors are able to gain prominence with their ability to use data and analyze data and gain evidence for improving teaching effectiveness. When it comes to technology, as was mentioned in the by the earlier speaker, Dr. Sundar, the range of machine learning, artificial intelligence, big data analytics, AR, VR analytics also are very interesting, where it provides immersive learning techniques. But for the learners, it's basically to carve out what they want to do next. So this is where I want to, in the next 2 minutes, can you change to the other presentation, PDF, please? So we are working with an organization called Gyan AI to figure out how we can use artificial intelligence in a variety of settings in higher education domain, right? From creating, synthesizing knowledge portals, even creating, courses through artificial intelligence with minimal intervention by the teachers. But today I want to, as you can see, course authoring and so on. So today I want to demonstrate how assessment can also happen through artificial intelligence. So this is the kind of holistic approach that we are looking at as to how artificial intelligence can help us to create knowledge portals for higher education community, create the course authoring tools, assessment techniques, personalization, as was mentioned earlier, and also research, something mentioned earlier in the last presentation. And this is interesting because the Gyan assessment is something that you can define. You can train an artificial intelligence system to train through your algorithm as to what you want to assess. This is in the hands of the teacher to figure out how he or she wants to assess the community. And the assignment could be very interesting. You could decide what you want to assess, how do you want to assess, what are the aspects that you want to assess, and you instruct the machine to do that. And I can see that the rubric here, in this particular case, where the National University of Singapore and Northern Star University in the US are using, where it is very categorically mentioned that there are quite a few rubrics that we would look at. When it comes to content, for instance, we would look at the relevance, the focus, the uniqueness, the depth of thought, persuasiveness, analytical response, the thesis, support. These are the aspects that we are going to assess. And as you can see, the AI tool is giving us a score, which is a kind of an integrated score that throws up for the particular work that was assessed. So you can see on the right-hand side is the submission of the student, and on the left-hand side is the score provided by the artificial intelligence through the algorithm that we had put out. And there are descriptors. when it comes to relevance within content, it basically, from a 7-page summary, it helps us to actually understand how it had come to a conclusion that the weightage is, the confidence level is quite high, and the score is 3.75 when it comes to relevance, by highlighting the relevant portions from the assignment itself. And similarly, if you want to look at depth of thought, in this example, it's analyzed that whether the student is able to connect to the content of the story to the overall theme of the assignment. And if the student is able to identify some foreshadowing at the beginning of the story, and connect the story with the larger social issue. So this is a very interesting example of how a teacher, not a teacher graded, but an AI graded assignment. So basically, in sum up, I can say that, there are experiments happening around the world. There are ways to bring in transparency in the grading and scoring system, but also much more than a teacher could provide feedback. And I know that my son, when years ago was in the school, the teacher used to give feedback in the annual scoring system. And the feedback used to be almost similar to all the 30 children. Whereas this AI is actually contextualizing, localizing, and clearly giving the responses in a manner that the student is able to improve one's own learning aptitude and the learnability aspects in order to figure out where else this person has to concentrate, focus, review, and revisit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Bashir Ahmed. Let me now invite some of the suggestions, some of the doubts to be cleared. And therefore, now the topics are open for the audience to raise their queries. Madam, you can ask the participants if they have any queries to discuss with the speakers. Anybody?
Yeah. Artificial intelligence, everybody says that is one of the important and innovative tool in everybody's life, in everybody's problem, even though to measure and to give the proactive solution for all type of problems. And this two of the education, evaluation, mechanism, technology transfer, and learning mechanism. And if you perform the statistic and mechanism through artificial intelligence only, I think we need to hand-to-hand collaborations and mechanism to drive the teachers' teaching and learning abilities through machine, with the machine and human perception both together. Maybe tomorrow we'll focus more light on this particular aspect. My point here is that can it really possible to convert and transfer the whole pedagogy in the modern education system through the AI? Though we are building the algorithm also basis on some fact and algorithm on the basis of some information. Can it really work for the sustainable development in the existence of the new era of the education? Your opinion?
Thank you. I think it's a very pertinent question. And, the answer is simple. It has to be a marriage between technology and the human intelligence. Artificial intelligence cannot replace human intelligence, but can do a number of things that the human intelligence can also fail, the limitations of human intelligence. But when it comes to, learning and teaching, it's, even in this example, the assignment was provided by the teacher and the rubrics were also coined by the teacher. But what the AI system provided was basically to use the machine learning technique and its own learnability, aspect that he brought in to basically reassemble and coin and provide that feedback and rate the assignment, which is a perfect example of how human intelligence and artificial intelligence can work together. The rationale for National University of Singapore to adapt this is because a teacher is not able to assess 2,000 assignments in one go. So they outsourced it to artificial intelligence.
My pinpoint is that I'm AI researchers, and since long 20 years I taught the AI, but still till the moment I cannot able to find the fruitful solution through AI. AI is umbrella activity. So when we coin this artificial intelligence in the education system, that of the pedagogical development, what are the needs supposed to do develop? Because the engineering and technology people easily adopted the adaptation. So adaptation is important. And the general language people or humanity people or other people, they may not able to suppose to adapt the adaptability about the algorithms. So what are the things or what are the mechanisms that we need to do to mechanize the system specifically for teaching, evaluation and learning method and the capacity building of the teacher?
One of the things that the National Education Policy very categorically mentions is HEIs to embrace artificial intelligence for preparing the workforce for tomorrow, which is AI-driven economy everywhere, which only goes on to say that not only the students but also the teachers are to be exposed to AI techniques. And in my own organization, we are beginning a program together with MIT in Boston to introduce AI for teachers right from grade 3 level onwards as to what AI should mean for teachers at that level. And it doesn't, it all the more it reinforces the fact that the higher education faculty should also be exposed to the benefits, challenges, and the problems AI could bring in the future. But there is this direction that we see, and that's why we are initiating through Commonwealth of Learning a special program for Day of AI for the teachers from grade 3 onwards.
And just to add to him, what I feel that when we use AI, it's not the complete replacement, rather it's a distribution problem. We simply redistribute the tasks, and some of the tasks earlier which were being done by the human is to be complemented by the AI. So it's a redistribution within the assessment system that what are the things will be done. And some of the examples of this could be like, for example, we have a student profile on one side, their learning progress on other side, how the both metrics could be matched and a new solution can be generated. In that way, it can help in. So just to add.
Anybody else? Madam, anybody else from the audience? And if there are no queries, I think let me take the opportunity of, I hope there is no other query by anybody. Am I right? Madam, anybody else has any query, or should I sum up?
Sir, kindly sum up.
Yeah. So let me first take the opportunity of thanking all the three eminent speakers, those who have highlighted the critical aspects of technological interventions in the evaluation and assessment process in the university. Let me first give you the status of the examinations and evaluations in the state university, because we have tremendous diversity in the institutions. There are unitary systems where 2,000 students are there. There are affiliated systems, particular state universities is a big chunk where large number of students participate in the examinations. And there are large number of colleges which simultaneously undergo the process of examination. And therefore, if I take an example of Pune University, 7.5 lakh students, 750 colleges. And therefore, this kind of mechanism, how we can utilize in terms of putting this particular examination system in the state universities, particularly at par with other institutions, is a biggest challenge. The challenge is because The colleges are distributed right from tribal areas in rural setup where connectivity issues are there, where there are large number of other issues, right from the manpower, trained manpower, and number of things, gadgets, etc., etc. That is issue which we are facing at the ground level. And secondly, in the state university, to handle a big mass, the trained manpower is like in capacity building is an important issue, and therefore the issues arise in the examination sections. And therefore, technological intervention is a must to increase the reliability of the examination system. That is number one, accountability of that particular system, as well as the transparency and efficiency of the system. That is where the technology has to be followed by the state universities. Other universities or other unitary universities where I am now working is a small medical university with 6,500 plus students. And therefore, we have to see that the bigger systems have to be attacked first in terms of putting them more into the technological orientation. That is one of the important aspects. If we look at the provisions which are made in the national education policy, there is already a structure which is given in section 24. That is NETF, National Education and Technology Forum, which is an autonomous body platform to be created for using the technology right from the teaching learning process to assessment to planning to administration, every aspect. When it comes to use of technology, no university is in a position really to have in-house development of any technological solutions to their problems. They know their problems very well, but they have no kind of the manpower or no kind of the trained manpower who can search for the solutions on their own. So there is no in-house technology development in the universities, that is the fact. And therefore, they will be largely dependent on only the service providers. And that is where many of the speakers have highlighted that. What about the data security? Who will be owning the data? And what is the guarantee that the service provider will not misuse the data? There are a lot of issues which are being faced by the universities. And therefore, we have to see as the national body, NETF, whether we can have a common solution to these bigger universities where 90% students are taking education. We have smaller universities, it is easier for us to handle, but bigger systems, how best we can make use of technology in terms of setting this particular assessment and evaluation system into right place has to be searched for. And that is where I think these three eminent speakers, those who have highlighted many emerging technology right from AR, VR, XR, AI, ML, everything. What is best for these universities has to be searched for. I'm sure that with these three speakers' inputs, there will be some kind of way forward for all of us to think in terms of what exactly is the technology that can be used for assessment and evaluation. Currently, of course, the universities are using some kind of mechanism in a modest way to upgrade the examination systems. But there's no end-to-end solution as yet for the examination system that we have searched for. And therefore, that is the future for all of us to think about. I'm sure that with the inputs from all the speakers, certainly it will help the participants to also think in terms of making maximum use of technology in the assessment and evaluation. Let me thank also all the speakers for their inputs. And also let me thank Dr. Mittal Madam and also the President of AIU for having given me an opportunity to be here. Although I wanted to remain present physically at Aurangabad because of sudden emerging program tomorrow in the university, it was not possible for me. My apologies for it. And therefore, once again, thank you all of you. Thank you.
I make a statement. When we are talking of AI, of course, in the previous session, there was no occasion. My submission is that AI is artificial. It's not natural. There are three categories of teacher. Average teacher communicates information. Good teacher influences. Best teacher, excellent teachers inspire. Technology can take only the role of communicating information. It cannot influence or it cannot inspire. The new age challenge for the teacher is to rise above communicating information. That machine will do better. Can we become influencing? And for example, AIU's past president, what is Professor Radhakrishnan or Zakir Hussain? They are the inspirers. So nothing to worry about AI, provided you know how to inspire students or at least influence students. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. What I can gather from this session interaction is that AI is there to augment traditional teaching and teachers. We cannot run away from advances in AI and its impact in education, and should welcome this technology to lessen our burden than to be bothered by it. Let us not be bothered by AI and enjoy the process. So I deem it great honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks for this technical session. First and foremost, I thank our chairperson, Professor N.J. Pawar, sir, for his much valued deliberations and his able steering through the vital theme, thus provoking upbeat contemporary contemplations.
Thank you.
I also express my heartfelt thanks to the guest speakers of the session, Professor Dr. Tripathi, Professor Dr. G. Sundar, and Dr. Sadraj, for their palatable discussions, which were focused solely on technology and how can it be effectively used for assessment and evaluation in universities, along with various academic organizations. Last but not the least, I extend gratitude to all the dignitaries for their patient listening and active participation. Let me also thank Dr. S. Ramadevi Pani for her invaluable inputs for the session. With due permission of the chair, I hereby declare that the session is over. Another important announcement for all the dignitaries: kindly make it convenient to go downstairs, where university bus will be waiting to take you around at 5:45 sharp. Thank you so much.
Remove those challenges and give your learners the best chance to succeed. Innovation to reach farther. Education without limits or boundaries. And the know-how to get there. Anthology